Steamer Lane is more than just a surf break. It's really like a hub for the community to come out and hang and post up in their surf wagons all day, walk the dog, check the waves, go grab a bite. In one way or another, I think O'Neill is like synonymous with Santa Cruz. You know, Jack is a reflection of the area and all like the positive attributes associated with it. Our athletes travel all over the world, surf waves that probably would never have been surfable prior. But ultimately, at the end of the day, it is really nice to come home to Santa Cruz and surf right here at Steamer Lane.
With the Save the Waves app, you take a photo, select the type of threat, and add your location. Now that information ends up with the organizations that can do something about it.
Welcome to Steamer Lane. As you see the sunrise, the drone shot coming over today's festivities. There's the point. We have waves, we have east wind. My name is Peter Mell alongside Adam Repvogel. We're going to be bringing you the action all day long. Schedule tentatively right now is to get a 7:30 start, which is just in a couple minutes time. And we'll finish up the round of 64 of the men's heats, 9 through 16. Women's round 1 will be on standby starting at 10:10 if we get run, but that's also right at high tide. So
yeah,
we'll be taking a close look at that, Adam.
Yeah, that's right in the thick of it, Pete. There should be a little push, though, hopefully with that tide coming in right here with the men.
Oh, look at the sunrise is still here. That's a beautiful shot, Adam.
It
Look
is.
great. That's a good beanie.
No doubt. So I had to hide my bald head after yesterday.
Oh, really?
Yeah, well, they didn't
You
tell
went
me
and did some
yesterday.
review?
If we're going to do that, boys, we need some makeup in here, I tell you.
Oh, man, we used to have makeup. We don't do it anymore, though.
No.
No.
But no, Pete, it's going to be a beautiful day. I was down here at the Crack this morning, saw 3 to 4 foot surf, as you can see on your screen right there. Tons of little wind swells, and also like a cut-off little south swell under there as well. So,
And what does that do to the lineup?
Well, it as you can tell, it's going to crotch people right up against the point again, that south swell. So we will see a lot of little waves that are going to be contested early on in these heats without priority that are going to be pretty dicey because that first wave in these heats is going to be crucial.
Yeah, it's so true. I mean, in every heat that way, right?
Yep.
You know, you can see that west-southwest kind of wind swell. We almost blew out of here last night. I mean, those last two heats of the day yesterday were wild.
This is obviously a residual of that.
Exactly. So we're going to have that kind of west-southwest, which pushes it towards the point here. We've got a great first heat going to get underway. Kolohe Andino. Congratulations on a new baby boy. And,
wow.
Yep, and he's here. They had the birth, 3-4 days ago. And Tori Meister, what a great story he is, able to compete here. Doesn't have to necessarily compete, but likes it. Spends time on the North Shore, but everywhere around the globe lately, he has been on fire. Yeah. And Tori Meister, a great story in the sense that he basically is an O'Neill team rider by winning this event.
Yeah, that's an amazing story, P. Forget the year it was done, but it was an amazing little feat. And just over history now in time, just watching his ability to stay with this company, obviously there's really good chemistry, and they work really well together.
And how rad! I mean, it's such a cool idea.
Yeah,
it's like, hey, we're gonna give you a $50,000 sponsorship. You're gonna be able to go around the world with an O'Neill wetsuit, one of the best in the world. And we're going to treat you as a team rider. And sure enough, here we are almost a decade later, and he still is on fire. So good job to Tori Meister. He's in the blue jersey. Then we had the highlight from yesterday, Jake Davis. Man, what did he do? He was able to punt, gets the high score of the day yesterday. That should be fun to watch him. And also Lucas Pasolini, which is from Brazil. So he's into the round of 64. Good move for him to be able to get up, and get some extra points and find his way onto that Challenger Series.
Yeah. And you know what's so interesting, Pete, looking at the conditions right here, we were watching the free surfs for like an hour, and there were so many waves coming in. It looked like there was just amples of opportunity everywhere. As soon as the heat started, it looked like it slowed down. It looks like there's less opportunity now, which, obviously these guys are waiting for really good waves. They don't want to take off on something that's average.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it definitely looks like it slows down as soon as these heats start.
That's just, I don't even know what you call that, but it does happen quite often. I don't know why. It shouldn't it shouldn't determine anything. As soon as a horn blows, it shouldn't scare waves away. What happens when the foghorn? We saw that, heard that early this morning.
Yeah, no doubt. And looking to see where Kolohe Andino is sitting. He's sitting off to the left, almost right off the slot right there. You can see him to the left of your screen. Now looks like a fellow competitor is going to come down into that area. But this morning, there's been a lot of little waves on the inside, Pete, that are completely scoreable waves. And the skill set that these surfers have now, they don't need much of a wave to do these maneuvers. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see some acrobatics this morning.
Yeah, you can't. You'd love the fact that there is a fair playing field. You would love to see at least ample waves. That's what it seems like it's already with the change.
Yeah.
I mean, and again, it's different again at the lane from yesterday. I mean, it was
Yeah.
more northwest yesterday. We did have some residual south, but it was so big out of that, or bigger out of the northwest.
Yeah.
And then it just changed through the day. Here we are, a whole new fresh morning, and we've got the sun out again after last night's pretty good squall. It was a good storm.
Yeah, it was pretty rad. Start of it. Hopefully it's the start of a lot of it. I wouldn't say we need the rain now, but it sure is nice to see the rain around here as a surfer, Pete. It really licks up a bunch of sand. We have river mounts that are really fun.
The selfish part of it all is that we get to see sand move around.
Yeah, but I mean, last winter was extremely wet, but we could use it for sure.
And sure enough, we scored some great waves because of that movement
True.
of sand. And I think that happens, across every coast. When you do get rain, unfortunately, flooding kind of creates some drama, but it sure can create good waves.
Look at this beautiful contrast right now, Pete, with this bright, bright green and the really this gray background in that sky.
Oh,
That's
super
electric.
dramatic sunrise
Yeah,
this morning, right? I mean,
well, yeah, that was insane.
It's like, and we've been blessed with it. Again, even with the weather in town, it's still gorgeous.
No doubt. Pretty.
So we're back to 20-minute heats again today, which is a shorter period than a lot of these surfers are used to, especially guys like Kolohe, who's on the championship tour. Most of his heats are going to be in the 30-minute ring. As we see, Jake Davis is going to get the first wave of this heat, and it looks like a pretty good one.
Yeah, just where he left off yesterday after that great little heat. Starting that first wave right there, getting his feet in his wax.
That's such a good feeling to get the first wave of the heat, get a completion, and then paddle back out. You just instantly feel like, okay, cool, now I'm going to be first. Or you're not going to be in first in line, but you're going to get the first of priority.
Yeah.
So you kind of start the turns, and now you can go out there, you can kind of sit to the side if you can get priority, and then kind of try and pick and choose. But that momentum build early in the heat is so important.
It is.
5.0. Wow, judges on fire, throwing it down.
Pretty quick.
Yeah, so we had all 5 judges each throw a score down from 1 to 10. 3 judges had it at a 5, 1 had it at a 4.5, and 1 had it at a 5.5. So the high and low are knocked out, the average, the 3 5s together, and you get yourself a flat 5. Up and riding, Tori Meister. Oh,
wow.
Little drift in the lip, not easy to do.
Not at all. That's really, really challenging over that section, Pete, as you know.
It's easy to get your board, one rail dirty, and you're over the handlebars, especially over table rock like that. It's not a smooth surface to be going up and over. See if the judges take note of that. Just the one maneuver there. This is Jake.
Yeah, nice snap right in the pocket. Nice little wrapping turn here. So obviously the judges now showing the surfers that this is what we see a 5 is.
Everything's compared to that now.
Everything's compared to that, up or down. We'll see what the, another little replay of that wave from the front on, Pete. Nice snap. Just nice flow on this wave, Pete.
Yeah, what I like is that I say it time and time again, and everyone who listens to what I say, the single rails, right? Bottom turn rail, top turn rail, and you're going top to bottom as we see the drift there. 417 for Tori Meister on this wave, but that bottom to top surfing is what the judges want to see. That kind of showcases the speed, power, and flow. It all shows the combination of major maneuvers. You don't want to see them pumping between maneuvers.
No, I mean ideally. Oof.
And sometimes you have to, right? You have to chase the section down. I mean, the wave will determine that. But if you choose a wave where you're going to be going bottom turn rail, into the maneuver at the top, back into that rail again, and you're never looking like you're rushing and you're going top to bottom in a more vertical approach, you're going to get a good score.
Let's see what Brother's able to do. A little cliffhanger right here. A lot of propulsion coming off that cliff. A little power ball. Sometimes you can really, really get a lot of speed off that, Pete. Let's see if he's able to have something on the inside. I was talking to his father earlier today, Pete, and he was like, you need to end this wave. If you notice, the majority of the really good scores, people had a nice end maneuver. They start it with a good one and end it with a good one. There was some scores yesterday that were up in the 5s, top 5, 5s for one maneuver, 6, for one maneuver. So you really do need to find the wave out here, Pete, that gives you that opportunity.
And that's in the end move, right? So those are the ones that kind of bend at you and give you a critical section, because sometimes it's actually going to be the most critical section you'll get. Generally not always the case, as we see a little audible here on the inside for Brother. You're talking about these inside waves. See if this one builds up for him.
He comes up here quite a bit. Brother knows what he's looking at. There's the end section he was looking for. And just like that, Pete, it seems like the level now has been elevated this morning. And the judges will definitely show us exactly where that is in relation to that 5.
283 for the first wave. And next score coming in, yeah, this is it. It's going to pop right in. It's going to be very similar to Jake Davis 5, but a little better, 5.4. So quickly, in 1 minute's time, Kolohe goes straight to the lead.
So obviously, he didn't have much space there, Pete. That was a really like a little small inside wave coming up off Table Rock.
With scoring potential, which you
with scoring
mentioned
potential
earlier.
that had an end section. And so, of course, he would have liked to have had that wave outside with one turn and then do that on the inside. But he was able to manufacture that score with really not much room to move.
And in 20 minutes, that's the magic. You got it.
Yeah, that's just what these kids have now in their arsenal. That's brother. He's been doing that since he was 10 years old. But, you know, a lot of these guys have this in their repertoire. I believe this is the first wave, Pete, that we watched.
283.
283, which set him up for this inside wave after. But just, you know, wave just getting into a little rhythm here. He realized not going to be much. And this is where it comes. He on the paddle back out, Pete. This is exactly where he did. So nice little wrap into the pocket there, a little power ball, catapulting himself down the line, gets right over his tool, Pete, and just a nice rotation.
Little air reverse, you know, the pop above the lip, rotates around backwards with ease.
Yeah.
Probably done about, I would say probably close to double digits, 10,000 to 20,000 of those in his lifetime.
That'd be amazing.
Right? Yeah, pretty close. That's probably a pretty good number. Here we go. Tori Meister.
Tori Meister on a nice little wave on the inside, and 2 goes to the air, tries to get his tail out of that wave, realizing there's not
That was
much,
the only section he
not
had.
much there, yeah.
Only section he had. That thing dies out. So again, Tori, just you know, again, you see the strategies happening here. You get surfers that'll just paddle and take off on anything. There's going to be one going to be more selective, and it always depends on where you are on the priority ladder. So all these strategies change as where you sit in your level of turn and what spot you're at.
Yeah, you know, it's obviously by where Brother's been sitting, he's identified a different wave than these guys. He sees a different wave. It looks like he's sitting up off Table Rock, sitting on the inside of them, not really pushing up on priority.
He's sitting in the line, so he doesn't have to. But if you can get that little separation,
right? But he also is in position to grab a wave that will bounce off that cliff and come sideways underneath these guys that they're nowhere near. So he's identified that there's a little side wave that comes down there that these guys get catch. So if I sit underneath them to the left and dart in there, he doesn't want to sit in there. He doesn't want to show them that's where I want to be.
Yeah.
But obviously, I think he would like to be right there. If he doesn't have priority, he wants to be right off that cliff. As you see that wave on the inside right there moving sideways, those are the little waves.
You want to hunt down.
Yeah, I call them ape hangers, you know, because you know the ape hanger bikes has a short little handle with a long bar.
That's why you call it an ape hanger.
Yeah, it's an ape hanger.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
It's a long bar with a little hook
little
at the end.
Easy entry with a long bar, you know, like a handle is where you drop in, not do much, and then it just straights down that thing.
Dude, you've been saying that my entire life, and I never knew I mean, I knew what an ape hanger was, but I didn't realize you actually were doing that. I just thought you'd like the word.
No.
There's actually a reason behind the ape hanger.
Yeah. Ape
oh,
hanger.
that's solid.
Yeah.
Look at this one. Is this an ape hanger? Kind of has that.
Yeah, let's see it. But he would have taken off on the sideway. Nice tag right there, Pete.
He read this one perfectly. That was just a beautiful arc. Nice and speedy through it. Clean rails. And that's it. You're driving here. This wave will allow you, it'll give you enough speed, but if the wave face is flat, that those kind of turns feel pretty good. And there you go. I love it that he has put himself in a good situation here. He is competing at a high level. Another new dad. Well, he's always been a dad. He's had 2 kids now, but man, what a transition Kolohe has been able to do. You know, from the championship tour, obviously has a goal to set his sights back there again, but family man and community that he supports in such a huge way.
No doubt, and what he's doing with the youth of his in his neighborhood in San Clemente. It seems like he's been able to, you know, corral these kids even when he's not getting the results, or he actually is killing it back east. I mean, shoots, he should do the tour back there. But you know, all these kids that he's bringing up with him, he's grabbing them and taking them with him. You know, he's not holding back his information. He's giving these kids his information. He's being honest with them, which goes a long way. You know, you couldn't have paid for that. They wouldn't tell you that years ago. You wouldn't give that information up. So what they're doing there is really cool. Really, really cool.
We have a 5.5 high tide at 11:14 a.m. this morning, according to the surf line, as we see Tori Meister.
Classic.
There we go. He's identified a little extra face down in the slot zone. So good read here for Meister. He's going to add to that 4.17. Going to be his best wave. So nice work there for Torrey. Again, just very similar to Kolohe, just engaging the rails, clean transitions.
Yeah. That was a well-ridden wave right there. It was a really tricky wave to surf, and he put that together really, really well. It might be might be the wave of the heat.
A little different than what we saw from Kolohe, which was more engaging the rail. We saw that actually there was a little mix where
he got up above the lip, he drifted, did some arcs. Let's see, Jake's giving that one a peek.
Kolohe's score came in a 5.83, so he's looking at double digits now, 11.23 total.
Cool.
And waiting on the score for Meister as it's starting to trickle in. It's going to put him from third into second.
Look at how much backwash Pete's coming up off that cliff.
5.87 for Meister. So there you go. Now Davis,
better.
8 minutes to go and looking for a 5.05. Lucas Pasolini, been pretty quiet. 7.67 needed as we watch the replay.
Yeah. Stoked to see him out there with no booties, Peas. He does a nice little jam right there. There's where a lot of the points came in this way, Pete. That drift off the lip right there was really cool. It was like a board slide. And also noticing, too, even though this wave is really flat, he's been able to do full wraps, you know. It's not a half-turn wrap into the soup. He's actually doing a full wrap, twisting up his upper body and coming back. And watch Brother do it as well. Watch these wraps coming back into the pocket right here. His upper body and how he's able to twist and torque off that thing. Whoa, doof. You know, that feels really good. As a surfer, when you got that much engagement and that much control over your board, that's got to be feeling insane.
That's what I was mentioning. You know, even though that you get these waves, the way the lane's set up, it gives you enough juice so you can actually really dig that rail in.
Yeah.
And it does feel good.
Yeah. It does have a lot of speed out here sometimes, even on a flat face, which allows you to have that ability to wrap those turns without much
It's like
space.
doing an e-brake.
Totally.
In the car, you come in and just...
Yeah, so there it is, 5 points. See, look at the spread. Looks pretty nice to me, Pete. Not much discrepancy there. But, yeah.
I was looking at our panel. Asher Nolan, right?
Shredder, dude.
Right?
I saw him.
He's on the panel.
I know, I saw Asher.
Look at our panel these days. We're starting to see this influx of really great surfers getting put into the judging panel.
Yeah.
It's, you know, and all of those surfers, Jeremy, Mike McCabe, right? He's been down south of Ventura, just a ripper.
You know, that goes a long way with all these surfers, too. The surfers out in the water really respect a judge who would go out there and actually perform at a level that they can respect. You know?
Yeah, Bill Seitz is going to be our head judge here at this one. He's the head judge of North America,
cool.
You know, and really good management of his panel as well. I mean, they all respect him. They all love him. Another great surfer in his own right. So, I'm pretty happy with the panel here in North America. I think the only thing we really need to do is get some extra money pumped into this tour so we can get a couple more events.
Yeah, it's interesting too. You know, we do have all these beautiful, massive corporations from Silicon Valley, San Francisco, all these places. You know, and a lot of them actually are my neighbors over here. They are.
Yeah,
you know, we'll talk to Wingnut because I know these guys are tied in. You name it, from Google, Facebook, Twitters, all of them. You know, but I am really sort of surprised that they haven't tapped into it, because to me this isn't. This is our lifestyle here.
Yeah.
You know, this is a part of our fabric of our.
And it's also the backyard.
And speaking of it, we got J.J. O'Neill right there. Looks like coming down. The next generation of O'Neills littering this town really now. I mean, they're just everywhere. You just say, okay, here's another O'Neill. Here's another. So the O'Neills are doing fine. There's a next generation going to be able to run that company into the next century.
And I mean, if I get the boys in there to check this out, but this is JJ's mind right here. This is the belt for the trophy of the Coldwater Classic this year, and JJ came up with that. So classic, you get to walk out of here with a big welt. The Coldwater Classic, and it's purple. It's awesome.
That's awesome. As we see right here, Green up and riding, getting that board speed going down the line. Has had sort of a challenging slow heat so far. As you can tell, really tough out there right now, Pete, as these waves are sort of flat without much speed. If you don't have the speed from the start of the wave, it's really hard to sort of gain it. But he's doing a great job of just keeping moving.
Pasolini going to add to his 2.37 of his first wave here, looking for a 7.67 to move into second. So he's looking at probably at this point in the heat, still going to need to add to that. I don't see that being a 7.67. And we will, like I said, start to see that tide move up pretty quick. I mean, it's already fairly full. It's probably around that 4 to 4.5 foot tide. Like I said, another foot will be added on by 11 o'clock.
So Jake, who came off with that first wave, Pete, at that 5, he's been sitting there for quite some time now, hasn't had much opportunity, so he's got to be chewing on his nails.
Yeah, and that was the part of the strategy-wise. He was like, okay, early start. Now I'm going to get in the line and wait. And right now, it hasn't unfolded for him.
Right,
really
where brother caught the wave and still sat. He was inside from the start, sat inside, and then caught an even inside, one from inside of there. So it might have paid off for Jake maybe to pull back and sit on the inside and wait for, even though you could have your position of priority.
I think that's the biggest challenge of competing, with the ocean, is literally trying to find that rhythm and connect with that rhythm in 20 minutes. You generally in a session, you go out for a couple hours, right? There's moments within the session where you connect, right? And then there's moments where you're like, you can't.
I surf for like 45 minutes to an hour. Okay, here we go. Whoa.
It's inside, right? So this is live.
Wow, that's a nice hack right there, Pete. So
another wave sliding underneath the point and turning into somewhat of a score. And Jake is now going to pull the trigger.
Yeah. See what Jacob's able to get right here.
Looking for a 5.05 to overtake Tori Meister. And is this wave going to give him an end section? It's coming at him.
Very similar to Brother's wave a second ago.
But did not give
didn't give the end section.
Yeah, that's not going to do it, I don't think, for Jake Davis.
I think they have some reflection in that score bracket right there, Pete, for the judges to look at. If you look, we're cooped up in the 4s and 5s right now, Pete, so it's a really tight heat. Someone who's able to get a breakaway wave right now is going to stand out.
Here's the replay. This score comes in at a 4.17. The wave previous was a 3.0, so the last 2 waves, Pasolini has been his best 2, but still sits outside of the advancement mark in 3rd, looking for a 5.87. Davis waiting on his next score. Could change him into maybe 3rd, but it did, 3.6, but not enough to turn the heat. Still looking for a 5.05, and there is some bumps on the horizon.
That's a south swell.
It is, you're right. And here's brother. Those set waves, unfortunately, sometimes just not enough energy to stay tight on the reef. And this one, little double up underneath. See who's in position. No one. And now Jake Davis. This could be an important wave with 125 to go. Doesn't have enough energy.
Well, let's see. Last heat he had yesterday did a full rotation on this very similar wave, Pete.
Oh, and up and over. A little more lofty. Does he pull it? Oh, yes, he does. Look at, he actually above the rock would show that off. I don't know if the judges could actually see that or not, because we have seen that moved behind. Broadcast caught it. They'll get a look at that. Judges are using our broadcast as kind of a replay because they don't have their own replay. This is a 1,000, so it's a budget's a little smaller.
I hope they do it without audio.
They don't have audio.
Okay, that's good. Hey,
don't
but
worry.
Jake did this yesterday. This was,
5.05.
Let's see.
I mean, we saw the 5.4 of Kolohe Andino, but I will say Kolohe had the wrap before the air.
Yeah.
Right?
You're right.
Right. So there was a maneuver done early. So again,
was that
But was that
3/4 of a point?
I will say that Jake's was a little bit more committed in the aerial, and it looks like it's going to turn the heat. He does need a 5.05. It's got 4 judges posting here. 1 more judge to come in. All of them above the mark. So it looks like Jake Davis is going to make the turn here.
Really? That's going to feel good.
It is. Especially after the start of the heat, the momentum was there. Let's check it out. I mean, he does no real maneuver here. I mean, this is kind of a redirect more than anything. But he did see that there was a double up. 6.17 goes into 2nd place. San Clemente is going to move through this one as we are now done and dusted. This heat is over.
Nice, dude. Comeback wave again for Jake Davis. Congratulations.
Wow, unreal. So Jake Davis, Kolohe Andino, unfortunately, Tori Meister surfed a good heat. That wasn't a ton of waves, and you would have heard that right now just and been a little bit crushed.
Guy's been so barreled lately, I think he could care less.
Yeah, no, I agree. Again, O'Neill doesn't necessarily want him or need him to compete. He's here showcasing his talents, but ultimately they just love that he goes around the world and gets barreled.
No doubt.
And rides huge waves. And congratulations to actually this year, Tori Meister is an Eddie Aikau invitee.
Wow.
So getting to be able to compete in an event that he has never been able to compete in, and just so happy for him. We're going to go to a quick break, and we'll come back with heat number 10, around a 64. 36 years of competition here at Steamer Lane. The O'Neill Cold Water Classic started 1987, and we're still plugging away. We've had some off years here and there. We've had some different events throughout that, but overall, the Steamer Lane has been the one place in Santa Cruz that we've been able to have professional surfing for a very long time. In the water now for heat number 10, Owen Moss in the red. That's your number 1 seed. Ryland Rubens in the blue. First time you'll see these two surfers. And then Tucker Collins in the green, and Giorgio Gomez. You saw him yesterday surfing excellent on the backhand in the white. So another great heat. And we will have 16 heats in this round of 64. We'll still see some of our top seeds coming up. And the waves, 3 to 4, occasional 5 foot. With tide pushing in, and fairly consistent. That last heat had enough opportunity. I think everybody got their chances. But it's dicey.
It's dicey for sure. And any week at Steamer Lane, you're going to have a day or a couple days like this, you know, where it is dicey. It is really, really challenging. But that's what makes this place so unique. You know, you could go out there and have the time of your life, or have just a shocker. So it's the same for everybody.
Here's Owen Moss. Already has a wave under his belt. On the break, and he sees himself a little inside double up.
I like that.
A little loaded up of energy for Owen Moss. Already 2 waves for him.
Where's Owen Moss from, Pete? Do you know?
I want to say East Coast. I'm going to confirm that.
Yeah, guy's shredding. He picked a great little wave, too. You see the canvas on that wave, Pete? Really ironed out. The wave got really, really glassy. I'm sure that turn felt really good. He released nicely on that thing.
He did, and the fact that he was able to pick up 2 quick waves really quickly here in the first few minutes, first 3 minutes of the heat, as we look in at Tori Meister, West Peak team rider, O'Neill team rider, and was feeling a little distressed on that last one that Jake Davis was able to turn it at the end.
Oh, he's calling it out. He's pissed. He wants to talk to the judges. You know him. No. Guy is such a sport. Here we go.
North Carolina. Thank you, Ryan Simmons. I'm sitting here trying to look on the internet, and you know what? My friends are faster than the internet.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
I was right about the East Coast.
You're
just
right.
North Carolina. So I mean, obviously, some great surf in that region as we watch this replay here.
Yeah, I believe that was his first wave, Pete.
4.0, and then 5.5, and here we go. The replay of the first wave of Ryland Rubens from San Diego. Loves the reefs down there, and especially loves one of the best waves in that area is Blacks.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah, I think he has a key.
Lucky
It's
him.
good to have a key.
Yeah, look at this little teeny thing he grabbed right here. Okay, watch how this wave just materializes. Nice little wrap, sort of stands up and gets so good. Wow.
Yeah, there's a lot of good surfers coming out of that area in the East Coast, and he's one of them.
Nice surfing, dude. See, they don't need much space at all. Look at that wave. It was way on the inside, Pete. No one was anywhere near that outside there.
You can see the energy, though, right?
Yeah.
You can see the bend coming back at you.
See the wave behind it?
Yeah.
That's adding a lot of backwater to that wave. I mean, it's not right behind it, but it's actually at the lane. The waves come in levels here. It sort of levels up. There's a wave behind it, wave below it. You got to get on that lower wave.
So true. And it's interesting how the lane does do that. This is live action here. Owen, once again, not sitting around.
And I'll be honest, too, East Coasters have always looked at Steamer Lane a little differently, Pete.
Yeah.
They've always approached it a little differently. I remember years ago from guys like David Spear or all those guys, you know, guys that would just look at the wave. I was like, wow, I wasn't even looking at it that way. You know?
Yeah. Well, and especially when the conditions are kind of like not normal lane, right? Like
Exactly.
we saw yesterday and what we see today.
Yesterday in the afternoon turned into a beach break, basically, and guys were doing stuff you don't do at the lane, you know. Okay, let's see what Gomes does here. He's pretty far over, Pete. It's a nice-looking little wave.
Gets around it, and we're seeing these waves move off the peak a little bit, so you got to keep your windmills moving, and you know, so you can get there and chase those waves down. Up and riding here for Ryland Rubens now. See if he can find some energy down the line. This wave, I see he's up on the upper road, right? He's not on the lower road, so it's a little tougher to surf from up that zone. See what Collins can do here. We're waiting on Collins' first wave. Paddle there. I wonder if they're going to... He's still on the outside. He's going to keep priority. Almost looked like a pretty committed paddle, though. So we're seeing a score come in for Giorgio Gomez now for wave number 2. He had a 1.5 on his first wave. Just a throwaway score there.
That was a pretty nice single turn, though, on this backhand.
Babalouche and the Rufo and Flea and the Frog. Wow, that's all of our, you know, those are some legends of Santa Cruz right there.
No doubt. No doubt about it.
I wonder if Roof got sleep. He was running the evening.
He said it was warm
kicker.
last night.
It was warm?
Yeah.
Well, he's got this heater, that's why.
Yeah, I think he
was
he
parked
probably
in here.
slept where we're sitting.
Oh,
actually.
no, really?
Maybe not.
Rufo. The frog.
Looks like there's a battle right there. You know, I was noticing Gomez has a Colombian sticker on his board, obviously for the ISA. I wonder if he's competing for them in the Olympics as well. Wow, nice little shot there. Shot right there, Pete. As you see.
Rubens fitting it in.
That's what he needed, Pete. He just needed a wave that have a little speed, a little vertical face, and it looked like that stance of his was going to go off the bottom, off the top. And exactly what he did.
Owen Moss was able to improve his situation, adding a 4.4. So extending the lead ever so slightly. Rubens is waiting on his number. If it's going to be probably one of his better of his two, because he's sitting with a kind of mid-range twos. As we look into the competitors area, there's Kolohe Andino. We'll get to hear from him very soon.
I know. Yeah,
he's got a little rat tail. You see that?
Yeah.
He does. He's got a little rat tail.
Oh, man.
We gotta put some beads on that thing, Kolohe.
You remember Joey Nichols, huh?
Yeah.
Joey Nichols, such a shredder. He not that he had a beads or anything, but he had a tail when we were younger at Pleasure Point.
Oh,
when he
come on,
came
dude. There's been tails of
Joey Nichols. He's shredding too. I hear he's a great little shaper in San Luis Obispo area.
Unreal.
Yeah. Joey Nichols.
Yeah, and Joey had the style, right?
I think he even had his leash on his front foot, and he would just shred Pleasure Point.
Like
nobody. Him and Benji, yeah. All right, up and riding. Looks like Moss up and riding, Pete. If he's able to get out in front, you can see that wave pretty nice out there. Unfortunately, that's a missed opportunity.
It is, and you had touched on it yesterday in the sense that you just got to be out on the face here at the lane. As soon as the whitewater starts to grab you, it's very difficult to get around it.
Yeah.
And stay on your feet for that matter.
Yeah.
12 minutes to go, so a lot more opportunity in this heat than the previous heat.
Or there's been an adjustment with the surfers to sort of move in a little to take advantage of those opportunities.
That's right.
I always would have liked to have seen a whole heat exactly where you are, all the opportunities, every wave you took, the waves they took, to see, okay, look, did I miss him? Was I in the right spot, wrong spot? Because it is a game of chess, really. You paddle for the wrong wave with priority, you lose it. You're in a bad spot, you never catch it. So
it's so funny. Look at that wave, and somehow he identified the low road. It was a mistake, obviously, because that wave didn't have the energy, but it was something that he identified. I'm going to try and move inside and grab one of these little double ups.
Yep.
Tucker's unfortunately only had a 1.0. This one's going to come below that.
Yeah. I mean, the wave like this, really today, you want a wave that sort of come off the cliff and sort of push down towards the little pinnacle rock in here. So you want it to come to an end section, but you have to have enough energy to get through the middle of it. That's where you're going to get your scores. Looks like there's some heckling here from a Bud Freitas getting ready for his heat.
How good. He's going to be in the next one. He's got up against two seeds are Michael Dumpy and Will Dean. And Makaya Spies, sorry. I don't know why I put an L in there.
Wow, he's riding a little, looks like a sci-fi.
Ah, okay. A little different equipment.
Yeah, like I'm not sure what he was riding yesterday, but he'll ride a different board every day. He does that a lot, but he goes out there and does what Bud does, and that's carve around.
And catch good waves. He likes to be on the bombs, that's for sure. It's actually kind of a wave hog.
Yep. There's some waves coming in again, Pete, coming off the point. That really quick interval right there, those little south swell little waves coming right off the cliff. As we touched on it yesterday, the waves now bash off that cliff a little differently now that a portion of it's fallen off. You see those beautiful little dolphins there to your left coming in for a little squiz. There it is right there. Look at those.
Santa Cruz lingo, folks. That's Adam will bust it out.
Look at that, it's beautiful.
Yeah, that's our Monterey Bay Marine Sanctuary. Save the waves.
No doubt, guys.
Our partner here. We're going to actually have a few guests in today that'll kind of give us an explanation of how Save the Waves is moving forward. But Sean Burns, basically wearing several hats at this event, is one of the advocates for Save the Waves as we're looking at Nat Young. Unfortunate loss yesterday in the afternoon in the storm, but down here supporting Dumpy.
No doubt he is. No doubt. And boy, really been sort of a massive influence on the next generation here, Pete. He's been such a great influence on all these kids and really gives his time to them. And he goes out there and spanks them and takes all their waves.
Collins up and riding. He has moved towards the peak, but again, the wave choice, unfortunately, not a great one for Collins. And so it is going to be a low score once again. That's his fourth wave.
Yeah, those are those wind swell waves, Pete, that just sort of peak up and break but don't have much behind it. We've been talking about it. You want those little double ups, those little waves that have some water behind it to allow some speed. There's some beautiful families coming down here today.
How good is Westcliff? You know, you're literally, you know, you're driving by, you can see people, you're walking, you're biking. You know, you got the lighthouse, the greens. There's Daddy Andino.
I know. So Kolohe had another little brother. Awesome. How many Andinos? So there's Dino Andino, which is 2 Andinos, right? So Dino Andino.
Come on, don't try to do the math. But yeah, well, there's Kolohe Andino, and then
I know, but what if he does a Dino Andino Junior, and so it's a Dino Andino Andino. Imagine that. No one's doing that. I mean, his mom did it to him, right? Did the Dino Andino. Like, why wouldn't just keep it going?
Oh, you're so funny.
Because you're John's a junior, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's my point.
Now, I'll
That's
say
my
right
point.
now. Yeah, you know, your point is good.
Look at this.
Taken. Well taken. Here we go. Moss, little double up. Identifying the waves with energy here.
Yeah, Moss. Boy, he's got a great little technique and nice style, Pete.
Oh, that was a gouge. That was well surfed. And, you know, it wasn't an easy wave to surf, but just sat back on the rail and gets a finish.
Yeah.
Well, Moss, impressive.
Impressive, dude. Good surfing.
Rubens now on a little bit different style of wave, a little more wonky on the face, but getting it done.
Yeah, rolling into this little double up. Let's see if there's another little section for him, and he gets it, Pete. So
Going to be his best wave, the 4.33. Kept him in second. Now going to probably replace that 2.97 with a much bigger number. So Moss and Rubens, with their priority, executed it well.
yeah, they did. And Gomes probably needs more than the 3.48 now, but let's see what he does on this wave, Pete. Nice little hack. Sort of a little slower tempoed wave, unfortunately, Pete. Not really able to get that speed up and get flared.
Wave selection key today. It
Yeah.
is going to be massive. And right now you can see the surfers that have been able to identify a little cleaner face, a little extra energy, a ton of opportunity. I mean, even this heat here now, you know, the second heat of the day, way more waves to be ridden. So you can make those choices. You're going to get an opportunity. You just got to make the right decision.
Yeah. And it might be a blessing that it's actually a little more south swell during this high tide. If it was just a straight north swell or a northwest swell, it's in really, really high tide, sort of a deeper interval, there wouldn't be as many waves. It'd be, whoa, that's like a cool view right there.
Drone angle. Tucker looking like his best wave so far. Putting it together, a couple maneuvers. Will he get an inside connection as he hits into this zone? The kelp gets to play in there, doesn't get the final move, but we will head down to the glass and let's hear from Kolohe Andino.
Hi, we're here with brother, aka Kolohe Andino. Kolohe, how'd that heat go? Taking the first heat of the day, taking the win?
Yeah, it was fun. It looked like it was a lot better than it felt. It's always tricky, the first heat. It usually pumps all morning, and then the first heat's kind of slow, so stoked to get through.
Well, that's good to hear, Kolohe. How's the training been? You just had a kid. Congratulations. How's that been for you?
Training, not much training. We did the movie and the movie tour for Smooch, and then that was about 2 weeks of touring the movie, and then we did, and then I went straight into the birth of my son, and got the green light from the wife to come up here and compete and see how far I could go in the comp. So I feel like lately already been winning with my wife and kid being healthy, and yeah, just stoked to be up here hanging with friends and surfing the lane.
Sweet. Well, congratulations. Anything else you'd like to add?
No, nice to talk to you, Dale.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Dylan. Right on, Kolohe. Yeah, I mean, period of life when you're giving birth, or he's not really never given birth, but he's part of the program.
Yeah, no doubt. And the perspective that you get after you've gone through something like that. He's probably a part of the cord cutting crew, you know.
Oh yeah.
Cutting that cord. So he's
Thing's tough.
Thing is tough. You got to get it right in the crotch of the scissors there. And you can't get it to the tip. It'll slip right out. You never know. As you see right here's a dig for Gomes. He needs a 5.83, Pete. So this is a pretty crucial score for him if he's able to get a good score.
Oh, late. Late on the finish. He knows it. That was the opportunity.
Just off a little bit, Pete, on the timing right there. Just a little bit. You know, you can see, we'll watch it right. Actually, this is that other wave.
A little
of
inside.
Moss. Yeah, wow, nice snap right there.
Nice. I love how he sat off the bottom right there.
Yeah, and just the whole wrap, carve. It was awesome.
Yeah, and it was the compression. He waited until that moment
Yep.
happened, and was able to utilize the speed there.
Yep.
You can actually, like, it's almost like, as we see, this is another one here. This is that first exchange between these two surfers in the first and second.
Right, this is Ryland's wave.
So Owen Moss did improve a 6.5.
And this is where we came into it right here. So we didn't see the start of that wave, Pete. So nice little wave for Ryland.
Yeah, 5.33. Best wave for Ryland Rubens. Added out to his 4.33. Sits out. And then this is the fall right here.
Yeah. You know, it was always going to be late, Pete, for that turn. And unfortunately, not able to get up above all that water. Sometimes that water just grabs you.
It does every time.
And it actually takes you back down. So unfortunately for Gomes right there, not able to capitalize on that.
Giorgio Gomez, 3.0 for his last wave, coupled with the 3.83. Has him in third position, looking for a 5.83 still. 2 minutes, 50 seconds. Tucker, last wave was his best at 2.28, but needs a 7.46 and sits in third priority. So he's third in line, 2.5 minutes to go. Tough situation. Same for Gomez, who actually has the fourth priority. So this is exactly where Owen and Ryland want to be, sitting on 1 and 2 with priority over their competitors. They just need to close it out.
Yeah, you can see Giorgio sort of off his board right there, not feeling that. But Owen Moss is shredding out there today.
Look at the judges there, all of them, 6.5.
Yeah.
Throwing it down, and here's a look.
But you're right, his poise off the bottom, Pete, the holding of the rail off the top, managing all that speed, that little face right there, he surfed it really, really well.
It was a point of difference.
Yeah,
right.
And the variety, really quick snap off the top with a lot of speed, and then just the governing of it and holding it, and then really wrapping it. Yeah, it was well executed.
Owen Moss is going to utilize his second place priority here. Sees something down the line. See if he identified it once again. Sure enough, it's going to load up.
You know, either you're going to want it at the start or the end. You want some energy somewhere on these waves, Pete. And obviously he saw it was way down on the inside. Little flub there. Judges aren't going to love that.
No, and it won't go into his top two.
No.
But he kept that opportunity away from his competitors, who are up and riding right now. Tucker gets the backhand hook, and that's it. He is out. I don't see that being a 7.46 with 1:15 to go. Might be his last ditch effort. See what Rubens and Gomez does here. Gomez with the best chance.
Yeah. 5.83 Pete is. We watched him yesterday get a couple of really nice scores. He sets up really well. He's a pretty good sized guy. So once he goes off the bottom, off the top, off the bottom, off the top, a couple of times, the judges really appreciate it. Looks like we got a pretty good nice next heat, Pete.
That's right. Spies, Freitas, Dean, Dumpy. Don't go anywhere. We got 45 seconds left in this one. Looks like Moss will hold on, waiting on this Rubens Gomez if there will be a last exchange. There is a couple bumps making it away in here, but is it going to be quality enough? We will see. And is Rubens going to utilize his priority to block him, right? So you can see Gomez is white. He's up against the cliff. He's on the inside position, which generally in a free surf says he's in the priority position. But no, that's not the case here in competition. Look, he's going to take the opportunity away.
Sell it.
And let's see what Rubens does. This one loads up, first move. Quick snap. Will it have an end section? Staying with it. Doesn't look like it. So it takes the opportunity away, closes out the heat. 5 seconds. Can Gomez get up? And no, that is it. Rubens, Moss, heat number 10 in the books. Round of 64. They'll move on, unfortunately, for Gomez, and Colin's going to have to come back next year. And we've got another doozy coming up. You're not going to want to go anywhere as the Coldwater Classic continues.
Between O'Neill and four-wheel campers, there's really this shared ethos of exploration, you know, and getting out and enjoying the space that makes you feel alive. And at the end of the day, it is really nice to come home to Santa Cruz and surf right here at Steamer Lane.
Challenger Series qualification, top 8 in North America makes it.
Yeah.
So few spots, right? It's insane. I think it's so
I know. Well,
gnarly.
that's what was so devastating yesterday with John Mel.
Yeah, crazy.
He's sitting number 1 in the rankings.
And that is, I'm not sure who that is, but he's chilling. He's got his coffee, warming up.
One of these new shredders, dude. You just got to put a name to the face and just keep watching them, and they're going to be everywhere.
100%. No, it's amazing how many shredders there are. Super cool. What I've been impressed with today is how the swell is hanging around, Adam.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, you and I being from here, that storm, this is kind of the remnants, right?
Yep.
There's so much wind out in the bay that, you're getting a bunch of different little swell directions.
Yeah.
I think this type of lane is super fun.
Oh, totally. I was just mentioning to Pete earlier, I think with the little south swell and the combination of south, like the wind swells, yeah, it actually makes for a lot of little waves. Hard to identify them because there's a lot of waves that come by that aren't that good.
Yeah.
But it makes the ones that are good stand up that much more.
Totally.
And too, watching people's different approaches throughout the morning. Brother sat on the inside quite a bit and got waves that, were sort of the end waves. The waves got better towards the end. Some people were actually looking for that big maneuver out front. So yeah, you almost have to change your strategy out there in relation to where you're positioned and also where you're positioned in the heat with priority.
I completely agree. And staying busy is important. You watched a lot of people lose with twos this morning already.
And that's
needing twos or threes. So.
Yeah, that does, and that always will hurt. You can see Michael Dunphy on the inside. Let's see if he's identified himself a good one, but I like the wrap right there. Not much after it.
Boy, you check out social media, Dunphy's all over the place, shredding the world. It's pretty fun to watch, yeah. He comes up here to Santa Cruz quite a bit. He's one of those guys.
Taj right here, Taj Lindblad, that's another second-generation surfer, and he was surfing incredibly well this morning. Solid young man, like really a stout, solid surfer, His fundamentals are incredible, and then above the lip, he's just strong. So obviously the generation is looking pretty solid down there in San Clemente. I don't know what's in their water, but it's also another SC, so we love supporting those guys, and they spend a little time up here as well.
They do, no, and you've seen the 2% movement. It's been really cool to watch.
Oh, for sure.
I mean, they're so supportive of each other.
Wow, that was crafty.
That was rad.
Will Dean, surprising turn right there above the lip. Curious to see what the judges are going to give that. Looks like Bud got a 4.67. Michael's first wave got 4.5. So Will out to a nice start right now, sort of putting the pressure on these veterans at the moment.
No, that was awesome. I'm so curious what the judges are going to do.
Yeah.
It's, basically one good turn.
Right, but I was surprised.
That was a sick turn.
Yeah.
Looking forward to the replay on that one. Boosting, chucking the fins out, and that is the cliff right there, starting to fall over. We lost a chunk this year. Another chunk about to go. Waves constantly changing up here in Northern California. Absolutely beautiful, though. Look at that. One of the coolest sunrises this morning I've seen in a long time. When it's stormy up here, it's beautiful.
No doubt. And two, being from the east side, I liked seeing it from the west side. The sunrise this morning was beautiful. As you see, this is Will Dean again on a replay, but nice release. And didn't have to recover that much either. So that was a pretty nice turn. And then he gets a nice cutback and just sort of digs his rail there. So just that release and then that nice cutback. So see what the judges opt to give him.
Taking a while for that score. I guarantee they're doing the replay. They want to dice it up in the judges' booth to make sure they get the correct score to deem the correct winner. And it looks like he got a 5.27. Wow. And that'll update online in just a few seconds. I know we have a slight delay between the computer here and then everyone out in the World Wide Web, but that'll be up on there soon. Sick turn.
Sick turn. It looks like we have Bud Freitas giving a dig at this one. He must see something down the line. Let's see what Bud's able to do. A little speed turn right there, a little floater projecting down the line. Hopefully he gets out to some space to do some wrapping. As this wave's tempo sort of slows down, Bud stays with it. Hopefully he sees something in here that's going to give him some opportunity to end it up with a nice turn.
You know, I think it's smart to milk them all the way to the inside.
It is. I mean, unless you're just lumbering, if you're lumbering through the inside and just barely going and ticking and tacking, I say do yourself a service and kick out and get away with some more speed. But, some guys will just milk it to the death. In my era, God, you'd beat the thing all the way to the beach, ride it up the beach. But no, I liked it. They just say, hey, look, the quality of wave, once it's gone, you don't need to hang around, you know.
I think they used to have length of ride.
Well, that was part of the
Isn't that
criteria.
crazy? It's crazy.
Well, hey, what are you talking about? That's part of what surfing's about. You're supposed to ride it to the end.
To the end, the bitter
Waves are
end.
like heartbeats, Omar. You never know how many you're going to get, dude. So you got to just keep riding those things.
That's why you catch so many waves. Dude,
Yeah, I got some wave.
I like it. I catch a lot of waves. I've got 3 kids, dude.
Yeah. There you go. That'll keep you surfing.
Yeah.
Hey, look, it looks like the wind now is, we keep seeing just some eddying of our wind here in the bay. It happens throughout the day where we'll find the prevailing wind, northwest wind, will come back in and sort of blow offshore after sort of an easterly flow. But we have a low sort of sitting on us, and it's been blowing this east wind on us, sort of a double wind for the lane. It doesn't really look bad when you're looking at it from this direction.
Yeah.
But as soon as you start to surf on the faces of those waves, they're really bumpy.
Yeah, no, definitely. Going into today, I felt like those were going to be the big factors: tide, dying swell, and wind. Because the wind is kind of all over the place today, to be honest. It's going to switch, I think, 2 or 3 times.
No doubt.
We're going to have a extreme high tide, and the swell is changing. So things you got to keep your eyes on. The lane, it throws everything at you completely. Let's just throw a Rochambeau of everything.
Yeah. As you can see right here, look at these waves doubling up. That wave from the back behind Dumpy's going to override this wave and give it a bunch of power. Hopefully there's a wall in front of it because it has a bunch of now energy coming to the inside. That's a really good read for Michael Dumpy right there to see that double up and have a nice end section as well. So Michael Dumpy sitting, as you said, second on the ratings right now, North American. This is obviously helping his campaign.
Boy, he has been on tour for a while, and I really admire the fact that he just still gunning for it, you know.
No doubt.
He's always surfed extremely well. Great job, you know, so I think that it's really cool. All right, I believe we're going to throw it down to the winner of the last heat. Take it away, guys.
Thanks, guys. We're here with Owen Moss. Owen, how'd it go? How'd it compare to yesterday in terms of conditions, and how'd the heat go?
Yeah, it went all right. I was able to get one right off the bat that kind of wasn't a good wave, but it got me in rhythm, and I was able to snag a few under priority, and yeah, I was able to get on some waves.
So did getting one right at the beginning kind of ease your nerves and let you like kind of figure out your heat?
Yeah, definitely. I was a little like stiff legs this morning, so yeah, it helped me just get a little loosened up.
Yeah, I can definitely feel that. Anything you want to add? Say thanks to anyone?
Yeah, just thanks to my families and friends for just supporting me, and yeah.
There you have it. Congrats.
Thank you.
Simple, well said. Psyched to get the win. I commentated that heat from the beach. He was a magnet, great wave selection, and great surfing.
Yeah, he's just shredding. He was totally shredding. That guy's an incredible surfer. And I was talking to Peter about it. The guys from the East Coast seem to, when the lane is really tricky and weird, they do really good out here. I mean, really hard waves to surf. They seem to figure out how to fit their board into a tight spot. They know how to get speed where there's no speed. You know, when it's sort of bigger and big, huge wall is out here, maybe not so much. But when it's tricky lane, East Coasters have always come over here and just shredded.
No, I completely agree. Of course, you spend some time over there, and you can relate because not a ton of swell, and when it comes, it can be tricky.
Right, but we're not used to this interval. See how tight these waves are, wave after wave after wave? We're not used to seeing that. We're used to seeing like 15 seconds, 14 second. This is, today was 7-8 second interval waves, you know, so those waves consecutively coming, and those are hard to identify. Like, is this a good one, that one, good one? You know, where usually we know, okay, here's a nice set, 3 waves in it, I'll pick number 2. It's really hard today to figure that out.
No, definitely. I completely agree with you. A lot of people asking about, you know, the local talent, and I was telling some guys I'm coaching in this event, it's like this is actually super challenging for the local, because the local is used to sitting and waiting for the wave that they had in their mind for years, right? Where a lot of the people getting busy, the East Coasters that can read those tight intervals, those reforms, double ups, whatnot, they can look down the line and go, oh my gosh, I'm going to get that one little last hit on the inside, are doing well today, for sure.
For sure. As you see that wave just balling off the cliff right there.
Dumpy, and look how active he is, dude.
Surfing way on the inside, needing a 3.3, so obviously just trying to get that score before he goes out and sits with priority or try to get up there on the priority pole. But great job right there for Michael to identify, hey, look, I'm going to be able to potentially get that 3.3, and then with less, more than 5 minutes, 6.5 minutes remaining, go out there and get himself back onto that priority position to increase now one of these waves as he does it.
No, that was a good call. It's always good to keep the pressure on your opponents, just bettering your scores. Looks like this is your heat leader, Dean, on another nice one. Good cutting back.
He's had some really good wave selection. That one obviously not panning out like his last couple, but Dean's been on a couple of nice waves, and there's reflection in his scores.
Definitely.
A couple of mid-range fives, but still now, and looking back, I think maybe his first wave, or that 5.5, if I were a judge, maybe it was going to be a little higher from seeing how this heat's played out so far.
Yeah, no, definitely. I feel like, too, that you got to stay busy. That's the name of the game today. Looks like we're going to have quite a high tide as well, coming up in just a few hours.
Come on, bud.
Yeah.
Come on, bud. Bud sitting with priority is he's used to that, Wow, let's see what this little one does right here. Here's a little side wave coming up off the cliff. Michael's coming to the inside. Does this wave have any opportunity towards a peak? No, it doesn't. As it completely backs off.
Bud only looking for a 4.64 though, not looking for much. 5 minutes to go.
No, but it is a score here, It's a score today. And, having priority too is challenging in this position because you almost could potentially find the best wave on the inside, and so you don't want to be sandbagging outside.
Yeah.
Bud doesn't need that big of a score. Obviously, it's a significant score, 4.64, but you could get that with 1-2 maneuvers on the inside.
Yeah.
That are nice maneuvers. We've seen that throughout the morning so far. So.
Case in point, Kolohe and Andino.
Right, but I'm wondering if Bud's going to sit out here for say 2 minutes, and then if it doesn't pan out, then adjust, move inside, allow himself maybe some inside waves, some opportunity on the inside.
And you have that increasing high tide. We're going to have a 5.5 high tide at 11:14. At the moment, it's a 4.2. So
okay,
you got to
look at that picture right there. Look at these waves moving right to left, left to right, straight in. They're coming at you, and the wind is moving, swirling throughout the morning. So.
Pretty nuts, and we can call out waves because we're online. They can't hear us. You're on the beach commentating. You're not allowed to. Look at that little nug out the back. I mean, is it going to materialize with this interval, Adam?
I don't know. We'll see what goes on. I mean, it's a rolling of the dice today, really, and so.
Truly is.
Yeah, and that's what makes this. The lane becomes an equal playing field when it's like this.
Yes.
It does, like you said, it doesn't help the local out too much, and it keeps sort of everybody honest that this is not a normal day, and so this is what you have to work with. Everyone's dealing with the same stuff.
Yes, completely. And if you're just tuning in, welcome to the O'Neill Coldwater Classic here at the iconic Steamers Lane in Santa Cruz, California. We're on day number 2. We are round of 64, heat number 11. We got local boy Bud Freitas out in the water looking for a score. Time winding down, 3 minutes to go. All right, beautiful, beautiful day. My name is Omar Echeverry. I'm joined with Adam Rapogel.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining us out there on the World Wide Web. Got a beautiful day, great competition running around for us. Adam's going for the Kona.
Nah.
I like it.
Nah. Yeah, Omar, it's been great this morning. Really stoked to be here.
It's 4:30 somewhere in the world, Adam.
No doubt. I watch all the commercials every day. But half the group down here is probably hungover from last night. When this Coldwater Classic comes to town, people are outraging. So this puts heads in beds. This really does turn the needle in our town. So a lot of people like to come out here and have a good time. And I'm sure Kona was having a heater last night.
Oh, for sure. They got the beer tin out here. Opens up at 12 o'clock. 2 drink maximum unless you have a fake ID, wig, and a fake beer. I don't know how many beers you can get out of that. A couple IDs, whatnot. But you can always get primed before you go. Go in there. Just they don't want people to get too rowdy, but they want people to relax and have an awesome time. The beer garden looks cool. They got a merch tin over there. We got the O'Neill Coldwater Classic merch. Iconic. I still have my staff shirt from when I was 13 years old. Probably one of my fondest memories at the Coldwater Classic. Yeah, I believe Tom Kern won that year.
Classic.
Yeah, super fun. This is what we're talking about. That's the beer tent right there to the left of your screen. Beautiful Steamers Lane, absolutely green because of our nutty amount of rain last year. As we have a surfer right here. Boy, when you're in rhythm, I guess.
Yeah, and he does have quite a bit of a, he's got a 5.2 he needs to increase on, so he's not going to take off on just anything, but unfortunately right there, that wave didn't materialize. We're down to about 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining in this heat, and Bud Freitas is looking for a 4.6. I'm sure there's a lot of people online right now, local people, wishing Bud the wave to get through this heat. But right now, Michael Dunphy sitting in that second position, sitting on a 3.93, so relatively low score, sort of vulnerable. So Michael's probably still trying to increase that score all the while. Bud with priority sitting sandbagging outside. Now, I was hoping Bud would move in a little further, allow himself to surf both sides, the inside and the outside, instead of just sandbagging for the sets. But look, there might be one right here.
Possible opportunity, I'm not sure.
Potentially, it's sort of it's going into the cliff.
Ooh, that's tough, especially with the new cliff,
sometimes these are great. They have a power ball off the cliff. Come on, Bud, paddle. Get in before you get the white water behind you. There he goes. Let's see what happens now with Bud. Needs a 4.64. Unfortunately, I don't think that one's going to do it in relation to some of the fours I've seen him already get.
Yeah, that's challenging. You saw that hole right there, right?
Yeah, okay, let's see what Will's able to do. Flying down the line, here's our heat leader. Goes for a inverted little rotation right there, unfortunately falling off. So that was it right there, done and dusted. Round of 64, heat 11. We'll get Will Dean and Michael Dunphy, the leader of the rankings right now, I'm sure, or even close to it, with John Mel bowing out early. So
that's right. Well, good job, Bud. You're still a legend. All good. He'll make his way back in to his family. 2 kids. Yeah.
He's doing fine.
He's doing fine.
Okay, well.
Looks like we're going to dive into that next heat immediately. They're just going through heats left and right at him.
Yep.
It's game on. They're going to get through quite a few heats. We had a super successful day yesterday, which is great. We went through so many heats that it was nice to get that under the belt first day. Yeah. Now they have plenty of time to wait for the optimal conditions.
Yeah. Does sort of take the pressure off a little bit.
It does. Wow, look at the reflection of the cliff. Isn't that nuts?
Yeah, it's beautiful down here today, Homer.
Beautiful, golden.
It's nice, too, after a night of rain when the sun comes out. It does really sort of make things just sort of pop off.
Yeah, oh, beautiful, absolutely beautiful. That's Bud Freitas on the left, making it up.
Yeah. Well, let's see if he can get up the cliff successfully. Because that's half the game right here. Look at this.
Oh, my gosh.
I mean, not that you want to do it, but people like to watch car accidents sometimes. So.
All right, we're going to dive into a short break, give Adam Rapogel a break, and we'll be rejoined with Omar Echeverry and Flea. See you soon. All right, welcome back to the O'Neill Coldwater Classic live coverage here in beautiful Santa Cruz, California, Steamers Lane. My name is Omar Echeverry. I'm joined with Flea. Gave Adam a little bit of a break. Flea, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm psyched. You know, looking at the forecast, the day before yesterday. I was like, oh boy, this is going to be gnarly. And we are just plowing through heats. There's plenty of fun little waves. You know, it's not amazing surf, but it's good. And people are ripping. That's what we need.
Yeah, no, for sure. I was actually saying it's a little more condensed today. Yesterday was pretty much like all over the place a little bit, and it's cool to see. Here go Luke Weiler, I think in white, carving it back. Goes for the air and pulls it. Wow, that was sick.
That was so sick.
So that was a nice little combo. You know, Luke knows the lane.
He does.
I coached Luke actually to a win.
Nice.
In a Prime series, and it was fun because he was just like the smallest little Grom.
Yeah.
You know, and the kids were bigger in that heat, and he got the right waves, and he won. And it was cool. It was really cool. And now look at him.
Doesn't that feel good?
Yeah, it felt good to see him so happy, him and his family, and actually he learned from what we were doing, and it's been fun doing that. But I call him Air Guy now because I see all the clips I see him down south in San Clemente is just airs. I'm like, I just say Air Guy. Oh, you're Air Guy? And it's funny. It's a little heckle, and he loves it. So
I love it.
All right, we'll see where that. So that's a huge score right there. Is that the? It's an 8.17. Wow. So yeah, great wave. Let's watch this again.
Oh, let's break it down. Look at this little nugget. A little bit deep at first, but good wave. He saw the line. Going to be a wall. Big turn. Wow. So high up on the wave. That was rad. And then Post gets the rebate, reverse.
Wow.
That was sick.
Wow. That was great. We love that. Me and Andino and Rufo and we're talking earlier this morning down there in Rhodey, and we were saying how we that's our favorite turn is when you carve it off the top like he just did and then go straight into the bottom turn to that top turn is like the favorite turn.
No, I completely agree. I feel like with the lane too, placing your turn super high can be crucial because you got the bump and it can set you up for that next turn.
Yeah, for sure. You know, they say that, right? The big bottom turn. As long as you come out of it with enough speed, you're good. So,
yeah, definitely. And I believe we're going to throw it down to the winner of the last heat. Take it away, guys.
We're here with Will Dean. Will, how'd your heat go?
Went pretty good. Managed to get on two pretty good waves and won the heat.
Sweet. So you're from the Outer Banks. How do these waves compare to over back at home, and how's the training been for that?
The water temp's pretty similar, so that's all good, but the waves are completely different. All sand, beach breaks back home, so a bit different out here.
You want to say a thanks to anybody back home or say thanks to anybody?
Yeah, thanks. My mom's back home watching, I think. My sponsors.
See, have a good one.
Yeah, that was cool, man.
I've been loving these interviews of the young winners.
Yeah.
It's just, to me, it just reminds me of pure grommet surf froth.
Yeah,
It's so cool.
That feels good, man. Come to the lane, take a heat win against a pretty stacked field.
Yeah.
It definitely gives you that confidence for that next round. You see Red taking off the cliff, kind of. That's as close to the cliff as you can take off these days with the cliff falling in. Yeah, so.
Got that big hole there, huh?
Yeah, it's a big hole. And
where is it? Right there?
Yeah, so basically, see the hole like right there,
Yeah.
and there's like rocks underneath there now. But before, you would get this wedge that would push all this energy off the cliff, and you get this slingshot off the cliff, and you know what you do after that. But so you can see the rocks underwater right there. Now the waves come in, all the energy gets just blasted right there in that little corner, the Grom Trail we call it, where you climb down off the cliff if you really are like trying to get into the lineup fast. And so we call that the Grom Trail, and it's all the energy is hitting right there right now, and it's blasting this fire hose off the cliff, and it's just that whole section is gonna probably eventually get broken off. But it just lost all the energy that we had from shooting with TR and doing all those air sections and stuff.
Yeah.
That with small days off the cliff, you would just love it because it was so fun. It would create so much energy. So yeah.
Yeah, no, it's pretty cool to get some inside information. My name is Omar Echeverry. I'm joined with Flea, absolute legend in the surf industry, and here at Steamers Lane, probably one of the most local surfers you're going to see out in the lineup. Great breakdown on that. I totally agree. Like, remember it used to slingshot. I remember when we were young, like we would say, don't fear the cliff. Like paddle directly at it, and
Yeah.
it would just shoot you back into the bowl.
Yeah.
Nowadays you do that, it's not going to end so well.
Yeah, the angle you just would always want to be kind of as close as you could with the cliff, going parallel with the cliff. That's how you catch the wave. If you're paddling at an angle to try to catch the wave and then turn to do a bottom turn, it's just sketchy, you know? So it's just, that's different now. So it's just a whole different ballpark.
Yeah.
And you just got to adapt, you know, and figure it out. It's so you can see that crack in the cliff from above. That whole section is going to get blasted off.
That big section.
That huge section is going to get blasted off, and it's going to create this different wave. And I'm hoping sand gets caught there and we get wedges, and maybe like a couple times a year, maybe we get some weird little harbor bar or something like that. And
that is a massive section.
it is. And
That's a great shot. Good job, drone guys. That is like, wow.
You
You
can't-
can see the line.
Yeah, it's like you can't like trip out too much. Oh, darn it, we lost this, lost that. Let's just look forward and say, oh, this is kind of cool, kind of different. Let's adapt. So
Yeah.
that's what we're gonna do. And
You know, it's really cool. A friend of mine, Trevor Thorpe, he accessed the library at UCSC of photos of Santa Cruz. And him and some friends have been posting them online. Some of them went viral. It is so rad to see how much the coastline has changed.
yeah,
Because it's like a historic library they have of photos they've collected
for sure.
so long. But yeah, it's ever changing. Waves are ever changing, and that makes it fun.
Yeah, no, it's cool. It's always gonna change. Seal Rock is just dwindling out there. It looks like it's just a baby rock now. Here we go, green up and riding, just carves it back to the power source. Looking pumped. He must
Green, a
have-
couple slashes back into the whitewater. Just gets hung up on that little backwash. Boy, what
Yeah.
a heat! Heat's winding down though. Looks like a little less waves for this heat. 10 minutes and 35 seconds remaining, and boy, it looks like Blue is still waiting on a score. Hasn't caught in a wave yet. Pretty brutal.
Yeah, it's brutal, but it's not bad because no one's really taking. You know, we got Luke Wilder with that one huge score, but the people that are in second, it's small. You know.
Yeah.
One little wave can do it right now and then just get it back up on the inside or something. So,
Yeah, it can be tough. I'm curious what you think about the high tide coming in. It's 5.5 at 11:15, I believe.
yeah, I think it's going to be rough. It's going to be rough, and we're just going to have to see with that. You know, it's going to be way on the inside, and I'm glad that I'm not making the call, but I would almost like, you know, possibly put it on hold for an hour if it gets really ugly, you know. But the direction of the swell is coming from the north, you know, northwest a little bit, but it's mostly wind swell. So it's kind of going past, you know. It's not just dying off, you know.
Right.
If it was coming from the west more, it'd be like, oh, it might be a little rough, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
But since it's coming from that angle, it could have enough.
It hits that little reef right in the middle of your screen, correct?
Yeah, it could have barely enough to keep going. So we'll see. But,
Yeah, definitely.
it's all angles, right?
It's all angles, and the interval is super, super small. Adam Rapogel pointed that out earlier. I think, you know, we're generally used to like a 15-second-ish, and it's like 7 or 8 right now.
It just goes to show. The lane takes everything, you know? And
Yes.
So
I'm sure you've surfed in the Cold Water Classic so many times. I have as well. I used to always love when the final day was firing, because, you know, everyone talks about the final day, and no one talks about the week before.
it's hard to get through to that final day for sure. But mostly I was trying to just do the expression sessions and stuff like that. That was what I was really about, and it was fun.
Oh, so fun.
You
I mean,
know.
that's when you had Rat Boy's iconic backside air that just moved the world.
Yeah.
I think, were you out in that set? You might have been, huh?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I was in that one or not, but I might have been. I saw it from the top, but I had plenty of them, and it was fun.
Yeah, you're no stranger to the beginning of the front side rotator.
Yeah.
You had that inside section dialed.
Yeah, it was fun. You know, Christian Fletcher in the heat too. It was cool, you know. But
Yeah.
it's really cool to see the progression of these young surfers. And you know, we were like, God, just do something all the time. That was kind of our deal. Like, do something 2 to 20 feet, and now it's like 2 to 40 feet. But anyways, yeah. So basically, what I'm saying is, back then we were always like, do something. We like to see those big tricks and stuff like that. now all the surfers on tour are doing that in heats, and that makes it so fun for the you know, viewers and for all of us fans of surfing. It's like we get to turn on it and not just cherry pick to one heat and go, oh, I want to watch that heat. It's like you want to watch all the heats because it's crazy good, you know, and that's what I think the progression of surfing has come to. So it's good to see.
I completely agree. And what we're talking about for everyone out on the World Wide Web is basically the progression of the sport. It's now an Olympic sport, huge. It now has priority. People aren't hassling anymore. You know, now they're rewarding the correct surfing, right? No more length of ride. It's all about going nuts, difficulty, whether it's a massive turn or a humongous air, they're going to get the score to win. So all of these guys have learned how to do that. And all of these athletes train so hard. I mean, I'm coaching a few guys through this event, and they've been up here for a while. Like there's a couple that have been up here for 10 days already. A couple of them came up like a month ago and surfed. So cool to see them so focused, diet, body, boards, fins, pretty next level, right?
Oh yeah, it's good that it's turning into like such a professional sport. You know, it's been pretty professional for the most part. It was a little bit less professional back in the day, but like it's so cool to see that it's like being recognized as a real sport, and it is. Dude, I bring people surfing a lot, beginners.
Yeah.
And you know, they could be really the gnarliest guy in the gym. They get on a surfboard and they're like, I'm done. I can't even paddle anymore. And you're like, okay. So
yeah,
that's it right there. You know, surfers are in really good shape, and it's not just surfing. It's running back out there. It's like the whole deal. You know. So
yeah,
you use your whole body really. You know. So.
And speaking of, we're hoping to get into the women's today. That'll be super fun.
Yeah.
I know you and I identified yesterday that the women, oh my gosh, this next generation is absolute next level.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, so cool to see the sport grow. Boy, it is getting small out there. This heat has just really, really gone slow. So we're going to see what these guys are going to do, what they're going to do about the call. We'll see. You know, you look at the tide right now. I mean, the way the tides are set up right now, they moves up kind of quick, right? So it goes up quick. 4.2 right now, going up to a 5.5 at 11:14 is the official tide. So you know, you look at this bump right here. That's the bump, right? That's when it is going to jump. Boy.
Yeah, like what you're saying. First of all, is the women are. I'm excited to see that.
Yeah.
These young women surfers are ripping right now, and we've seen all men, so it's going to be exciting to see that pretty soon here. Couple hours or less than that. But yeah, the tide is just one of those things. It's like we know it's coming. It's going to suck for a minute maybe, but you just have to, you know, make the call when that time comes. You know, can't dwell on it too much.
No, no, definitely. And that's a great segue into the O'Neill team. Some of the women. I know you've been running the local team up here, correct?
Yeah. I've been running the surf shop team for a number of years now, and I'm really excited to be working with these young kids. Like, especially, you know, like the young kids are just like super motivated and they're ripping, and they're just cool kids, you know. And it's been fun. You know, I feel like more than ever, there's kind of a calling for the youth sticking together and surfing and supporting each other. And I honestly like seeing the 2% crew doing their thing. I mean, we see it, the kids see it. You know what I mean? Like everyone sees it. Like let's support each other and do that. And so it's been fun working with O'Neill team doing that and seeing these kids like push each other and actually call Nelly 5:30 in the morning. Like, let's go shoot, Nelly. You know, and Nelly's like, he's like a little Grom himself. He's like, okay, yeah. So it's really cool to see both sides of it, you know, and having some older people on the team, and then the younger people, we can kind of support them and they can push us a little bit and get us amped up. It's great, you know. Let's see what Luke Wilder can do right here. Carves it back.
Nice. He's looking to build on a .93. Oh, looks like he'll do that, though. It's definitely going to be over a .93. That'll help him. Already has that 817. This is the tough one.
This is the guy that needs a score.
Needs a 167.
He's going to get it, but let's see if this wave has the inside connection here. He's doing good to come into the inside. Just carves it back. That was a nice little roundy right there.
That was super, super clutch. You know, I think that high ones can be scary. When you need a high one, it's like super stressful. You can't just stand up. You got to do a couple turns.
Oh, yeah. Lindblad, dude, he comes up with Chloe, and they actually saw him get really barreled this last year. There was a big sandbar on the indicator section, and he got a pretty good barrel.
He rips.
Yeah, he was ripping.
He's a big kid, too. He can throw it down.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. We love those big storms because they bring so much sand in, and it's so fun.
Hey, with 1 minute and 55 seconds remaining, Flea, this is going to be a super interesting exchange because Green is looking to build on a 0, and then Weiler was looking to build on that .93. So, or sorry, not a Lindblad, sorry. Looking to build on, boy, a 1. Wow,
I think we're still waiting.
1.17. So, yeah, he's looking to.
I think we're still waiting for 2 scores, right?
Yes, yep, exactly.
Yeah.
That's going to be gnarly.
Yeah, because you got a Quaid over here that's already got 1 score.
Exactly.
You know, and then, yeah, it's going to be a nail biter for sure.
Let's break it down. What do you think of the replay?
Well, there's a nice carve, just kind of got stuck right there. Kind of both turns kind of, you know, got a little raily, but here we go. Lindblad's wave. Watch his surfing compared to that last one. He's just rail to rail. Little bobble right there, getting back into the wave. Tough to read, but watch his cut back right here. Budge. That was nice.
So smart to milk it all the way to the inside. And we just heard from the officials. So these replays are the judges looking over every single wave. That way they judge it correctly, deeming the correct winner.
True. Yeah. And this is Quaid's wave. He just trying to back up that, what is it, a 2.83. Carves it back.
Wow. Well, it looks like Weiler will move into a commanding lead. Already was in a commanding lead, but it's going to be up to Green.
That was, Quaid's wave was the best wave we saw right there, that backup wave. So it's going to be a nail biter for sure. And 20 seconds left. Yeah, that's tough.
Still waiting on a score. Looks like scores came in. It looks like Green went into second place. Wow, that is gnarly. So Lindblad just barely not getting enough.
Yeah.
Tough break.
Yep, that's how it goes at the lane. You just, great surfing by Luke Wilder right there. I love that first wave.
Yeah, no, beautiful surfing. Huge turn off the top into that big rotator. I mean, really one wave, just commanding that heat. We're going to take a quick break. Fleet, thanks for joining us. We'll have you back in just a little bit.
Yeah, I'll see you in a second.
Thank you.
And welcome back. You're here at Steamer Lane as our overview of Lighthouse Point. And what a day so far. Conditions have held pretty good. We've still got that tide filling in, and we are still continuing with the round of 64, heat number 13. My name is Peter Mell, and joining me in the booth, Matt Huffaker, you are a city manager, right? Big job.
City manager here in Santa Cruz, yeah.
Yeah, awesome. And so what does that job really, truly entail?
Really all the day-to-day operations of the city, from police, fire, keeping our roads paved.
So I call you if I have a pothole on my street?
I get many of those, yes.
Classic. Here we go, Kade Matson. This is the heat number 13 is Hit the Water. Kade Matson, newest addition to the championship tour, and he's competing in this event. So good to have Kade Matson here, one of our top seeds, up against Lucas Austin, Kepa Mendia, and we see Keanu Igarashi is going to be rounding out this heat number 13. Again, top 2 advance, and top 2 or the bottom 2 are out of the event. And Matt, tell us a little bit about the Coldwater Classic and what it means to the city.
Yeah, well, there's hard to find anything more quintessential than the Coldwater Classic in Santa Cruz. It feels like the whole town comes alive and comes out for it. So it's one of those events we look forward to every year, and it's awesome to see folks coming in from all over the world, really, to compete.
That's so cool. I mean, Matt, there's Matt on the screen. I'm Pete Mel. I'm going to be bringing you the action through this heat number 13, and of course, you know, obviously a lot of responsibilities, but you found some time to come down here. You're a surfer yourself.
I hop on a longboard from time to time, but I know my place in the lineup for sure.
Well, I mean, in this place, as you would know, that's, I think, the allure is that we do have such a diversity of waves. You've got this world-class waves like Steamer Lane, and then you've got just down inside one of the best waves to learn on at Cowles.
Absolutely. Santa Cruz is incredibly accessible in that way. For newbies or veterans. So one of the parts I love about this town.
You know that as we just saw, Austin getting his first wave score in for Matson, a 5.33. So good start for Matson. And Austin now waiting on his number. Looked like he got a pretty good wave as well. You know, I know that one of the things that we've been dealing with is, you know, our roads, not only on the east side, but also you're city manager, so there would be more of this west side part of the town, right?
Yes,
you're
that's
from
right.
the harbor to the end of the county, right? Like, or end of.
That's right. As you move into right before Live Oak,
yeah.
basically is the city county line.
But you're dealing with Westcliff, right? And Westcliff has been getting battered last year.
Absolutely. In fact, I'm just coming off of a meeting with our extended team talking about some of the improvements we're doing. Still recovering from last year's storm.
Yeah.
Storm
trying to get it done before.
And planning for the next round as we move into the winter season.
Yeah, and I did see that there's a lot of construction going on, and that crew that's over there is doing quick work.
Granite, one of our large construction partners, has been doing everything they can to try to get those areas buttoned up before this winter. And we've got 4 large infill walls that are being installed as we speak.
Yeah, no, that's crazy. I mean, anybody who comes to visit this town, I mean, Westcliff is one of the most beautiful drives that you could have in our city. And it drives all along the coastline, and there's some areas that have been infiltrated by these waves here, and it's closed, right? So you've had to go into the neighborhood to get around on Westcliff, and it's been a little bit of a nightmare. As you can see right up actually on your screen here.
Yeah, that's right.
Right at the top of your screen where those white condos start, from that point forward over there has been just battered.
Yeah, our coastline is a wild, ever-changing shoreline, and those waves are powerful, as this last round of storm systems has reminded us. So something we're continuing to work on and really build out a 50-year vision for what Westcliff could look like over the next several
Where does
decades.
surfing fit into that 50-year vision?
Surfing's a big part of it.
Good.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've got Sean Burns and others around the table for those discussions of ensuring that whatever changes happen are being done in such a way to not jeopardize our world-class surfing reserve.
It's kind of neat because we get to kind of see a little microcosm of community working together. Save the Waves, obviously a big part of it, taking, knowing that there's an economical upside positivity to having surfing in this area, obviously access to the beaches and access to drive even on Westcliff. But that partnership it's been working out pretty well. I know you took place in, we did a Save the Waves paddle where you actually paddled that zone.
That's right.
And took a look at it. And did you learn anything? And what did we come out of something like that?
Yeah, there's no substitute for looking at our coastline from a surfer's point of view. We do a lot of work as we are working to maintain our coastal bluffs and from the land side. But, obviously, a lot of folks don't realize this, but we have over 5 million people that visit Santa Cruz from all over the world every year, and a big part of it is hidden these world-class waves.
So true. I mean, I run a surf shop right over on the east side of town, and I need those tourism dollars to be coming into this county.
Of course.
We obviously have a good, solid local contingency, but ultimately the real money is from people coming to visit our city.
That's right.
Yeah, and I'm glad you're recognizing that. I mean, over the years, you know, I've been living here a long time. It's good to have the city involved in this event a lot more than we've ever seen before.
Yeah, we're big supporters and look forward to continuing to look for opportunities to expand, expand these competitions.
Were you around yesterday when the weather hit us?
I was.
It was pretty wild there, real quick.
Yeah, that's right. There's only so much you can control or plan for, right? That's part of the fun of these events is you never know what you're going to get. So,
Keanu Igarashi up and riding here. Can he get around the corner and get to some open face? Yes, he can. Gets that first arc. Will this wave load up with some energy through the inside? He's going to stay with it and hope it does. We saw Mendia getting his first wave, which came in at a 1.57, and coupled with the second wave there, or the 1. So that was Keanu's first, as we are really quickly, 20-minute heats. How much competitive surfing have you watched in your years?
Not a lot.
Okay.
Not a lot. But during my tenure in Santa Cruz, it's been more and more.
Yeah, and again, I mean, looking at competition and you kind of understand the rules. Is it fairly simple? I mean, if someone who's been paying attention as a newbie?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
I
good.
think so. Yeah.
I mean, we try to make it as easy as possible, but surfing is so funny because it's so different.
You guys are pretty adept at describing it in layman's terms.
Layman's
for
terms,
the
and
newbies
also
like us.
we like to use Santa Cruz slang here too. You get Adam in the booth; he likes his Santa Cruz slang.
There's a lot of slang being thrown around for sure.
Kade Matson, you know, just as an understanding, we are in a QS 1000, which is a feeder event into the Challenger Series, which is a global series which you determine who goes to the championship tour. This is Lucas Austin. First wave came in at a 4.0, and here is a typical slot wave that just loads up with a bunch of cutties, hoping for a reform and a section on the inside. He may get it. Hopefully that's in the judge's view. If not, they get to check out, right on the rocks. Yeah, and you talk about access. I mean, with the changes in the ocean lineup a lot, access has changed over the years. I mean, example, right here in this little cove of Steamer Lane, there used to be a set of stairs. Those got blown out.
Right.
Now they're gone. Now we've got a little bit different access in regards to the rocks. We put the Ralston Concrete came in and put our little lily pads in there and gave us a little more access, but it's still tough to get in and out of the water here.
Yeah, we've been having a lot of conversations about thinking of Westcliff as really a world-class recreational area, right? There's a lot of conversations about the road itself, but it's more than just Westcliff Drive. It really is a world-class recreational area.
Yeah,
it's the biking, walking, surfing, and really ensuring you have access to these waves.
The paddle battle here. So these two are having a paddle race to get out to the primary paddling zone. And what that means is whoever gets out there first gets first rights in the priority order. So that is a typical paddle battle that you'll see mid-heat.
Well, one thing I've been reminded of every time I paddle out is the unique set of muscles that surfing works.
It's so funny, huh?
Yeah, it hits you in different ways than most exercises.
Matson up and down, looking very solid on that wave. Already has a couple solid numbers, a 6.33 for that one. As we watch now, Blues replay here, wave number 2. We're waiting on this score. And it's going to be a little bit better than his first, and it's going to keep, actually it's going to move him into second position at the halfway mark of this heat. And this is where the judges we do have the replay kind of through our broadcast, so that's going to give them opportunity to see the inside sections of Lucas's wave. As we see, wow, look at that wedge coming off the cliff at the high tide, losing their balance but keeping it together, Keanu Igarashi, but goes down. I mean, so as city manager, actually, before we get to that question for you, we're going to head down and talk to Luke Weiler, the winner of that last heat.
Yeah, we're here with Luke. Luke, you dropped an 8 off a huge air in that heat. How'd it feel?
Yeah, it felt good. It was right off the bat. It was a really slow heat, so it ended up being super important that I just got that right away. So I just put myself in position, and I'm glad it worked out.
Nice. I've been seeing on Instagram you've been hucking some big airs recently. Do you feel more comfortable with them and hucking them in heats now?
Yeah, of course. I mean, practice always makes perfect. I mean, you do it in practice so you get better, and then you can pull it out in the heats, so you feel confident doing that. It's like mostly a mental thing and also just finding the right section to do it on and not forcing anything. So, yeah, it seemed like the right time to pull it out, and so I'm glad I did.
Sweet. Well, that's good to hear. Coming all the way from SC to SC. We'll see who's the real SC, but good to hear from you. Anything else you want to say?
Love you, Mom. Love you, Dad. That's it.
There you have it.
Thank you, Dylan. And Luke Weiler, another San Clemente native. There's a lot of great surfers coming out of that hood, as well as Santa Cruz City as a whole. But, Matt, I was going to say, what is the most challenging part of your job, do you feel like, and then the most rewarding?
You know, the most challenging areas that we're currently struggling with really have to do with the cost of living in our region, the availability and affordability of housing.
Yep.
And then, of course, a symptom of that are the amount of folks that we have that are unhoused.
Yeah.
Not just in Santa Cruz, but you know, a challenge that's happening across California.
Yeah. No. Agreed. And so, and you have to have compassion for all of that, and you know, at the same time, kind of create some boundaries. So I would imagine it's a very tight rope to walk.
It's a delicate balancing act for sure, but we're making some really important progress, standing up our own homelessness response team that is really doing some really important work.
Yeah, good job. And again, this is the replay here of that last one from Kepa. Best wave for him came in at a 5.03. So just finding that clean open face will help very much, as well as doing those types of moves. And then the paddle battle ensued, and Kepa moved onto the outside, got himself in position, although Kade sits with priority at the moment. 7.5 minutes to go. Commanding position for our top seed, Kade Matson. Lucas Austin, the last one, came in at a 4.4. So the pair of fours has him in second for a moment. But right behind him, both Keanu Igarashi has a 4 and Kepa has a 5. So they're right there in contention as well. See how this last back half. I've got Matt Huffaker for the Santa Cruz City manager. How does someone get a manager position? You got to...
You know, it's a meandering road.
Okay. So your background a little bit?
So my background, I have a bachelor's in political science and a master's in public policy. I've been working in local government for about 20 years. So for a number of large and small communities. I started down in San Diego. I worked in Walnut Creek up in East Bay for about 10 years. And I've been in Santa Cruz County now for the last 7.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
And I don't think you're going anywhere.
I don't plan to.
Yeah, I would imagine you probably have all of the places to come and park it. This is one of the good ones.
This is pretty hard to beat.
Yeah, I mean, look at it right here on your screen. I mean, pretty amazing. And you know, what's great about the city, at least that I've felt, is the vibe is that, you know, example being, we've got surfing and we see, you know, guys up on the cliff watching the waves. It's been something that's been done forever, right? And you guys aren't badgering about it. I love it.
No, yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're a town that loves to argue.
Yeah.
We have robust debates about just about everything that we do. And,
yeah.
And surfing is
But
no
the public's
exception to that.
involved.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And you were asking, you know, what parts of my job are the most rewarding? It's really working with the community to get stuff done.
Yeah.
Right. And we've got a lot of really fun, exciting things underway, from building out a 40,000 square foot world-class library.
Yep.
To, you know, hundreds of housing units that are currently in the pipeline to try to address some of those affordability challenges.
Yeah, no, I know downtown we've got that major construction going on. And our water system, right? We're doing a whole water system thing. The roads, unfortunately, dude, we need to clean that up, bro. Let's figure that one out.
The roads are a work in progress,
yeah.
But, you know.
But at some point when we get done, you're going to be able to have the flow back.
We can celebrate it. That's right.
Here's Austin's, that last wave there. This is live action, actually. So this is going to be a much better wave for Austin, and he's going to improve. I was going to say that was a pretty solid wave. Kade let that one go, and Lucas said, thank you very much. Yeah, and at Santa Cruz, you think about the Coldwater Classic and getting back to this event and events happening. What do you feel like we can expand on for the future for event-wise?
Yeah, you know, we would love to host you know, more of these types of world-class surfing events. It's really something that, you know,
or ocean lifestyle events.
Yeah,
I mean, I think they're like
ocean lifestyle events as well. Absolutely,
yeah. Boating,
recreational events.
Yeah,
yeah, absolutely.
Paddling. Those are all things that are just around our, and so we can all enjoy the sanctuary, right?
Yeah, it's really both for locals and for you know, for folks from all over the world that have come to really appreciate everything that Santa Cruz has to offer. And I think we're just scratching the surface of it.
Yeah, absolutely right. As we see this replay here of the last one for Austin, and it comes in at a 6.10. So into double digits for Lucas. That's what he needed to do at the back half of this heat. Now Kepa looking for a 5.48. Keanu looking for a 6.43. So is the opportunity going to come to fruition for both those surfers? Right now, Kade's parked it with priority. He's going to wait it out and take any opportunity he can. He's not going to let loose of that #1 position. And with that 4 minutes, Kepa has probably the best opportunity, being that he has a 5, looking for the 5.48 and second priority. So he may get a chance here. The little tougher road, Keanu Igarashi. But see the strategy here for Keanu. He's moved a little bit away from his competitors, which is always nice. You give yourself some space. And maybe a wave kind of slides off to the side. There's 3.5 minutes to go. I mean, what's your plan in regards to the event today? Are you going to stick around, or you got to go back to the office?
Yeah, I plan on hanging out for a little while
Good.
and then, heading back to the farm after that for sure.
Where is the office? Down in the city there?
Yeah, down on Center Street, downtown.
Cool. Unreal. How about downtown? How are you liking the downtown area these days?
I think our downtown is one of the best downtowns around. We just over this last year, we've had, believe it or not, almost 30 new businesses move into our downtown area. And our vacancy rate is now hovering around 2%.
Wow.
Which is
and it was much higher.
Much higher. Obviously COVID kind of knocked the teeth out of the downtown, as it did for a lot of communities when it comes to our small businesses. But it's been coming back with a vengeance.
Yeah, I was going to say a pretty quick recovery, really. I mean, unlike say our bigger downtown in San Francisco, it's taking a little longer.
Taking a little longer.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. But Santa Cruz has been seeing a huge comeback, and it's again a testament to why small businesses are wanting to come in and invest in our town.
Yeah, it's so true. It is true. I mean, I've been a small business here for 55 years, so I mean, we understand. We've been through a lot. I mean, I sit in the county, which is a little bit different than the jurisdiction, I guess, for your city manager job, but still the same stuff, right?
Yeah, Santa Cruz County is a small county. It's actually the smallest geography-wise in the state of California. So a lot of the issues that our small businesses are facing in other parts of the county are true of city of Santa Cruz, and we're fortunate to have a lot of folks like yourself that are willing to make that commitment.
Yeah, and how's that relationship between, say, the city and the county?
It's strong. We partner and collaborate on a number of different fronts, including our economic development work.
Which you kind of have to pair up together to do that kind of stuff.
To be successful, you do.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Kepa Mendia looking for a 5.48. He found his opportunity. Is there enough in this wave? As he gets to the inside section, gets that last maneuver, but goes down, and that puts the question mark on this last score at a minute and a half left. Probably won't get back out in time to get another opportunity. So was that going to be the 5.48? We're going to wait for the judge's call here. Also, Austin now a third priority back of line. Keanu's going to get maybe an opportunity sitting at the number 2 priority, but looking for a 6.43, and that's kind of a special wave. Any last stuff you guys got before I let you go? And
no, just stoked to be here. Stoked to have the Coldwater Classic back. Look forward to continuing to support this really important event as we move forward, and appreciate the opportunity to come and hang out with you for a little
Right
while.
on, Matt. Thank you very much. Here's your heat leader, and looked like he'll be the heat winner, as surfed amazing in this heat. Made it look really easy. Our newest championship tour. He's going to be a rookie next year on the championship tour as we head into Pipeline as the first event. So congratulations to him on his heat win. Thank you, Matt, for stepping in. We appreciate that. Hang out for a little bit just until we get to the commercial break as we watch this last wave here. We still got some time. Mendia did get back outside and found another wave, but no finish. That was a nice classic kick out.
A little hop off.
Kepa Mendia, entertaining. That was a good, fun heat to watch as we have 15 seconds left. And it looks like these last results will be what will be standing. Kade Matson may improve on that 5.33. I don't know. We'll see. Oh, wait. 5 seconds. Is there going to be another wave ridden?
Maybe one more opportunity.
And there it is. It's been closed out, unfortunately, there for Mendia, which that score came in as a 4.07. Oh, no, we're still waiting on that score. We'll see. Kade's going to take the win, though, for sure. Our number 1 seed. He's going to hold it down. His last score came in 8.0 into the excellent range. So that's what you got to do to get excellent numbers, is straight up and down. And watch this replay here, Matt. What are your thoughts on this surfing?
Really impressive. Great seeing these guys out here, and what a beautiful Thursday morning.
Hooking it off the top. That's what you get to see here at Steamer Lane. Our top seeds are in the water. We still have 2 more heats to continue. Thank you, Matt, our city manager. Appreciate your support of this event, and we'll see more of you.
Yeah, happy to be here. Thanks for the invite.
Steamer Lane is more than just a surf break. It's really like a hub for the community to come out and hang and post up in their surf wagons all day, walk the dog, check the waves, go grab a bite. In one way or another, I think O'Neill is like synonymous with Santa Cruz. You know, Jack is a reflection of the area and all like the positive attributes associated with it. Our athletes travel all over the world, surf waves that probably would never have been surfable prior. But ultimately, at the end of the day, it is really nice to come home to Santa Cruz and surf right here at Steamer Lane.
O'Neill Coldwater Classic is continuing here on day 2 of competition. We are into the round of 64 already. Heat number 14. 2 more heats left. 14, 15, actually 3 more heats. And 16 to finish up this round of 64. We'll see all of the competitors on the men's side unveil their first performances. And this one right here, our top seed, runner-up from last year, Taro Watanabe, and already posting a 5-point ride on this one here.
Yeah, really like Pete where he took off on that wave. He's right outside the point. And noticing the conditions of sort of the wind slacked down, so we're seeing a great little condition in the change out there. But still, Pete, this is a hard place to serve right today. I was watching it for a while. It's hard, but as you saw Kade Matson in that last heat, you catch the right waves and you do the right type of surfing, the judge is going to reward you.
Absolutely. Adam is in the booth back with me again. We just had Matt, our city manager, in. And
cool.
Adam, you said you were kind of roaming around. What's the vibe like on the cliff?
Well, you know, I wasn't hanging next to any competitors. I was around people that were actually taking off their jackets, really excited to see the sun come out, come and see, you know, after a night of rain, Santa Cruz really looks beautiful when it gets really sunny.
Yeah,
so a lot of people are down here now, and people are coming down here to see really good surfing. You know, Taro Watanabe obviously has posted a couple edits recently that are off the charts, and this is the new generation of surfing in America, so this is obviously something that local people want to come down and see, but if not just the local people, there's kids taking school off today too to come down and see this type of stuff, you know, or at least the teachers are allowing them to, you know, maybe the classroom's going to come down today and check out some surf because this is really big for Santa Cruz.
It sure is. Also in this heat will be Cannon Carr. He'll be in the blue as we're looking at Taro Watanabe's scores in the last wave. Yeah. Also, Sebastian Mendez, he's in the green, and then Timothy Fandy. Both these two surfers already surfed. We get to see our first time of Cannon Carr and Taro Watanabe.
Yeah. Wow, look at that, Pete, right there. A lot of concussion off the cliff. As we've been mentioning, you know, the cliff has changed a little in the last year, and so it's really changed the way the waves break off that cliff and the way the refraction comes down off that cliff. It's more like a cup, I guess Rufo was saying, you know, where the water really cups in there and blasts sideways. As you see red on the inside on the paddle back out, Pete.
Watanabe, again, just so silky smooth and such a cool style, very compressed. And that wave quickly in and out, just backing up the 5-point ride. Didn't want to be stuck with having 2 waves, so good work there for Taro, sitting outside of priority, just kind of doing that quick business, getting it done. And now an outside set here. And with the full tide, it almost feels like there's still plenty of waves. It doesn't seem like the consistency has waned a bit like we saw yesterday.
You're right, Pete. No, there's quite a few waves. You catch the right wave today, you're going to have say you had a great heat. As you see a couple of these waves now, almost real nice true south swell sets coming up off the point, but then colliding with some waves down into the middle. So,
yeah, it's going to have that kind of different because you have these double swells kind of running.
Look at this wave has already been breaking for, you know, looked like Mendez was going to pitch on that one, but yeah, there's opportunity all over that reef right now.
And you talk about, as we watch this replay here, of Mendez on the back end.
Yeah, I like that snap back into the power of the wave. And it is like a big power ball coming off of that cliff. So if you're able to harness that energy, then bounce back off it, you get some good speed. Only thing you really need after that bounce off there is a vertical face to really take advantage of that power.
3.33. Take a look here from the front angle as we saw that drone angle, the first snap.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this wave didn't quite have that extra juice on the inside after this point. It was just more cut back, and then it just dies out. So the major maneuver that he did get was that very first one. Gets a 3.33. And up and riding again.
Yeah, this is live action, Pete.
Yeah, quickly up and out. Going to just be a 1-point ride, but got the second wave in the books. As you see Taro now taking a look on the inside. A little move there. Does not get into it. We have yet to see Cannon Carr get their first wave, or Fandy. So it looks like Carr might have paddled for a wave and lost priority, but now is up and riding.
Yeah, Carr looking light on his feet. Looks like a young man. Nice little down swoop into the power. And wow, that's a beautiful looking wave, Pete.
has that corner, that crease. If you can identify that and get into it in position, you're going to get yourself a pretty good score. This is a good wave here. Good finish for Carr, so that patience is paid off. We're also looking at a wave for Fandy. Here he is, wave number 2. Good heat yesterday to get through that round of 96. Not a whole lot of juice there for Fandy. So best of the exchange there is going to go to Carr, a 4.77, puts him in second. And waiting on a score for Fandy, 2.17 for Fandy, stays in fourth. But then Sebastian Mendez's score comes in, a 1.5, which has him in there for a moment in second position. But Cannon would have the momentum, I think, at this point, being that he has the higher of the 2 surfers with the 4.77. 13:20 to go.
Just like that. Watanabe out in the lead, Pete. Picked that wave halfway out after his first wave. Great management of his space and of his position out there in the lineup.
And you'd have to say, after last year's runner-up finish, he would have a relationship with the lane that he'd like very much, right? I mean, you feel confident when you've been able to make a bunch of heats.
Totally. And how was that, too? I like to see just even his positioning right there in front of Green, even though Green has a second priority. He didn't have to, Watanabe didn't have to make a move on it. He could just look at it. That, to me, it looked like a pretty good wave right there.
Yeah, and again, with the drone angle, you kind of...
It's hard to tell. You're right, flattens everything out. But
but you get to see the crease, too. So you're kind of like, oh, well, maybe that was the one. You just got to take a little sniff at it, but you can't commit. I mean, if you have priority like Caro would have done, if he had had a good dig at it to try and actually catch it, he could lose his priority.
But if Mendez wanted that wave, he should have been inside Taro. You know, obviously having second priority. He is sitting outside of Watanabe. He can't...
It gives you a powerless position, really, right?
Yeah, I'd sit inside of him, mate.
See what Watanabe sees in this one. Maybe a little chip. And we'll see. He takes a look, and he's up and riding. First arc as this wave cleans up. Beautiful.
Wow.
Glassy conditions now. We had that east wind abate a bit, so now it's going to be kind of light and variable for most of the day. I'm sure we'll have some moments that the wind will puff up, but ultimately it's supposed to stay pretty clean all day. You know, the only real worry we would have in regards to competition today is that high tide. Is it, you know, as it gets into that 5+ tide, will it affect the lineup a lot? And I don't see it doing a whole lot. It feels like to me that we can keep plowing through it for now.
Yeah, it seems like there's so many waves coming through the lane right now that it doesn't have time to fill up with the water.
And then there's sand too. You can see that light colored area there. Usually that would be dark and it would be rock and it would have kind of holes in the lineup, but when you fill it in with sand, it actually creates that steeper wave.
No?
Yeah, there is a little bit, especially down towards at low tides. You can see it over towards Middle Peak and Indicator. There was a bunch of sand about a month ago right in the front. Not a bunch, but more than there's been lately. Because there's not a lot of sand these days.
Yeah, its beach looks pretty bone dry to me. You know, it doesn't look like there's any in queue coming around the horn.
There isn't. Yeah, and again, I mean, these full tides can kind of move it a little bit, but we need swell to move sand.
Yeah.
Looking at the Grom zone, that is coming up soon in the next round. Adam Bartlett. They call him, what, Pollywog? What do you call him? Tadpole.
There you go.
Tadpole. Yeah, he's a small frog.
And Carr, let's see what this young man's able to do. He's sitting on a really good score of a 4.77. Pete.
Little tail chuck.
Tail chuck. But I think, you know.
Oh, and a stumble.
You know, it's interesting. When you have that in your repertoire, I think you're to do that earlier sometimes can work you, you know. So I was glad to see Carr had a wave where he just did traditional surfing and then showed us on his second wave he can, you know, do rotations and stuff. I like to see that. I like to see that a lot. So,
well, the foundation, I think, is of surfing, obviously, is the rail work and the speed and the power, and that's why it's so important within the criteria. The innovation progression element is something that you have to have as well. But you want to, I guess, what you're noticing, and I think where you're alluding to, is the fact that Cannon started the heat out, used his rails, didn't try to go to the air too early, and then when he got the gift of the opportunity on wave number 2, was able to take it. So he actually really was able to turn that score into a 4.9 right there. So nice work. That wave didn't have a whole lot going there. But I know that Kade Matson, our newest member of the championship tour, has just taken a heat win. He's down there on the glass.
We're here with Kade Matson. Kade, how does it feel having the highest heat total of the day?
It was fun. Yeah, it was pretty slow and tricky with like the high tide and everything, but I was stoked to get a couple fun waves.
Sick. Well, I want to congratulate you on making the CT. That's a big win. How's it feel?
Yeah, it feels good. I mean, you know, it was like a life goal, so I'm really stoked on that. And yeah, stoked to just be here, kind of like my first pressure-free event of my like whole life. So yeah, it's fun to just be here and surfing with all my friends.
Sick. So does the waves out lowers kind of like some good practice for out here? And
Honestly, not really. It's like it's probably one of the harder waves when it's like this because it's so like bouncy and stuff. But yeah, I guess you could say it's like a little similar, like rocky and yeah, but it's a little colder here.
Sweet. Would you like to say anything to anyone back home or anything?
Yeah, my family, if you guys are watching, and friends. Yeah, love you guys.
Sweet.
Thank you, Dylan.
Appreciate it.
And congratulations again, not only for the heat win, but again, one of the American flags. You know, joining that world tour, it's a dream life goal, I think, of any young surfer that's competing here on the qualifying series. As we watch this live action of Fandy, already has a 2.17, wanting to add to his total. He will do that as he climbs up and over, almost onto the rocks.
That's cool.
Timothy, again, had a pretty good heat yesterday in the challenging conditions, a whole different lineup today. As the Grom squad continues there at the beach check-in.
Yeah. And that type of energy off those little kids is contagious, Pete. Those are the kids you want to sort of plug into.
That was you and me.
Yeah, right there.
1989.
Yeah, dude, we were right there. Look at this young man. Like, huh? How happy is your mom right now, young man?
Well, and day off of school, looks like.
Yeah, everyone's having a great day off of school.
Fandy's last score comes in at a 3.77, puts him into third, looking for a 5.9. Carr, as again, the pair of high fours, sits fairly comfortable, but just in relation to what we've seen today and score-wise.
Yeah. Interval's pretty tight. Look at that. It's right on top of each other. You just want to find one of those ones that has a under wave and then that top wave.
Look at the energy catch up to it.
Yeah.
That's where all of a sudden that low road will get extra energy because you're actually combining two waves into one.
Yeah.
And that combination of the energies creates a low road or a double up or extra energy. You can actually feel it when you're riding the wave when they connect together. All of a sudden your board speeds up, and it's one of the best feelings in the world.
No doubt.
And you see it all over the place. I think the short interval stuff that you'd see, like say Snapper Rocks as an example of that, where it's a big long right-hand point, but it's on the East Coast.
Yeah.
And generally you don't get long interval, types of swell on east coasts of the Earth. It's just how it is. You know, you're going to get these shorter intervals, but that's the kind of waves that happen there. Is those little combining of wind swells into these great little sand bottom double ups. Kind of get that here on the West Coast on this type of swell because we've got such a local weather pattern happening where our storm is very close to us, so you don't get a whole lot of that swell unwrapping and becoming that long energy stuff. This is going to be more real local energy, so it's not quite as strong, but the consistency is so high.
No doubt. We'll get Lee here to give us the scoop on that. CCK's got to be stoked pushing up. Wow, how's the explosions now, Pete, coming up off the cliff as we get closer to that higher tide?
Yeah, it's true. And again, when you talked about the cliff falling down, it has changed the way that interaction of wave and cliff. It has definitely got more of a sideways splash. And the carving out underneath has got that cup against the wall, and it breaks because of that new chunk of rock. It breaks early, and it creates the wave to come in with a different type of energy, a little lower energy, and it actually scoops up and gets just hammered out towards the
sure that screwed a lot of people up. I mean, it's like losing your tree or a couple of trees on your lineup.
Yeah.
You know, where the mountain falls in. Back.
I mean, it's south swell is really where it's going to affect us the most because that's when you start surfing off the cliff.
Right.
And, when a nice, good, clean, good direction south swell, you'll get that kind of wedge effect off the reef when you used to have it because it was deeper water, it would just load up. Whereas now it breaks, takes the energy away, and it's changed the dynamic of the wave.
Yeah, it's probably screwed a couple people up.
Got 5 minutes to go in this heat. Next heat coming up, our heat number 15. Top seed, Huckabee, Barton, Burgess, Nunez.
I mean, come on, dude. Huckabee, are you kidding me?
You like the name,
all time.
He lives up to it, too.
No doubt, dude.
He does. He's
Huckabee,
straight up.
dude.
I mean, when you got a name Huck, he'll be, right? You got to be up there hucking.
I did some comments on it just for, like all time, dude.
You like a good name.
Oh, no, I think it's, I like everything, like whatever. Someone's got something going on, I'm totally into it, But that one, come on, Huckabee, you couldn't even have scripted that.
That's too good. I mean, and generally your name kind of gives you what you used to do in your day, right? Like, I mean, you're generally how you're named.
A reflection of what your parents are doing.
Yeah, well, or great.
Yeah, unless you had no choice and your name was just.
You wonder what Huckabee did as a job back in the day.
No doubt, dude.
Training horses.
Where does the name come from? Like, let this be stoked. No. Like,
you know what? If he wins the heat, we're gonna get Dylan to ask. Where's the Huckabee name come from? Where's the heritage?
Yeah. Look at that. I mean, squint your eyes right now. That's a right point break. I mean, squint your eyes.
You don't need to squint, dude. You can
I know,
see the
but
right hand point break.
I know.
But you're saying squint hard enough, it looks like a good right hand point break today.
Yeah. Oh, okay, here we go.
Mendez
up and riding.
Utilize the priority there.
It's painful.
Yeah, it's not going to improve.
Look, plenty of surf right now, Pete. Plenty of surf.
True. And it's not like you can actually look out the back and see when these sets are coming. It's just kind of they pop up out of nowhere.
And I'm sure some people online are going, why aren't the guys going out there? Why don't they go out there and sit out there and catch those things? Well, they're not that good.
No, that wave is an example of it. It broke outside, didn't have a whole lot of energy.
If they take off on the shoulder and the wave's already been breaking for 5 seconds, maybe they should go outside. But these guys are all taking off on the shoulder. But
Watanabe trying to cut loose. He kind of needed to. Considering that section there, you can see that was the one moment.
He's got a 5. He's got to increase on. But look at that wave outside. I mean, come on.
That's South Swell. That's Southern Hemisphere energy right there in my eyes.
Yeah, I was watching Puerto Escondido this morning on Surfline, Pete. It was all of like 5 feet at 16 seconds or 5 feet, 15. Yeah.
Loading up inside section here for Carr.
Whoa, nice use of the rail, Pete.
The fall, unfortunately, takes away a ton of number from that score. That carve would have been completed. We would see probably an improvement on the 4.77. Here's Watanabe. Nice wrap to start this one. Nice steep section here. What's he going to do with it? Big layback gaff. And we talk about cliches, and you talk about the hay hanger. The gaff, that was kind of a gaff, right? It looked like a gaff.
Well, and you know what? He has that. I've seen a couple of his clips where he has that maneuver. Was that the place to do it? In a heat? I don't know. I think if he would have done about 75% of his surfing right there instead of throwing the whole kitchen sink at it, he would have got a pretty significant score.
So a little bit of an error, according to the roadie here, slightly.
Oh, I mean, he wants to increase that 5, if that's what he's trying to do, of course.
Pulls off that layback, though, then what?
Well, then he's sitting pretty.
But you didn't make it, so it's an error. I agree. Yeah. It's you got to pull it. If you're going to go for something, you got to pull it off. Here we go, the inside section there for Fandy, looking for a 5.9, minute 10 to go.
Oh, yeah, look at this left go right. Nice.
Taro. Nothing going, though, on the inside, so he kicks out. Looking pretty comfortable, though, in that 10.67 total. Priority with Mendez. Looking for something fairly special, being that he's looking for the 6.34.
Yeah, you can see him sitting outside there just like, wait a minute, what just happened? This did not go as planned.
Vandy was able to improve to a 3.4, but stays the same needed allocated number to turn the heat. Needs a 5.9. Fandy does not have priority, so he's sitting on the inside. He's going to have to, in 20 seconds here, have a bit of a miracle. Let's see if this opportunity is going to rise for Mendez. Looking for a 6.34, utilizing that priority. Starts off with this wave with a bit of a cutty, a lot of bounce on the face. And
I don't like those first waves of the set when it's really full like this at all.
Wait for number 2. Let's see what number 2 looks like. Here we go. Carr.
1 second, so he hasn't got much choice.
He's up. I don't know if that's before or after the heat. Doesn't really matter because the wave actually is worthless.
Yeah.
And he's in second position. So congratulations to Taro Watanabe. Cannon Carr will move on into the round of 32. Fandy and Mendez will have to come back next year or down to Morro Rock. We've got our next QS 1000 coming up in December. We're going to head to a bit of a break, but we've got more men's action to continue here of the round of 64. Don't go anywhere.
O'Neill name is synonymous with the ocean. 25 years ago, Jack O'Neill, the founder of the O'Neill Sea Odyssey, created a program that reminds us daily that ocean education should be free and accessible to all. Providing school-age youth with ocean education at a critical point in their development is what we are passionate about. So check out our website today, o'neillseaodyssey.org, and learn how you can contribute to make this program possible.
Welcome back to the O'Neill Coldwater Classic. Omar Echeverry here, joined with Adam Rapogel. We are just plowing through round of 64, heat number 15. Adam, looks like this round almost said and done with, coming up soon.
Yeah, it is, but we do have a couple heats here to go. I've told Pete I love that Ryan Huckabee name out. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I think that name is sick. But hopefully he lives up to it and does some hucking into the wind here and puts on a show. But as you saw about that last heat, this is a wave catching contest right now. You have to go out there and execute. You got to catch the right waves. You got to utilize your priority properly, or as we've noticed, some guys ditch priority, surf on the inside and catch some waves without priority. As you can see,
Nelly,
local legend photographer here is Dave Nelson and wifey behind there.
That's right. Gotta love the Nelly.
Yeah,
that boy's fearless.
Oh yeah, he'll swim these waters.
Permagrom.
No doubt about it.
Love it, dude. Epic human right there. That human has done so much for the sport of surfing and photography in general, pushing the limits of death.
No doubt. And he's really been bringing this younger generation of young women surfers into the he's documenting all these young surfers into this next level of their career, which is going to be awesome because Santa Cruz right now has more women surfers than we've ever had. And we'll be making a push here in the next 5 years, 10 years, I think, with some of the best women in the state.
I completely agree with you. I'm coaching a few of them, and the talent level is so next level. Like
no doubt.
I just am blown away. Looks like green, nice little smash right there. Boy, that was a big one for Nunez. That was a good turn.
Great turn there for Nunez.
Boy. Yeah. I was up top doing the beach commentating, and boy, choosing waves looks so challenging.
Yeah.
And it's almost starting to looks like the wedge insiders have gotten better and better. Obviously with the high tide, but still plenty of surf. Some great rides still.
Yeah. Oh, for sure. And if you see right to the right of your screen, the far right, actually the wave right there can cove in as well and back off again and send a side wave down. So if you're sitting sort of inside a Table Rock and towards Middle Peak, almost where this gentleman is, and Nunez is in green, but almost even to the left a little more, you can find a great wave in there that has great scoring potential that your other competitors don't even see.
Oh, looks like blue, great little wave right here. Coming from behind, sometimes at high tide, it's nice to come from behind. That way you can just dice yourself up into the whitewater and up into the lip. Crack, big turn right there for blue. Blair Barton, that was a sick turn.
Yeah, it was. I mean, unfortunate that there was sort of some moments in that wave where he didn't really have his timing right, but he reeled it back in there at the end. I'm sure that's going to help his confidence, ending that wave like that, and we'll give the judges something to think about.
All right, looks like we have the winner and finalists in last year's Coldwater Classic ready for an interview. Take it away, guys.
Yeah, we're here with Taro. Taro, how'd the heat go?
Yeah, it was fun. It was waves were slow, but I got one right off the start of the heat, and yeah, just got kind of 2 lucky waves under everyone, so I'm happy.
Coming from Malibu with all those right-hand point breaks, do you think that's a big factor in how you're doing good out here?
For sure, I've grown up surfing right point breaks, so I'm pretty familiar to this, and I've been coming up to Santa Cruz since I was probably 12, surfing the lane and surfing all the contests here, so I'm pretty comfortable out here.
Love to hear it. Would you like to say thanks to anyone back at home or anything?
Yeah, I'd just like to thank my sponsors. Say hi to Adrian and Laura. I think they're watching. Yeah, anyway.
Well, thanks, Taro.
No worries.
All right, thanks, Taro. Checking it out on the North American ranking, he's number 6 right now.
Right on.
That's right there, right?
Yeah.
But that's kind of like a pressure zone because they only take the top 8.
Right.
There's a lot of points still out there, so every single point's going to matter going to the end. Look at that little side wedge.
Yeah.
Toru Watanabe, though, got 2nd last year.
Yeah. Oh, he shreds out here. He just annihilates it out here. He really does.
Yeah, you know, he looks comfortable at the lane, which is a challenge and a half to be comfortable at the lane.
It is.
Definitely. I love that drone angle.
Yeah, I believe that was Tony's wave right there. Just this one backside belt. This is another replay of that same wave right here. As we're in some downtime, we'll look at some of these replays.
Yeah, I think we're still waiting on one more score for blue. We'll give you more of a breakdown. They're doing the replays a lot of times. They're pulling up the replays so they can compare the 2 waves, right?
Yeah, that's where I said there was a little hiccup in Barton's wave right there, but then he reels it in. Unfortunately, we sort of skipped into a little commercial right there, but we'll see it from the start. Here it goes. This is blue. This is where I thought right there you could see he sort of missed that turn or mistimed that. Sort of starts reeling it in here now, but I think the judge is going to give him a majority of his points right here on this nice little slap.
I like your terminology, a slap, and just slap the wave. Still waiting on that score, and it'll be coming in just a second. 13 minutes, plenty of time for these surfers to get waves. Absolute beautiful shot of Steamer's Lane, the iconic lighthouse. Gosh, the greenest it's looked in, I don't know, 30 years. It's absolutely beautiful right now up here in Santa Cruz. Decent weather, still hanging in there. Surf's hanging in there, Adam.
Yeah.
How do you feel? You think we're going to push through this high tide?
I don't think we have a choice. It looks like it's on. I mean, to me, the swell is up and going. It looks like we got some stuff going on here Friday night.
Oh, yeah. No, I was just talking to the man, the myth, the legend, John Hunter. They're going to be doing a movie premiere for a Lost movie over at the O'Neill Surf Shop this Friday at 6 p.m., so the grounds will be frothing.
Awesome. Oh, yeah. Here's my boy Huckabee. Let's see what he's able to do. I really like all that transition turns right there, too. Nice snap. So you get some board speed. Let's see if there's another section on the inside. Decides to stick all rail in the water, but wow, really like that turn as well. So Huckabee living up to his name, man. He's shredding.
Hey, that was like a 3, 4, 5 punch.
That was a proper ridden wave right there. I told you, I swear, East Coast guys come over here and ride the wave when it's really funky and weird. Really well, really well.
Yeah, I know. Well said.
They ride tricky waves good.
Yeah, they do, huh?
Yeah.
Well, look at all the East Coast world champs. It's like insane.
And, you know, there's years ago when people would come here from, say, as it looks like somebody in the next heat here, but talk about East Coasters. When Sebastian Inlet was a real, you know, a solid wave that they were riding all the time, when they came to Santa Cruz, a lot of those guys could ride these wedges, Omar. You know all the wedges we have around town. And that looks like that was Max Beach right there, second-generation surfer. Had the opportunity to have Max come into the surf shop a couple months ago, or maybe a month ago when Mavericks was breaking, looking for like a couple cartridges for his vest. I said, hey, you might want to dial in with Peter Mel across the street, get your cartridges, but you know, I'm not going to be able to help you out there. As you can see, beautiful aerial view of Huckabee's wave right here, Omar.
Oh, Huckabee, look at that. I like his timing there. He's really patient on that first turn. That kind of sets him up for these 2 turns, right?
Yep.
Boom, and then another one.
Yeah. And just shows you what you're looking at right there. See, when you look at one way, the wave looks relatively glassy and sort of smooth. But when you look down the line there from right to left, you can definitely see how bouncy it is.
Yeah, and that's kind of the surfer's view because you're looking down the line, right? Kind of attack mode. That was a really, really cool drone shot. Of course, this is kind of your typical view right there. And that's all the judges' scores. They drop the high and the low, and then they average.
Judges like that, though, right there, too. They really like that, for sure. You can see how he timed it in that backwash, too, where it was like almost what they do at Makaha. You know, that backwash comes in, and, you know, they time it perfectly.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. It's so cool to see the timing on these surfers. That was a great wave.
Yeah.
I mean, look at now he jumps
7.5.
into a commanding lead. Look at that.
Yeah, I mean, and he waited for that wave, too. That was smart surfing right there. It took him about 8 minutes or so to get that wave.
There's the bomb dropper himself. he's
Classic.
Dude, he's crazy. My gosh, man.
Well, you know, actually, they've been doing that. Those guys from Southern California have been coming here and doing those bomb drops for years. And Nelly was there early days when they were doing it with Nathan Fletcher.
Yep.
And Nathan's popped off a couple pinnacles, as you can see. We got some entertainment here.
Gotta love the energy. Surf Stoke, Psych, Froth.
I believe that might be Carr right there. Is that the gentleman in the last heat that took that one?
I believe so.
Really well, yeah.
Got John Hunter, Carr, Zeke. You got Nelly.
Yeah. All the boys down here.
All the boys down here. It looks like white. Nice little one. Break it down, Adam.
Yeah, let's see what Burgess is able to do on this wave. A little hiccup right here. There's that white water coming off the cliff that gives those guys some speed. If there's a section on the inside, I'm sure he'll take advantage of it. But right now, there's just sort of some downtime in this wave. He obviously is going for it because he sees something down here he wants to hit. And unfortunately, he went all that way for that. But Burgess has now got a wave under his belt. He actually had to wait about 11 minutes for that, so that took some time for that wave. So just to even get that wave under his belt sure helped his confidence. Check this set, Omar. Here's some nice waves coming right now.
Wow, that almost looks like more of a proper set. Kind of shifting over to the slot area, combination of swells, all red on the inside, just falling on that one.
See how that left was peeling up into the point? It's pretty indicative of something coming from the south.
Yeah.
Obviously, that wave really sort of a challenging wave to ride out in that bump and stuff. But I'm sure some of the spectators online are just going, why don't these guys go outside and just ride those things,
I know.
It's like watching sunset sometimes in those events, where they're surfing the inside part of sunset. And in the 80s, they'd be like on an 8-foot board. Wow, that wave actually spit right there.
Wow.
That was sort of a good little wave. But, there's some opportunity out there that maybe that they're not taking advantage of. But obviously they're in the heat and they're taking advantage of where they think the waves are going to come that are the best for them to score their points. So, in saying that, everyone has their own idea when they go out there.
Well, that too, and I'm the best couch surfer in the world. I know this. I'm getting 10s on every wave.
No, the idea is to try to be at the right spot at the right time. When the right wave comes in there, you want to be there with priority. And then to perform, obviously you go into autopilot. A majority of these guys are kicking out of the wave going, God, what did I do on that wave?
Right.
Because they're so in the moment. They're so zoned out.
Yes.
They finally hear like, oh, I got a 6 for that? Ooh, I'm psyching.
Wow.
Or they go, oh, they only gave me a 4 for that, So, that's part of how you have to play your heats. Look at this little wave here. Let's see if this has some opportunity here, but it has some wall. Looks like it's getting darker out there too, sort of ominous looking now.
Yeah, green's got first priority, is way too deep, but it looks like white's going to take a look at the rebate. Little cutty, might have a little wall right here. White might be scoring on this little nug. Boom, nice snap off the top, come around this section. Oh, he got the rebate, but he doesn't pull it off. Brutal.
That's unfortunate right there. That was a slip and a fall at the end of that wave. I'm sure he wishes he would have pulled that off.
Yeah, that was brutal. He got the inside rebate, but unfortunately just fell right off. That was tough.
Yeah. Looks like we have some champions walking around the back here. This is awesome.
I know. Gotta love it. Here at the O'Neill Coldwater Classic, so many good surfers.
Totally.
A coveted title, right, Adam?
Yeah,
it's like...
Well, too, a couple of these guys, they won this event when it was a sponsor me event, and so that was really cool. These guys have a different type of relationship with the company when they come in like that,
Yeah.
As you see, this it looks like Barton up and riding on his backside. Nice little wave here. I like when they're pulled back a little, too. You sort of see what they're coming at. And, wow, nice little torque. Sort of Hobgood-esque right there. I really like how he got really, really low. Could be the color on the bottom of his board as well, but that was a really well-ridden wave right there for Barton.
Yeah, that was really, really, I like the Hobgood call, too.
I just like to see those guys that are really engaged, really low, just really into it, Yeah, and I'm a firm believer in it. Your center of gravity is low and you're flying and you have really good leverage. You're cocked and loaded for the next turn really well.
Yeah, look at this. This is the replay right here. Snap off the top. Currently right now he's in third position. He's looking for a .93. I believe he'll get that. That's for sure. Big low cutty back into the whitewater. That was pretty sick.
Yeah, I mean, to me, obviously those turns before were a lot more like as far as what the judges want to see scoring, but I'm a carving surfer, so I get off on somebody really just getting bent over and laying it down, and holding that rail for a long period of time and then maximizing it and getting another turn off. So good surfing right there for Barton.
I agree. I feel that a lot of the best surfers in the world look focused on every single turn.
Oh, yeah.
Which is like, a good example is this morning, Kolohe and Andino. Right?
He looked
just
turned on.
separated.
He totally turned on,
Right.
You could see that. I like watching, obviously people in person are a little different, Yeah, brother's really good. I love, there's guys like Griffin Colapinto or even Ian Crane yesterday looked like he was, toes, heels, never gone really flat, just always engaged and driving.
Yes.
Which to me separates, guys that are in complete control all the time to guys who control that, you know?
Yeah, and I think control and focus.
Yeah, it's,
You know, those are,
it's like,
you know.
the guy's got mad skills and mad board control.
Yeah,
Yep,
exactly.
perfect technique. As you see now, Red up and riding. Huckabee, he's sitting on that 7.5, so he knows he needs to back that up, coming down to 5 minutes remaining. So Huckabee backing up that 7.5. And this is a great little wave. Nice carves here, Omar.
Dude, he is
He's
looking
good.
comfortable.
Yeah.
Is what he's looking like. It looks like he needs a 3.76 to overtake the lead from Blue right now. So
Yeah.
waiting on scores.
Yep.
That is the official signal. Point at your watch, and they'll give you a full-on breakdown. I still love that classic story. I was hanging out with some relatives, and they thought the person was hurt. But no, that is actually in the rule book, so they point there. Beach
There's
announcer.
a couple indicators that the surfers give the beach announcers to know time and or scores or situation.
Yeah.
As you see right there, 4.9. So Huckabee catapulted right into the lead. Barton goes down into second. Now Nunez needs a 7, and Burgess needs nearly an 8. So with 3 minutes remaining, it's going to be pretty hard for Nunez and Burgess not having priority. So to do that under priority is going to be pretty tough because Barton's going to want to protect that position.
Yeah, it's going to be a tall order, right? Like looking like needing a big score to make it through this heat. Red and Blue kind of running away with us at the moment, but it's never over until the horn blows. So you just never know in the sport of surfing. A flurry could come. If you're out there on the World Wide Web, you're joining us for the O'Neill Coldwater Classic. O'Neill bringing the Coldwater Classic to you. Such an awesome, iconic event. That is Steamers Lane off the cliff. You got the iconic lighthouse in the background. What a beautiful venue. I'd say probably one of the best venues in the world. It's got a natural stadium look. You can actually look down at the surfers.
Yeah.
You know, you're a few feet from when they end a wave, which is so fun, so exciting. On those final days, you'll get massive crowds. I know they set a record crowd here for Steamers Lane. It was up in the 10,000 range. They had to close the street down. That was for the WCT Coldwater Classic.
Oh, it was that was massive. That was awesome.
Yep, they called it Super Saturday. It was Saturday. It was one of those just beautiful weather days. Saturday hits, and the whole world wants to come and watch. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it was classic. You know, the lane's really, really good at making some of the best surfers in the world almost look drunk when they go surfing sometimes, you know. So for the normal people that surf out here to see the world's best go out there and have fumble around sometimes, it was really, really cool. But look at this next heat, Omar. We got a good heat coming up.
Oh, no, definitely. It looks like 3 people from the United States. We've got a Brazilian. We were talking about the Brazilian charge coming up to the North America comps, just trying to qualify multiple ways, right?
No doubt.
You got that dual passport. Hey, it's competitive.
No doubt.
So let's cruise over the lane, try to get some points in the North American part of the QS.
I know. Because look, I think my great-great-grandfather came from somewhere in Europe. You know, I don't know if we tap in that, but you know, it's awesome, really, because you start to see how competitive it is in these regions, and the level is high no matter where you go.
Yeah.
And so you're not seeing people move into a region and then start dominating. You know.
No, definitely. No, I mean, it's an Olympic sport now. Let's face it. Surfing it's arrived. It's come. I feel like at the perfect time because the fact that people are so tuned in.
Yeah.
The judging criteria it's so good now.
And the surfers are so good. You know, there's just all kinds of really good stuff going on.
That's right. We actually have 2 Olympian athletes in this event, Kolohe and Andino.
Oh, yeah.
Pretty awesome. And Manuel Selman. So 2 Olympians at the Coldwater. That's pretty sick.
No doubt. No doubt. And 2, as it moves on, I'm noticing more and more surfers vying to get into that. As we have right here is Burgess, unfortunately, breaking down. Right there, I mean, breaking down looked like his body wasn't able to go through all those chops and stuff. You got to just really almost give yourself a nice stance out here and turn through that. Let's see, this little wave right here has got some water to it.
Yeah.
Let's see if there's any wall to it. As it looks like Nunez up and riding, needing a 7.09 right now. So he better do something special here.
Oh, tough.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I don't think that's going to be enough. Just heat ran out. Time is gone. Boy, unfortunately.
Unfortunately for 2 people, they got to leave. But obviously, Huckabee right there and Blair Barton did a great job there to secure their first and second in that heat. So
That's right. Still enough waves. Looks like we're going to keep pushing through heats. Right now, we're going to be going into another heat very soon. We're going to take a quick break. Adam, you're going to take a break as well. I will have Nate Yeomans in the booth in just a second. See you soon.
The O'Neill name is synonymous with the ocean. 25 years ago, Jack O'Neill, the founder of the O'Neill Sea Odyssey, created a program that reminds us daily that ocean education should be free and accessible to all. Providing school-age youth with ocean education at a critical point in their development is what we are passionate about. So check out our website today, o'neillseaodyssey.org, and learn how you can contribute to make this program possible.
All right, welcome back to the O'Neill Cold Water Classic here in beautiful Santa Cruz, California. I have the legend, Nate Yeomans. What's up, buddy?
That's pretty cool. I made legend class.
Dude, you did.
I was kind of thinking I'm going to come sit with some legends, but I guess I'm in. I've joined your guys'. What would that be? Hierarchy?
Yes, definitely. Well, you won the Cold Water Classic.
Yeah.
That's right. That puts you in the legend status in this booth, 100%.
Well, I'll correct you twice, actually.
Twice?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I like it.
I was making claims I don't think it's technically a three-peat, but that was my intention. That would have been pretty cool.
That would have been absolutely amazing. I think the first time you stayed at my house, too.
Dude, I was thinking that. The first time I ever came up here, we stayed at your house.
Yep,
with
yep.
Bane Wetzel.
Yep, Bane Wetzel and the Strother brothers.
And we came up, and there was snow. Remember, we had a hard time getting up here because the mountain pass was closed.
Yep. Oh, my gosh. What an introduction to Santa Cruz for you guys, right? That
there was a little
fun.
snowman here on the beach. I ever pulled up? I'm like, this place is a trip. I didn't know it snowed.
I know. How old were you? 'Cause I remember you're a little bit younger than me.
Probably 16,
That is
maybe
so rad.
15.
I remember you're like, what the heck? It's snowing.
Yeah, the whole mountains back here were covered in snow. It was free. I think I brought like a windbreaker,
Yep,
full
yep,
grom.
yep.
Wasn't prepared.
Yep.
But that was rad. That was when you lived right at Pleasure Point.
Yep. That was so fun. That house was so rad because I think we had almost 10 people staying there.
It was packed.
It was
Yeah.
absolutely packed. Yeah, your crew, the Struthers brothers, and Deffenbaugh is so much fun.
Yeah.
That was just, the peak of the surf era. And, oh, man, what a frothy group of groms we were. Like, insane. Absolute froth. Super fun.
Hey, to the heat, Sage started off the way you want it. Is that a single wave, right? 617?
Yep,
Oh, he's
single.
got a 517. My bad. Correction.
Yeah.
Max Beach is from down our way. The other two guys I'm not as familiar with, but it's cool seeing especially being from San Clemente, the new crew of the guys making the CT, the crew underneath them.
Yeah.
And then just even being in the environment here, I love watching all the young guys coming up. It was cool to be a part of, but I really get psyched seeing what's to come. I think America, California is thriving, and I love being a part and seeing everyone. And dude, what a day, huh?
Yeah, and hey, I wanted to get into that, because we're having a lot of low times in the heat. I mean, the 2% crew, so rad. I was telling Kolohe, it reminds me kind of our generation.
Yeah.
Because we're young, we get thrown on this world tour. There was no GPS, there's no nothing,
Yep.
So we kind of, we had to learn on our toes. We all helped each other,
Yeah.
which I think was so cool. I see this next generation supporting each other,
Totally.
and look how many people qualified from that crew.
Yeah. What's up, guys? Stoked to be here.
Nate Yeomans right here.
Yeah.
Two-time
Where's
winner.
this camera at?
Right there.
Should I do, what is it? I don't know what to do with my hands.
You can go maybe like this, two-time
Yeah.
winner, two-time
There we
Cold
go.
Water Classic.
I wish it was this, but we'll take two. Two's pretty good.
Yeah, we'll take two. But
We're actually talking
oh, there we
about
go.
this too.
Yeah.
This is Friday night. This is the real reason I came up, actually, because I'm
like
with
it.
Lost Surfboards. And we're doing an event with O'Neill Friday night. O'Neill, I think it's at their warehouse.
Yes.
Can you see it right
Yes,
there?
it
I
is.
don't know. Everything's on there. I know it's 6 p.m. So our new movie, Used, which is a lot of these guys in this contest Kade was just in a heat, but all the young guys riding the boards from our era. Andy Irons boards, Bruce Irons boards, Matt's, Julian Wilson, Taj Burrow. It's pretty rad. And some of the boards, you hold them, there's so much rocker in them. Like, how do we used to ride these things?
Gosh, right? I can't wait to watch that movie.
Stage ripping.
Oh
my God, the variables of the cliff.
And the bump and everything, every other element you can get thrown at you at the lane, right?
It's and didn't that cliff cave in right there, right? So it added a little more if there wasn't enough already. And don't forget the kelp at low tide.
Yeah, so the interesting part, it fell in right over to the right, and it created a hole, which is weird. So now the rebound's like a little bit tighter. So you can't take off as close to the cliff as you used to be able to.
I heard of this. I free surfed maybe one sesh. Yeah, I surfed the night before the contest, so I didn't look at this wave. From the drone view, it looks insane.
That's a decent wave. Oh gosh.
Is it going to do it?
Break it down for
One
us.
turn. Oh, just hopefully you can get around it. It's such a unique wave because you could be on the best board you've ever had in your life, feel amazing, and if you don't get the right wave that runs through that slot, it's really hard. You're going to have to up surf. It's like you're either 2s or 8s.
Yeah.
And if you're in the 2 category, it's so hard to claw your way back. And these 20-minute heats, holy smokes, they go fast. Wow, nice bottom turn.
Beautiful. Off the top right there. Able to make around the section, too. This will be a decent score, I believe. Cuddy back in the whitewater. But, yeah, you're right. It's so hard, like, to get 2 decent waves at the lane. And what I like to bring up, too, is the events, they're, this one's 5 days long.
Yeah.
Right? So it kind of throws everything at you.
Totally.
Right? Like, I mean, there'll be a period possibly when it's flat and rainy.
Well, that was yesterday.
That was yesterday.
There was like three seasons in one day.
Exactly. And in the event, like you could have 12 seasons in an event.
Yeah, for sure.
It's gnarly. I think that's a big reason why the Coldwater Classic is so known throughout the world, and to be a champ is pretty rad.
In 09, the first year I won it, I got Remy Armstrong staying with us as a kid from down our way.
Yeah.
But it was giant middle peak. I was catching lefts.
Yes.
And the beginning of the contest was like this size. So I went from like riding 1 to 2 foot waves backwashy against the cliff to like 8 foot middle peak going left. The rights were like almost non-existent. So.
Yep.
But yeah, that was insane. I was telling him, I think the highlight for me is that Corey Lopez, who was like my favorite surfer growing up, in the quarterfinals, and he was just a little, like literally 10 feet outside of me in the quarters, and this little double up came, or not a little, but it had the double up, and he was just on the outside of it, and I got the left underneath him and turned the heat with like a minute left, and that was the quarters, and then went to the semis. But yeah, I was catching lefts in the middle of the ocean.
You know, it's so cool to be here and now talking those stories because his daughter's in the event.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it's crazy.
How crazy.
Time goes fast, huh?
It goes quickly, doesn't it? Yeah, boy, look at that little wave, too. And the other challenge, too, is all of a sudden you get a little freak wave, right? Just like that. And you got to duck dive it.
It seems like a lot of times you'll get something behind this, but then you have all that foam on the wave face.
Yes.
So, yeah, those sets usually aren't the best waves, but it's another variable that you got to throw in and deal with, just with everything else. It's super challenging, but also the like natural arena, the place, the history, the heritage.
Yep.
It's really cool that O'Neill brought this back because it's so big for, I think, you guys, the whole coast, the guys coming up, just U.S. surfing in general. It's just another opportunity for them to get out in the water and competing and hopefully make a career of it, because it's such a blessing.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And, just want to throw that in there too. I think it's good for the sport globally because, I mean, you've traveled the world, like everyone talks the Coldwater. Like that name is so known, like throughout the sport of surfing. There's generations that were brought up watching it, whether it was CT or a QS 1000. It's been, I believe, almost everything, I want to say, throughout the history of this event. So that's super, super cool. I want to talk a little about that next generation. You're helping a lot of them. I know you're working for Lost now quite a bit.
Yep.
What's your involvement with everything?
So I'm their sales rep, which is, it was cool coming up here because I remember when I transitioned out of surfing, that was my full-time job for a lot of years. And Mike Lostness actually helped me out. He was the first one that transferred out of surfing into like an actual job. He started with Reef as a sales rep, and I went on the road with him, and I was in Matt Bielis's ear going, hey, I know this isn't going to last forever. I'm getting older. If a position ever opens up, I'd love to somehow tie into what you've done. I rode his boards for a long time. We got an interview?
Yes, we got
We
an
can
interview.
come back.
Okay, we're going to
We
come
got
back.
plenty of time.
Press pause.
Yeah.
We're going to throw it down to the Beach Marshal with the latest winner. Take it away, guys.
Hey, we're here with Ryan Huckabee coming all the way from Florida. How was the heat go?
It was good. High tide out there, so it was definitely tricky to get on the right waves. It's really slow, and I watched a couple of the top seas go down today kind of sitting. So went out there and just wanted to make sure I gave myself some opportunity.
Well, you did good, especially from Florida. How does it compare coming from those beach breaks to like a point break?
It's definitely different. It's always an adjustment when you're in Florida for a while, and then you come back and surf some waves with some power and some better shape. But I've been spending a lot of time in California and definitely gotten used to it, so it's been good.
Sweet, good to hear. Anything you want to say to the people back home?
Yeah, of course. Say hi to my family, mom, dad, girlfriend, everyone. Love you guys.
Thank you.
Gotta love the name Huckabee, right?
I'm going to make a comment. That's like the best last name ever for
a surfer,
a competitor, right?
That's so
You want to see him live up to his last name. Did he huck one?
No, he didn't huck, but he shredded.
Yeah.
I mean, he
Won
had
his
a
heat.
7 and surfed extremely well. So good job, Huckabee. But yeah, I want to bring it back. So back into the interview. So I'm going to lay it up. So you're talking to Biolas,
Yep.
legend in the industry,
Yep.
classic dude.
Yep.
I love Biolas. I mean,
He's great.
We all grew up with him, and like, he's always had our back. I've always felt that way. Whoever you are,
Puts a lot into it, yeah.
he does. So go for it.
And so, yeah, his rep at the time put in his 2 weeks notice, and he basically called me up out of the blue and said, "Are you ready for a job?" And I said, "Well, yeah, what's that detail?" And he said, "I need a rep. You ready?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm ready. When are you thinking?" He's like, "I need you on Friday." It was like Tuesday or something. I'm like, "All right." Well, he told me to come down to his office right next door to his shaping bays, this little dive bar. So we went over there, talked to him. It was a golden opportunity. And went in, kind of laid out what it details, and we had a shot of tequila, and he said, "Let's go, kid. Get it going. I'm putting a lot of trust into you, so don't blow it."
Oh.
And that was 6 years ago now. And so, yeah, to be tied in with him and what he does as far as his talents with shaping boards and the team and all he puts back into the sport, yeah, it's amazing to work under someone that just is such an icon.
Absolute legend, right?
Yeah.
Amazing. So do you just do the surfboards, clothing?
Surfboards.
Cool.
I'm
Cool.
working for Buell Wetsuits, and then I'm also doing Octopus down in San Diego.
Cool.
And then I've carved a new lane. It's Retail Ambassador, and so
Nice.
that's with Salty Crew and Dragon and Futures.
Nice.
So yeah, man, it's been epic.
You got
It's been a
full-
rad
a full
transition.
plate.
Yeah, plus 3 kids and a wife, and my one kid's into really into baseball, and then I got a daughter that's in cheerleading and a younger daughter in gymnastics. So
Wow.
the plate's full, but it's full of good stuff, dude. I'm really blessed. It's awesome.
No, that's great. And I feel like a lot of surfers growing up in our generation, we'd have it no other way.
Yeah,
Like,
totally.
It's either like 110% or 0.
Yeah,
Nothing in between, right?
Yeah, you pretty much nailed it.
Yeah. So
I think you were talking earlier about how iconic this event was. It was cool. I was talking to Wesley DeSantos during this event.
Yeah.
And he was saying how this event's huge in Brazil, which I didn't realize. And he was like, "I was watching old videos, and you popped up, and like when I was a kid, you won it." And it's just cool to see that it's not just here in America, but it translates across the world. That it's such an iconic, cool spot that everyone wants to do well in, right?
Oh yeah. I remember traveling throughout Europe. I'd see people with the T-shirts.
Yeah.
Like the Coldwater Classic logo and everything's really popular in Europe.
Yeah.
So I would see it, and I'm like, what? And they knew. They're
Yeah.
like, oh, the Coldwater.
Yeah.
And they thought they're like, you got to see it?
Yeah.
Like in person. You
Rad.
know? Yeah, so well known throughout the world. Huge props to O'Neill's for bringing it to everyone. The Coldwater Classic is back. It's fun. We got awesome sponsors, O'Neill, Kona Brewing, Four Campers, Guayaca, West Peak, Santa Cruz, the city of Santa Cruz, which is great. I actually had the Parks and Recs director on yesterday for an interview. Super cool. Save the Waves, Cruise.io, Internet, and Verve Coffee. So great sponsors. Super fun. We have a beer tent if you're coming down to the lane today. Opens at 12 o'clock. 2 drink maximum. so we don't want people getting too loose, but having fun. Back to this heat, though. What do you think, dude?
Well, let's see. Let's break it down. We've been wrapping out here. So where have we got in the heat? So that's Sage. He's got a 5 and a 1.4. So I'd imagine this is going to oust his 1.4. Not by much, but he's making it past the rock. I don't think the judges can technically see there, but I'm guessing they're taking the webcam footage, right?
Dude, they
So
are.
that's good.
That panel is so on point.
Yeah.
I've been doing the beach commentating, and I'm like, what's taking so long for the one? And they're like, the one? Like, they look at me with, like, devil eyes. You know, they're like,
well, they're
replaying the ones.
Yeah,
You
sick.
know? It's sick.
They got a good roster up there.
They do.
Talented crew.
Super talented. No, super on point. Darren Brillo Productions, running this event. He does a great job. He always like gets the talent.
Yeah.
Super fun. All of us are so passionate about what we do. We all love surfing and competitions.
He's been doing it a long time, and he nails it.
And you got Jay Johnson doing the webcast. So that's right. Good Action Sports Productions.
Oh, look at this little
The
inside
webcast.
chip. Sorry, ADDing out. There's surfing going. Here we go. Is he going to get around it? Nice carve.
Oh, coming back in.
Is the tide starting to drop now, or is it still on pushing up? Do you know?
I do. Nope, it's still pushing up.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's 11:15 is a 5.5.
Well, they're scoring for kind of what the forecast was, right? Today was like potentially going to just be miserable, and it's sunny skies. The waves are still happening. They're able to run the event through the high tide, which I didn't think was going to be happening, right?
Yes, you're totally
And so,
right. Look at the crew.
Dude, the bluff is epic. I love it. You guys are so rad. Just the heckling and just keeping everyone in check, and just the camaraderie is like amazing.
Yes. Well, we say there's two things that'll define a professional surfer in Santa Cruz. You have to be really good at heckling, and you got to have a nickname, like whatever the heck it is, good or bad.
My kid loves. I'm like, this is Flea. My dad's like, Dad, that guy has a cool nickname. I'm like, he does, doesn't he?
Hell yeah. No, you got the flea, the condor, the rodent. If you don't have a nickname and you can't heckle, you're not accepted in the professional surf crew of Santa Cruz.
I love it. Yeah, you guys run good company. Yeah. I consider you guys a sister city, right? San Clemente and Santa Cruz go way back from, I think, the Rufo and Dino. I know we're really tight, and Jim Hogan and Archie. And then now that transcends to the younger guys. I see them all running together. The women, obviously, insane. What's the history of the women surfing up here? I know it's freaking runs deep.
It does. No, I mean, we even have Margot Oberg living here now.
I saw her the other day.
Legend.
Yesterday. My wife was using the restroom. She's like, I just met this lady that I guess was a pro surfer in like the 70s.
She's a world champ at one point.
Yeah. And I was like, dude, she's a legend. You just happened to run into her? That's amazing.
I know.
So she lives up here.
She does. Yeah.
Rad.
Yeah. So, and this next generation of female surfers from Santa Cruz, absolute next level.
Yeah, it's thriving. San Clemente
completely thriving
is amazing. And I know what I like is the water, like out in the lineup, it's got a really good aroma now. You like all the ladies. I'm like, dude, this is way better than grumpy old, silver-haired men that are giving you a scowl. You got these nice, young, pretty smiles, and they're freaking ripping. It's so cool to see.
I know. No, I think you're right. And in the lineup, the numbers, it's so cool to see. And they're going to be coming up next. So we're going to be jumping into the women's. Looks like the director has made the call, so we're still running heats. We're going to go through this high tide. Like I said, 11:15 is high tide, a 5.5. The crazy part about the story of today and yesterday, though, is the tidal change. So, yes, high tide, 5.5, low tide, a -1. So you have a 6.5 foot range of tide. That's gnarly. That is super gnarly. It's the range-wise, that's one of the higher ranges we have for the year.
And that's pretty impressive. They've been able to run the event.
They have, yeah. And they coming back to, obviously I'm involved with the event. On Tuesday, we're all looking at that on paper, going, "Oh my gosh, we'll be lucky to do like a few heats yesterday."
Oh, wow, that's a nice blowtail.
Yeah.
So back to the heat. This is really close. I mean, it's at this point, it's anyone's game. It's just the opportunity. Will it present itself?
Yeah, you're looking at it. Looks like Blue still waiting on a score. He only needs a 4.08 coming into this one.
He just put the nail in the coffin on that wave. That was really well served.
Yeah, looking to better the 2.9. I think he did on that one.
I was hoping Max Beach. He's from down our way. He's great. My kid loves him. Super cool kid. It's cool to see his progression. His dad's been in the industry for a while, and he's surfing really well. But man, like I said, if you don't get the right wave, it's really hard to even be in the heat. It's so wave dependent.
So hard. Look at that on the countdown. There might be one more wave out the back.
Where is he?
Just missed that wave. That's brutal.
He
That
really
was-
only needs, Max only needs a 5, right? He's matching the
You know
Sage's
what?
wave.
He might get
Is he going to
a
get it? We got 5
decent-
seconds.
Oh, start
it
ticking.
swung under him.
Buddy, bummer.
No.
No, look at that little wave.
You just want to surf more heats,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
Everyone.
Everyone.
More opportunity, the better.
Oh my gosh. That was tough. Well, he'll learn a lot, right?
Well, Sage made it, and where's his name? Jeb? Yes.
Yes.
He was ripping.
Jabe, yeah. All right. Well, that heat is over and done with.
Yeah, Omar.
We're going to have women coming up next. So take a short break. I'll see you soon.
Yeah, brother.
Steamer Lane is your venue, and the Coldwater Classic, O'Neill Coldwater Classic, and we're moving into a new division. We are going to see the round of 40 of the women. This is heat number 1, and we're seeing right out of the gates, Dea McCart pick up their first wave. Conditions have been holding very well. My name is Peter Mell. Austin Smith Ford's going to join me in the booth. Pro surfer, but also working on the commentary team, longtime Santa Cruz native. What are your thoughts of the Coldwater Classic so far?
Yeah, it's been super fun to watch. Yesterday, we kind of had a little taste of everything from sunshine to rain to crazy wind to end it. And then woke up this morning, beautiful sunny day, and we've had pretty fun waves all morning, so can't complain.
Sarah Fryer will be in the red. Dea McCart will be in the blue. Addison McPhillips in the white. And in the green, Candelaria Risano. And this is our first look at the women. And this isn't an easy lineup. I know you're around for some of the warm-ups. What are your thoughts on some of the women that are going to be competing today?
Yeah, I haven't been too familiar with a lot of the girls from out of town, but I know, we got local girl Autumn Hayes coming up, and Ashley Held won the trials. So a couple local girls that obviously know the lineup. It is tricky out there, but looks like Dea already got a 6.0, so right off the horn, she's got to be stoked on that. Things have been a little slow the last couple heats, but somehow the last heat I saw had probably the biggest set of the day. So even with that high tide, Steamer Lane kind of getting a little high tide push.
Tell us about the 6 here from Dea.
Yeah, great turn off the top there. Already got the work done out the back. She's looking solid on her board. Just, it's really hard to negotiate those bumps, especially as a lighter surfer. She doesn't look like a big framed girl, but she's just real stuck to the wax and didn't do anything too crazy. Just got the job done, and nice score, 6.0.
How have you been? I know that when you're sitting up in the tower there, well, okay, we'll call it a van. Or no, we'll call it what? What do you want to call that? Bus?
Oh, I think it's a trailer.
The trailer, up in the trailer there. How have you been feeling the vibe of the judging? Have they been doing a good job up there, you think?
Yeah, I would say so. Like, you know, every time I watch a wave, I kind of give myself a quick little score in my mind, and they've been pretty right on. I think they're definitely really rewarding big moves. So when that does happen, you see those scores go up into the high 7s, into the 8s. Excellent. And it hasn't happened all that often, so there's been a lot of 5s and 6s, I think, the entire event. Everyone just a little nervous, noticing that there's maybe not that many waves to ride, so when you do get one, they don't want to fall. However, those surfers that are putting it on the line, they're getting rewarded, so I think they're right on.
Really, really cool. And we'll see that happen here in the women's division in regards to the innovation and progression part of the criteria. Women's surfing has been putting it together. You see, look at this on the internet. There's been some pretty awesome surfing done by some young women.
Yeah, these next generation of surfers, regardless of gender, male or female, they're all getting so gnarly. But I think, you know, the guys have always been pretty crazy with their talent, and now the new crop of girls is just stepping it up tenfold every single time someone puts out an edit, or, you know, you see a clip of some girl charging Chopu or Mavericks or Nazare or whatever it might be. Like,
crazy.
These new girls aren't scared, and they're taken to the air. They got all the technical skills, where I think the last generation, they could put it on rail, but they weren't really blowing fins and airs and stuff. And these new little girls, they're just going crazy. So it's going to be cool to see the next 5 years what happens.
Cold water moments in your life. What would be a moment that you remember that you kind of hold on to in the years that you've been here in Santa Cruz?
Oh, so many. You know, growing up here, I've had some bad luck with the cold water over the years. 1 year in the contest, I had a real high tide heat, and I got smashed between a wave and the cliff and blew an entire hole in my back and just kind of messed me up. And
is that the only time you've ever hit the cliff?
Yep, one
in a heat.
One and done, yeah.
Crazy.
In front of
the
whole world.
That story. Yeah.
Yeah. I think I needed like a 2.5 or something super small, and I just back paddled everyone. This was pre-priority days. So just got super aggressive and got a little too psyched and got way deep. And then it was back before the pinnacle had fallen off the lane. Obviously, this was many years ago. But now you can't even really sit back where I hit the cliff. You got to sit in front of that rock. But I was way back deep and tried to pull out of the wave, realized I was going to hit the cliff, and then right where the wave just comes together, I was right in the middle of it.
I was thinking of a highlight moment, but I guess that's the most memorable moment. Would there be a highlight moment of the cold water?
Yeah, you know, I mean, just I've never had the best luck myself out here.
Competing.
Yeah, competing. But, yeah, I'd say, like, you know, just watching all the crew throughout the years, watching Adam win, Kieran win, Nat win. It's just cool.
That was your era. That was all the mid-2000s.
Yeah, when all the boys were on fire, and we really had, like, a super strong community. Like, at that point, you know, you were still competing. Like, everyone, all the older boys, the younger crew, everyone was together. And it was just some really good times all around the cold water, on the waves, on the after parties, just everyththing.
Rosano, second wave here for Rosano. First wave just came in at a 0.13, another short ride for Candelaria.
Yeah, so she's from Nicaragua, or grew up in Nicaragua, right? Her dad, a big wave surfer, Manny.
Yep.
So you probably spent some time with him around the world.
I have. Well, not necessarily around the world, just up the coast.
Okay.
Really, it's the most surfing I've ever done with him. I've never made it down to his hood in Nika, but he's got some pretty good waves in his zone as well. But, yeah, no, that kid, well, we call him a kid because he's probably younger than me. But, yeah, he's a bit of a charger up there at Mavericks. One of the best actual lefts I'd ever seen ridden. It was done by Manny, which is father of. So Candelaria is competing here. Probably, I don't know if it's her first cold water classic. I want to say last year, I don't think she would have been competing. So this is maybe a first-time experience.
Yeah, I think there's a couple sisters, right? Two or three.
I don't know.
Yeah, so they're all.
That would be kind of cool. They'll posse women around the house.
Yep, got some feminine energy for a big wave surfer. Probably calms them down a little bit from time to time, as we see.
She's up and
here.
riding.
She is, kind of milking this one through, pumping, getting real fat and funky on the inside now, but she's trying to find an end section. Kind of tossed a little pizza up there and finishes off. Probably going to be her best wave, I'd say.
Yeah, the first wave was just a 0.13. Second wave is going to come around a mid-1 as the this from earlier? I mean, I was going to say, we're in the women's division.
I think this was just the heat that finished.
Okay, that was the winner. That's right.
So
okay.
we're going to get
that was Huckabee, or no, who was that? Was
Sage.
Yeah, there you go. Schwarzkopf. He ended up winning that heat with a 12.5 total.
Yeah, that was a gnarly heat. It kind of came down right to the wire. There was a good set right on the horn. I think Max Beach only needed a 4 or something and just barely didn't catch the wave. So he'll be a little frustrated with that one. But
that's the lane, man. Look what you had to do. You had to go kiss the cliff to try and get your wave.
Yeah, I tried a little too hard. He maybe didn't try hard enough.
Yeah, no, we've had, I mean, shoot, that cliff is definitely intimidating. And that, you know, because you are, especially days like today and the high tide, if you haven't had an experience of surfing against that cliff, it's definitely, we'll be right back here, though. We're going to head down and talk to Jabe, actually, the winner of that last heat.
Thank you. So, Jabe, how'd it go taking the win for the last round of 32?
It was good. Kind of tide picking up, so getting a little slow. So a little nervous before, but stoked to get 2 scores and make it through.
Coming from Ventura, how did it compare to like C Street and all those cool waves down there?
Definitely good preparation. Water's definitely still a bit colder here, but been going right a lot, so I feel pretty comfortable. And been coming up here my whole life, so yeah, feels good.
Sweet. Is this your first cold water?
No, I did it last year, so it's my second one.
Sweet. Good to hear.
It gets real quickly.
And we're back. And, yeah, good job there from Jabe. Second year competing at this Coldwater Classic, the O'Neill Coldwater Classic. As we continue this heat, as we're in the back half of this one. And right now, Daya with the best wave of the morning in this first heat with a 6.0. And also in second place, Candelaria. She ended up getting a 2.5. This is Austin Smith Ford. What do you been like? What's the future look for Austin? Where are you headed?
I don't know. Just back in Santa Cruz. I spent the summer out in Indo and was just traveling around with my girlfriend, getting some waves. And
you got a lot of good waves.
Oh yeah, we had a super good time, and now just back in Santa Cruz, trying to work a little bit and check out some of the local talent, and stoked to be here for the week of the Coldwater.
Always good to have you here,
yeah,
of course.
Thank
you. And yeah, we brought him into the web here just to kind of give you your insights on. Yeah, I mean, you talked about yesterday. What a crazy day, considering that it went from in the morning all the way till the afternoon. It was a lot of change happened throughout that first round.
Yeah, that was a full day. I think couldn't have really fit in any more heats. We started 7:30 and finished pretty much right on dark and
right on the storm.
Yeah, right on the storm, and yeah, things just got kind of crazy. But today, look at the beautiful conditions. The sun's out, the storm kind of backed off, and glassy. We got waves, so this is classic steamer lane. Pretty much on any given day in the winter, you can kind of come down, and this is what you're getting. As we see Red having a look here.
That's Sarah. She already picks up a 4.17, moved into the second position, and now trying to take that lead away. If she can get herself over a 1.84, which I think she'll do on that last one. That's that audible you see a lot of surfers do. They get a wave off the point, and then on that slow paddle back out, you're going to see them try and pick up a wave on that inside section, and sometimes it pays off pretty well.
Yeah, especially with the tide the way it is right now. We've been seeing a lot of little inside wedgy ones, and the surfers that are doing that, you know, sometimes it's better to just catch your breath, do a little slow paddle instead of just hustling right back out. You're going to be in fourth priority anyway. We haven't been seeing really any, you know, 4-wave sets, so there's a good chance you're not going to get one if a set does come. So you might as well kind of hang tight a little on that mid zone, and there's so many that swing off the point and just go a little down. So
it looks like we're waiting on this score for Sarah. The first one we saw, that first replay, was the 4.17, and then we saw the quick wave that she picked up after that, and it's going to, you know, probably rival that second score. And look, boom, she's going actually to the lead, a pair of 4.17s.
Yeah, so can't be too bummed on the slow paddle back out. Paid off for Sarah right there. However, yeah, blue is in second, but with no backup wave and priority, that's probably going to change pretty quickly. So Sarah, you know, at some point is probably going to drop back down unless she does get another one on the way back out. So really it's white and green that are going to be needing pretty decent scores now, because green has the 2.5 as her best. So yeah, see what happens here.
Well, I think it's important at this point in the heat, too, especially with those two surfers that have priority. You know, Dea only with the one wave. Rosano basically with a 2.5, looking really, basically probably going to need 2 scores, really, if you think about what the two surfers above her are holding on to as far as scores go. And here, another audible on the inside.
Yeah, so I think we're calling it right, Pete. Look, she's getting another nice turn already. Boom, up into the lip there. Sinks out just slightly, so whether or not it's going to better a 4.17, it's going to be kind of close. But that being said, she was probably in 4th priority, didn't really have any chance of getting a set out the back, and just staying busy. Sometimes getting cold in the heat, you can get the nerves up, and I think that's always been my strategy when it's like this. Just catch everything that moves and hope for the best.
Yeah, I know. I've surfed a few heats with you. That's definitely the case. A lot of times, especially with no priority. Jeez. Tim Reyes had some last-minute heroics yesterday, was able to get through his round of 64, wild card in this event, O'Neill team rider. It was good. He said, I chatted him up this morning. He was talking about the juices flowing. And you haven't competed in a while. I mean, in former championship tour surfer, plenty of success here at the Coldwater, and you know, a long-time O'Neill team rider. But again, O'Neill doesn't press a lot of their athletes to compete. I mean, unless they're obviously on the championship tour. But yeah, let him just kind of go and film and do some cool stuff. He said he's been hanging out at this new wave down a little zone south of the border. He lives in San Diego now, so I mean, he's moved around quite a bit. Originally from Huntington Beach, but now resides in San Diego. And look at this little wedge. Rosano, opportunity here.
Boom, beautiful opening move. Straight off the bottom, wraps it back again, and going to get the finish here. So important wave with 4 minutes, 30 seconds. What did she need? Only a 3.51. So, yeah, I'd definitely say she got it. What do you think, Pete?
Yeah, I would agree with you, but I still feel like with Dea sitting with the best wave, and, you know, she probably will take that second position. But ultimately, she's still going to need another wave. That's how it feels like to me, because this is going to be a number that's going to rival those two surfers like the 4. Like Sarah's basically going to have to better herself a little bit. The score's in 4.83, so it's a better 4. It's enough to put her in second. But yeah, Dea only needs a 1.33. So again, Candelario needs to kind of get that back up, get rid of that 2.5.
Yeah, so this could be a good time for the slow paddle out. Uh-oh, as we see right behind her. So Dea getting a pretty decent wave, and obviously she only needed a 1.33 to regain second. So I think we kind of didn't get to see the entire wave, but I did see the end of it, and a 1.33, pretty much a nothing score. So she's going to get it.
Yeah, she's going to get it. But I will say that it's not going to be by a whole lot. It's going to just be a mid-2, if that. Giving that opportunity to Candelaria, knowing that full well she's going to have to get rid of that 2.5. Enough time, too. You know, I think the paddle out probably only takes 20, 30 seconds to get back out there. And got to get rid of that 2.5, Rosano. But I like what she's doing. Stayed fairly busy in this heat, has been increasing her score line throughout each wave, and giving herself a chance right now. She now just moved down to third, so it needs a 3.01, which is a pretty nominal score. It does need, it's kind of a real wave, though. It's not like you can just take off on anything.
Yep, it's, you know, stand up, maybe one halfway decent turn and a couple wiggles to finish, and you got your 3. But yeah, like you're saying, you can't just go stand up in whitewater and get that 0.8 or something. Those real small scores are super easy to get, but a 3, with the way things are going today, little tougher, but very attainable. 2 minutes, 30 seconds left, so she's got a little bit of time. Third priority, though, that's the thing that's going to be a bit tricky. She needs 3 waves to come in just about 2 minutes. So we'll have to see if she kind of changes her game plan up. Right now, she's sitting right next to first and second priority. And blue, where's she?
Strategy-wise, you'd say create a little space.
Yeah, I would say so. But it's tough, you know. You know red's going to, or second is probably going to sit on her if she goes wide.
Or you could sell them, right? You could sell a wave that looks like a lemon.
Is that a paddle? That was a pretty close to a paddle. We'll see what the priority judge thought about that.
Addison McPhillips, who had priority there, was in that white jersey, kind of had a look. Doesn't look like it's going to change, so they're not going to say it's a committed paddle. Here she is paddling now. Definite committed paddle there and up. So with McPhillips only having a 1.83 and a minute and a half to go, this is going to be an important wave. It's going to need to be above a 6-point ride in order to turn it. At least that's the number given, considering that no one else has ridden a wave yet. and then you look out the back. Wow, it was only that one single wave.
Yeah, so 2 nice turns. Needing the 6.01, I think I would have liked to have seen her gone just a little bit bigger, maybe on that finishing move. With only a minute left now, it's going to be hard to get another score regardless, so it was sort of a last-ditch effort in my eyes. We'll see what the judges thought. I just kind of feel like it's going to come in a little under that 6. So she's going to have a tough time with under a minute now, 4th priority. She's going to need something to come real wide and swing, and you never know.
It's got to be a pretty good number, too. And if she's, considering she's probably going to get a mid-4. Yeah, there it is, a 4.5. So now needs a 3.34. No, not unattainable. I mean, she could maybe slide off to middle peak and get something over there, but it would have to be pretty lucky.
Whoa, little bit of drama. Blue almost getting caught under green. We saw a pretty crazy situation like that yesterday. Did you see that one where it was like the last 10 seconds of the heat, and I forget which surfer it was, but he only needed a small score, and the guy who was in 4th place paddled right under and completely blocked him. And all he needed, green, here we go.
This is important. Needs a 3.01. Got the opportunity with 10 seconds to go. Can she get a final section? Little redirect, but does not ride out. And the rocks, way too close. If she rides out of that one, she's climbing up the rocks.
Yeah.
And also on a wave. Frere. So these last 2 waves are going to count. Was there enough done by Rossano to overtake McCart, or even Sarah for that matter? Because the point totals are pretty darn close. We're going to wait this one out. The heat's over. We're now waiting on a score for Rossano, which isn't going to change her situation. It looks like we're waiting on one more score from the judges. Really, she just kind of rode the wave. Yeah, 1.8 doesn't change anything. So unfortunately, Rossano not going to turn the heat. Doesn't matter what Sarah gets. She takes the win. 8.24 total. So single digits can make it happen. Dea McCurt held on, got that 1.83 when it needed to be there, and got the 2nd place, and we'll move on into that round of 32. So congratulations to Sarah and Dea, and we will be right back as we're going to continue here in the round of 40. Heat number 2 coming up next. Coldwater Classic continues here. O'Neill Coldwater Classic. Think about how many years this event has been right here at Lighthouse Point, Steamer Lane. We are continuing with the round of 40 action here. As we saw right there up against the cliff. Kind of a similar situation where kind of sketchy. That was close, and a late drop. She seems to be kind of moving to the inside here. 0.2 for her efforts. That's Ava Wegister. In this heat, our top seed, Maddie Storrer. And Caden, sorry, that Persidoc is in the blue jersey. I got that one right? Yeah, Caden Persidoc. First time I'm going to see Caden surf. Ava Wegister, of course, in the white. We just saw her. And Maddie Stanton, who will be holding it down in the green. You ever watch any of these women surf?
Yeah, Maddie Storrer, local girl. I think she grew up on the east side, or at least she surfed over Pleasure Point a lot. So her and her entire family are just super surf stoked. Their entire clan, they surf nonstop, and these girls are getting gnarly. There's 3 of them, Maddie, Olivia, and I forget the third one's name, but they're all getting super formed out. They train a lot, as we see Ava here finishing off a nice little wave. But yeah, I've watched Maddie surf a lot, and I believe I've seen Maddie Stanton in a few of the events, but not familiar with the other two. Looks like they're both from the USA.
Yes, they are. That's right. We're at the North America region, which really it's from all the way from Alaska, Canada, all the way down to the Central America. I mean, that's why you see surfers from Nicaragua, Costa Rica competing in the North America region, all looking for just, with the women, I think it's 5 spots, and I'll get confirmation on that. But they are the 5 surfers that are going to move into the Challenger Series. So this is an important feeder event.
Yeah, this is huge, you know. It's only a 1,000, but I think most of the events are like 1,000s, and then isn't there just like 1 3 and 1 5 or something like
2
that?
3s
Okay.
and 1 5. Yeah, so they already had one of them. That was the Jax Pro. Coming up, Pismo Beach, the Slow Cal Open. And then also the last event, the 5,000, will be in Barbados. Here's Wegister, your heat leader.
Boom. Kind of pokes it up there, just trying to stay busy. She already got a 2.5 and a small score of a 0.2, so she'll better that low and kind of just have a couple scores under the belt, which is pretty smart at this point of the game. And speaking of belt, is that the trophy for the comp over there? The WWE
You want to take a look
belt?
at it? Look at this. It's JJ. We're going to show you in the booth real quick. This is the championship belt for men and women. I think the women have a pink one. But, yeah, look at that.
That thing is insane. I would be so stoked
to rock that.
Oh, yeah. I don't think I would
Would you
take
wear
it.
some
I wouldn't take it off. Definitely not for the after party. Whoever wins better show up wearing the belt.
Yeah, and some Lycra.
Yeah. Maybe a mask.
Or an O'Neill wetsuit.
Yeah, a wetsuit, exactly.
That's so good. So good job to the boys there, just changing it up. I mean, that's something a little different. You know, trophies can be kind of cool. I remember as we're going to take a look here at these last few waves here, because this is our judges' replay. They're going to have a look here and check out what happened. This is Kaden, her first wave, and they wanted to see where this wave kind of fits in relation to the waves they've seen in this heat.
Yeah, it's starting to get that kind of tide where you almost got to watch out for the big rock on the inside as well as the, you know, the rocks you climb up. But sometimes the wave will go straight into that big rock. I've seen a couple guys get pretty close to hitting it over the years. So far, no casualties this year.
Yeah, thank goodness.
But I like the pace of Kaden surfing. Looks like she's, you know, not over surfing, not over pumping, just real smooth, getting back to the power source.
Which is kind of what you want to see at the lane.
Exactly.
Right? That style of surfing has been paying off. That's what we've seen in engaging the rail and just keeping it nice and smooth, especially when it's as bouncy as it is.
All right, Maddie Storrer having a look. Here we go, getting her first wave.
Little wedge. Is there enough energy to stay with it and kind of steepen up on the inside? Looks like she's going to stick to these cars. And that wave will die out. Sometimes they load up with enough energy to get a little crease on that inside section. Not going to happen on that one. But probably in comparison to the scores already there, she's right in the mix.
Yeah. Nice wrap. She, sometimes it's, you know, whether or not it's the score you completely want and need, just getting that first wave out of the way. If you sit for 12 minutes and then you're so stressed by the time that wave finally comes. So
it's hard to stand up.
Exactly. Yeah, you're shaking, the nerves get to you. So I think just to get a small score, looks like it's going to be a, you know, just a 2.0, has her in third place. But with what's the highest score of the heat right now, a 3.17, she's not far behind.
Yeah, and here's the replay. Bring us through it.
Yeah, so, you know, beautiful form, just a lot of bump to navigate, and she did well. And then here the wave just goes so flat, and on the webcast, I was saying it looks a little more walled up than it is. Like, I'll be watching the Huntington events, kind of tripping, why'd they kick out? There's still more on that wave, and then you see it in real time, and those things are just so done. So
kind of the same thing happens here, right?
Yeah.
13 minutes, 15 seconds to go here as he looks like Wegister is going to kind of take that inside route. Didn't even really want to go for priority, and it might be paying off for her.
Yeah, nice turn there. So just a little slopey. I like the rail gouge. She's just staying real busy. Gets another 1.0.
Checking out the garden there. Of course, you can come on down, have yourself a cold West Peak, get yourself a cold Kona brewing, get a longboard ale. You can see, check in. It's also a there's a donation to come in, $10, and that goes to help out good cause. And Yerba Mate also there, Guayaki. Those are our beverage sponsors for this O'Neill Cold Water Classic.
Oh, cool. So $10 donation to a good cause, and that comes with a couple beers? Is that how it works?
Yeah, I think so. And then you get to chill, and you got front row seats.
Not bad. All right.
And the sun's out finally.
Yeah, it's beautiful down here. I had to take my jacket off a little bit ago. I was getting way too hot up in the booth. So a little different than yesterday. We had a pretty cold wind all day, even though it wasn't crazy stormy. It was a bit chilly. And today, just epic conditions, especially on land and the ocean as well. Looking fun, and girls are ripping. I'm stoked to see the women now. After watching the guys for so long, it's nice to just change it up, get a little
freshness.
Exactly. And
overview here, Lighthouse Point. And you think about it, like I was just watching, you go by Lighthouse Field, which basically is a huge park. It's a state park that, no buildings are on it. It's all filled with butterflies, and I would say there's probably. You think there's a bobcat lives in there? No. Maybe, right? I mean, there's not a whole lot of open land, so you think either way, it's a pretty good chunk of land. I would say it's probably 5 acres, 6 acres.
I'd say there's a
Even
lot of creatures that live in there, whether they're
sure.
Human creatures or animals, but got to watch out after dark in that field.
Stanton picks up their first wave, and on the backhand, nice work there from Maddie.
Yeah, so good job to kind of just let everyone else get those smaller scores out of the way, and I think that'll be probably one of the better ones. She just needs the 318 right now. So yeah, we'll I think push her into advancement as we see a replay of it. Take it away.
Yeah, look at this is that one that has a little bit of a curve bending at you that gives you a little extra energy. It allows you to kind of keep your board pace up, and it actually almost steepens up here right on the inside section, but just has to kick out. Score comes in though, best of the heat, 4 points. So good flow through that wave, good completion all the way from the outside to the inside. Gets yourself a 4.
Yeah. So yeah, it is the O'Neill Coldwater Classic. What's the water temp out there today, Pete?
I would say, I mean, if you look at our buoys, it's going to be in the mid-50s, so 55. You think it's any warmer than that? 56?
55, 56? Yeah, I'd say, yeah, mid to high 50s. It's been feeling pretty good lately.
True. Yeah, so that's what that's what I think is so unique about this area. And we'll head down to the beach. We got our first women who have made it through. Sarah Fryer, she's down there on the glass.
I'm here with Sarah Fryer, our first heat winner of the day. She's from HB. She said it was a little grindy out there. How did it compare?
Yeah, for sure. It was definitely grinding. There wasn't a lot of waves out there, but I was stoked to find 2 good ones.
Yeah, and how long have you been up here? Have you been training at all?
I came up here Monday afternoon, and the waves are pretty fun, so yeah, I've just been trying to surf a lot out here.
Awesome. Is this your first time at the Coldwater?
This is my second time, actually.
Awesome. Do you love it up here?
Yeah, it's super nice.
Awesome. Anything else you'd like to say?
Just say thank you to all my friends and family for supporting me and my sponsors, and thank you to God for helping me get here.
Awesome. Thank you.
Congratulations. Sarah Fryer, second year of the O'Neill Coldwater Classic, gets a heat win. Moving on into the round of 32. Every single advancement helps your seeding going into next year, helps you get into those bigger events. So they're important, every heat win.
All right. Speaking of potential heat wins, we got Caden up on the backhand trying to get around some real bouncy one.
Yeah, this high tide's starting to fill in. It's going to make it very challenging for the women here. But there's enough opportunity where you're seeing that everyone's going to get in a fair shake. It's just the quality of the wave's a little shaky.
Yeah, I think, even though the tide is filling in for another hour or so, something like that.
It's 10:30, I think, is what do we got now? Local time, 10:49, and we're there.
Okay.
We're there. That's good.
Cool.
That's good news. Yeah, according to Surfline, we're at 10:30, so we're on the other side of it now. Although we are in a bay, and that time that they give you it varies. I think within a few, probably 15 to 20 minutes, depending on where you are in the bay, just because of how water moves around in the lineup.
Yeah.
Backing me on that one?
I think you're totally right on that one. And also depending on which, tide chart you're reading, they're always a bit off. It's like you look at your Apple Watch and it says 10:30, and then Surfline says 10:45, and then Wave Watch or something else says something completely different. So it's a general
zone timing, right? Yeah. So we're at the peak of high tide, and whether the water's moving, still up or back, either way, it's high tide. It's going to be a little bit more challenging for another hour or so, but we're at least at the peak of it, and we're going to start to see that water decline now, and the quality of the surf will improve before it gets probably too low, because last night it got pretty, almost too low.
Yeah, last night.
On top of the 40 knots.
Last night just got crazy all around. I saw the some clips of, I left kind of right after the broadcast was done. We were out of there. It'd been a long day, but everybody was just holding the tents down, like full band together to save the site.
I helped out a little bit. Then I took off too because of the long day. But they had it covered. They got it done. But it definitely blew there for a couple hours. Yeah, Persidoc got the lead and was able to take the lead with that last one, 2.4. And still shaky. 5.57 as the total to sit in the lead. You're going to still need to pick up more points as we see Stanton now improving on the highest number of this heat, the 4. Only needed, what, a .27 to move into second. Most likely will move into that number 1 position.
Yeah, she's going to go to the lead for sure with a couple nice backside wraps. Wasn't able to get super vertical on that one, but I think a smart call just to stay busy, 3.67. So yeah, straight to the lead. Blue drops down to second now, and just some, low to mid-range threes needed for advancement for white and red. So pretty easy on paper as we see red looking like a nice wave. Oh, she doesn't get into it. So
yeah, that was a bummer. That might have had some opportunity here. Let's see what Wegister has for us. Well, she missed it, and I don't think she can be too bummed because that wave did flatten out pretty quickly.
Yeah, the only thing was she would have been a little further out. Maybe could have got one more turn and only
critical part of the wave, right?
Exactly.
The very first part of it with the speed. Off the cliff, that's the slingshot, right? You get that wave outside enough where it actually has a little bit of extra. It gives you that opportunity to hit the section that's going to be the most steepest section, at least on that wave at that point, with some speed.
Yeah.
Otherwise, if you just have to take off in that zone, really you're just getting to stand up and then the wave just flattens out. So it's important that you get it kind of almost far enough out to be able to pick up the speed.
Yeah, the lane is such an interesting wave. You sort of get that good section out the back, and then a lot of times it goes a little bit sleepy through the mid, and then you got to time that end section just right because the refraction from the cliff kind of catches up to you and just converges. And if you're right in the middle of that, it's almost impossible to pull it off. So you'll see the best surfers out here, they know to sort of just get through that mid zone with a couple snaps and get a little ahead of it, maybe more than you would think. Get to it early, bank it, and then get out in front of that whitewater before it just takes you out.
And those are your 2 critical sections you're going to get. It's generally, if you get a good wave, you're going to get the outside section, which is going to be steep. It's going to be the biggest part of the wave, the most critical section. And then that finish, what you're talking about, because you're going to have the most speed carrying into it. And it is a critical section, especially when it's bending at you. So you're right. You got to get there early. And you got to get creative in regards to the type of moves. But one thing that pops up, when you got a nice wedge, you want to go to the air, right?
Yeah. The judges have been scoring those airs really high this week too. I think there's really only been like 4 or 5 airs the entire event so far, and they've all been pretty close to excellent. So kind of making it apparent that they want to see progressive surfing, especially like we were saying, there's not a whole lot of waves, so guys are getting a little, let's go back to red as we see her finishing an important wave here. Storrer through the inside, and I believe, is that green right behind her?
We'll get
no, blue.
Yeah, so Persidoc trying to improve on a 2.4. Storrer, no matter what, is going to add points to her total. 3.57 needed before that wave of Persidoc. So Persidoc probably will improve slightly. So Maddie may still need a wave here. So the local girl is going to have to get those arms a moving, get back out there. There's enough time to get another wave.
Yeah. Yeah, in theory, we kind of didn't get to see the beginning of Red's wave, so maybe she got a bit of work done. Doesn't look like it's going to be a huge score, though, so Storrer is still going to need a wave, just a 2.0 on that one.
Yeah, so 2.65 needed at this point. We're still waiting on Persidoc's last, though, so it could change it up.
Oh, yeah. She must have got some good turns out the back. Looks like the score of the heat by a long shot. So she'll go to first. Stanton going to drop to second. Looks like Ava and Maddie going to need something right around a 4.5, something like that. Does that seem right?
Yeah, well, Storrer actually just got a wave. I'm sorry, Stanton just got another wave here. I don't know. We'll see an improvement on the 3.67. She sits in second because Persidoc to the lead. 6.67 pushes Maddie Stanton down to second. Now, Ava looking for a 4.77, and she's up and riding. This has to be a good opportunity.
Oh, nice turn there. So found some smooth face before the warbly inside section, wraps it back. Needs a 4.77. It's going to be, you know, kind of right up there.
I mean, we got a lot of good fours to look at in comparison. I felt like the combo of the snap to roundhouse was something kind of unique that we saw 2 turns kind of linked together. We've seen, you know, the outside move, maybe an inside move, but not a whole lot of combination of major moves. So we'll see where the judges go with that one. I mean, that's where we saw, I think, Kade pick up her best wave, was those combos of major moves. So we see green there, quickly Stanton up and down, no change there. 2 minutes and 10 seconds to go. They're trying to look at good work there from Persidox going, hey, give me some information.
Yeah, so is that the score in for Ava?
All of them are in at the moment. So yeah, Ava, 383.
So now needs pretty much an identical wave, a 385.
Wow, that's crazy.
Got to do it again.
Yeah, I mean, she did improve her situation by getting her best wave. So she's given herself that opportunity. Again, only needs a 3.85. Maddie needs a 4.74. Priority is with Maddie Storrer. Can the Ocean provide an opportunity? Look on the outside. There may be an opportunity. Is this going to be a last-second heroics for Maddie Storrer?
This is a bomb.
Pressure's on. Let's see. 4.74 needed.
Wow, she's going to get an opportunity here. Take it away, Pete. Oh.
Maddie, up and riding. She gets into it. Starts off this wave. Compresses the bottom turn. Big, long, roundhouse cutback. Keeps it together. Nice and smooth. 4.74 needed. A little different angle in that layback. Can she get one more section here? Drives it into the foam. Opportunity is there. Still a minute on the clock. And she milked everything out of that set wave.
Yeah, how is the form on that first
roundy?
Big roundy.
It's not easy to do, to keep that rail loaded up all the way through.
She held that thing for about 6 seconds and didn't really have any more opportunity. Like, the wave did not stand up to get up in the lip. So I think just going to the rail and beautiful rail work.
Remember this 4.0 of Maddie Stanton's? Like, that was the same thing. Kind of had a very flowy wave. There's a look at Maddie Storer's last wave. Is this enough? 4.74 needed.
I'd say that was definitely the biggest wave of the heat as well out the back. So kind of something to take into consideration. A little harder to surf. It's going to be tight.
That 4.0 of Maddie Storrer, definitely it's better than that, in my opinion. If that's the one where you kind of look at it, yeah, Stanton's first wave. Remember, it was kind of a mid-side one. On the inside, she did get the combos of 2 turns. And now we're seeing the scores coming in. Maddie Storrer is going to be very happy about this. It looks like the average already is going to be enough. We'll see where it finishes, though. The heat is over. Score is in. 5.33. Maddie Storrer, local girl, through to the round of 32. Last second heroics, and I got to feel good about that.
Nerves of steel. That was insane. Just really putting it on the line. And she's such a cool girl, just always positive, and really stoked for her to get through that one. That was a nail biter.
Oh, I love it. Good finish to that heat. We're going to go to a quick break. We've got heat number 3 coming up. Don't go anywhere.
Okay. Have a good one.
Before the waves brought you out, and the vibes brought you back, you thought to bring the Aloha. Kona Big Wave. Bring the Aloha.
the Save the Waves app, you take a photo, select the type of threat, and add your location. Now that information ends up with the organizations that can do something about it.
Coldwater Classic. This is the O'Neill Coldwater Classic, and we are here at Lighthouse Point, Steamer Lane, and we've got heat number 3, the round of 40 underway. Ashley Held came through our trials and has now found her way into this round of 40. Alana Lopez in the red, Eden Walla in the blue, and Malia Ward. Bunch of second-generation surfers there, maybe even third-generation surfers, and already a score in for Ashley Held. And she was able to pick up a number very, very early. The local girl, Dial-A-Bomb, always good for catching her waves. Joining me back in the booth, Adam Replogle. We're taking a look at this first wave of the heat here.
Yeah, let's see what Ashley was able to do, Pete, while we were away. This is the replay of Ashley's first wave, this 4.0. You see this wave doubling up on the inside, Pete, and tide pretty full right now. A lot of backwash out there, and obviously getting a 4 right away. Unfortunately, falling right there, but not much after that. But I like to kick out smooth sometimes.
Yeah, I think they all do. But pretty good start considering her competitors did not get a wave.
Yeah, and she's back out there.
Back out there, was able to get in line at the number 4 spot.
Yeah.
High fives going down on the walk.
Classic, all these second generation names, Pete. We served and are good friends with these parents here, so it's pretty fun.
It is. You know, and you see it. That's what's, you know, generationally, you end up taking your kids surfing, right?
Yeah.
That's what happens no matter what. As we see next heat checking in. It looks like Reed is going to be coming up in that last heat of the round of 40. Haven't gotten confirmation yet whether we're going to be running men's or women's. Did you hear anything, whispers, when you were walking around?
No, you know, actually, I was back over here watching from afar. I wanted to sort of see what the whole lineup looked like.
Different perspective?
Yeah.
Did you see these last-second heroics?
Yeah, that was awesome. That was really, really cool. And, you know, some of these young women have been practicing quite a bit lately and really got their 5-minute plan down. So they know how to hustle in those last couple minutes, Pete, to try to get that score.
And you got to love it in those moments, especially being an O'Neill team rider, so O'Neill Surf Shop. So good to see the youngsters getting those moments at this very illustrious event, especially for the local surfers, the O'Neill Coldwater Classic.
Yeah, it means a lot to, well, everybody, but obviously the locals get to have a little bit more pressure, Pete, surfing in front of their hometowns, usually their friends and family, probably aunts and uncles. So there's a little more added pressure, I think, anytime somebody's surfing in their local spot.
You know, we talked about Alana Lopez, Corey Lopez, longtime O'Neill team member, right? And Alana, daughter of Corey, is a second-generation surfer. We got Eden Walla, another second-generation. Matter of fact, John Walla, the dad there, took me out to the Cortez Bank for my very first time. So John Walla and I have a great history, something we'll never forget. I think it was his first time ever surfing out there as well.
I think I went out there with him too.
Yeah, it's funny, and then you think about Wardo and Lopez together, the two dynamic duo. They were out in the couch surfing show the other day together. Such a funny. But there's Malia Ward, which is the daughter of Chris Ward.
Yeah, no doubt. And when Corey and Wardo would come here in those O'Neill days, we would hang out. We went surfing quite a bit. We'd bring them into these little secret spots around town, surf all different types of little waves.
They were inspirational surfers, you know, through our era, especially the way, the style and approach they brought.
They
was very similar to what we were.
Yeah, I was going to say they fit in right here, Pete. That type of surfing that they were doing at the time, really skateboard influence type of above the lip surfing, had cotton on here too. And so they would come up here and find our wedges and these little really tricky waves to their liking, and they could really ramp out around here.
Yeah, no, and that's one of the things I think that makes this such a world-class region is the variety of waves. I mean, we literally have river mouths, point breaks, beach breaks, reef lefts, reef rights. We've got big waves. I mean, big waves are coming right here at Steamer Lane. This is one of the.
God. This place will drown you. This place will drown you.
It does take you. It holds you down.
It holds you down for a long time. I mean, it really does. You can catch a wave. I surf a little place called Mop 'em Ups. You know, it's right inside the peak. But I watch people get dragged in all the way to where I am. You know, and I'm like, God, that guy had a vest on. He didn't have a chance. You know. Hey, but looking right now where Ashley's positioning herself inside and over, trying to catch one of those waves off of off Table Rock. So let's see if this
it works out.
Plays out, because we had been talking about this type of strategy. I mean, I'd like to see sometimes somebody with that go right back out to the peak and start forcing the issue on people. But there's no reason to do that. There's only two places you want to be right now. One's on inside and one's basically on the inside of the outside. You know?
Or, I mean, the idea being you could sell the waves out there and try and get up the storied ladder, which she's going to do right now. But up and riding. First wave here for Wallace is Eden. Great surfing from her and the warm-ups. Just
Look
amazing.
at that stance. She's a great little surfer, this young lady.
Yes, she is.
Look at her
little brother,
technique.
too, also pushing her. Yeah, this is a great little... This is the future, I think.
What was that?
How's that? She made it, right? I mean, that looked like she was going to dig nose, and no worries. Kicks out with control.
That's John's
daughter, Eden Wallace. So, and then, like I said, there's another little boy who is just on fire watching his warm-ups. Just amazing.
Really.
It's so fun to watch because he's so small, yet doing these. Did a rail grab cutty. I said this yesterday.
That's
rail grab cutty. You know, and these two surf just are machines all day long. These two surfers here. So let's see what Walla can do here. Look at the score in already. Big number, 7.83 for Walla. Loving the flow and the speed carried. And the judges ate that one up.
Love to see that again.
We will after this one here. Ward, Malia Ward. She scratches into this section here. What she can do, first turn, wraps it back. Hoping that this wave loads up through the inside. Looks like it's going to get in some deep water, though. Kicks out. Now Lopez. So we get to see back-to-back.
Yeah. And I'd like to see that, too, because the lane really does start to lose a little water when those consecutive waves come like that.
So the two surfers there picking up, and look at now Ashley sees herself right there into priority. So she would have loved to have just waited it out now with a 4, although she did hear about Eden Wallace 7.83, and we're waiting on these two numbers. And we'll head down and listen to Kade Persadoc, sorry, butchering that name again, winning that last heat. Let's hear from her.
I'm here with Kade Persadoc, our heat winner. Kaden, you're working through the high tide on this. What was your strategy out there?
My strategy was to just choose the best waves. You gotta choose wisely. Get the ones that have a nice line and that aren't too bumpy.
I know the lane is kind of a different wave. We have this big cliff on the side. How used to you are you surfing near a rock like that?
Not a lot. Back home in my hometown, Encinitas, it's mostly reef breaks and beach breaks, so it's always fun to come up here, surf a new wave.
Awesome. Yeah, get some practice in different conditions. Anything else you'd like to say?
I'd want to thank my dad for coming up here with me. I was an alternate, and I came up last minute, so thank him, and all my friends and family watching.
That's awesome. Thank you so much.
Gotta love it. Kade Persadoc, sorry for the butcher of the name, but congratulations to taking that heat win as an alternate, coming in here and gaining valuable points.
Yep. Wow. Look at young Lopez right there, able to use her priority and keep a couple young surfers off that wave. Let's see if it pays off. Really bumpy little wave, Pete, but she gets a nice wrap. And another sort of flicked out of that one. So that was a really, really bumpy wave from the start.
It was. Good to negotiate the drop, really, considering how that much bump and lump there was.
And she was almost contested for it, really. She had people waiting for her not to catch it.
And that always makes it kind of adds to it, right? It adds a little bit to the nerves. You know, you don't want to make that mistake, give up a priority or give up the opportunity.
Yeah, and I watch a lot in the big boys, and it is sometimes that they almost are rubbing shoulders with each other. And even though one is in priority, one has whatever, but they're still pretty close to each other sometimes, And it really does sort of get in your head.
Well, then that's probably why it's happening.
Yeah.
Right. We've seen it in the past. So even though you have one-on-one competition, you're going to still see someone hassling, even though there's not even a wave coming.
I know that must have happened right there. Because look at Ashley, who was holding priority prior to that, now slipped down to third priority.
So she would have made a paddle.
She would have made a paddle.
Right. Yeah, right there. That was interesting because then Alana was there as well. So, I mean, she hopefully didn't take her line. Did she have the ability to catch it? That was an interesting one.
Yeah, I didn't see it really for early on in the paddle. So would have been, I'm sure the head judge watched that, you know. Sometimes they'll start, say, paddle, you know, where the head judge is starting to allow the judges to watch the first portion of the paddle into the wave to see where somebody is coming from to position to the start of that wave.
Well, and especially when you have priority, which Ashley did have at that moment. She has free right of way. She can't, you know, there shouldn't be any other
Anybody
surfer around her. Yeah.
True, you're right, yeah. But
Alana gets a score. It comes in as a 3.33.
Yeah.
And that gives her into second. You know, Eden with that huge number. I mean, we've seen that number there for 2 waves get a heat win. So
look at how far these waves are moving in, Pete. Pretty far in there.
Well, we're at the peak of the high tide, according to the Surfline report, as we see inside here. Lopez.
Nice.
Compressed style.
Yeah, I really like that, Pete.
Oh, a little layback gouge.
Nice.
Maybe more opportunity here again.
She's got really nice form.
Such great form.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, again, that's, gotta love that. 3.10. Yeah, you got to watch out for that rock, too, because that one's coming into play. That was Walla trying to get a backup number. We'll see where she finished up.
Yeah. Isn't that nice? How's that silence?
It's kind of cool, huh?
Mm-hmm.
You want to just chill for a sec? Just soak in the drone views?
Mm-hmm. I did have the opportunity to go, Pete, to go.
You couldn't help yourself.
Talk to Eric Hyde over there at the 4 Wheel Campers.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness. Even the entry-level one is money. But Flea was over there looking at it, so I thought I'd go try to steal some of his thunder because Flea's the boy. And
did it work?
Yeah.
You got yourself a discount card?
Could get a fleet model. Nah, just kidding. As you see the replay right here for Lopez, great little wave right here, Pete, and it's a nice reach. She stays back on this wave, and it allows herself to get that critical part of the wave right there to drop that little
And
layback
top to bottom,
hack.
right, too. That I mean, for a very flat horizontal type of wave, she still compressed the bottom turns. She went more vertical in the face, and it's rewarded. It's getting herself a 6.33 with the 3.33. And up and riding here, this is Eden Walla trying to improve on the 7.83 right there up against the rock. That was the replay. We're waiting on that number.
Yeah. Yeah, that was awesome. All those kids right there are shredding, and they all got great technique. Obviously, you've been studying surfing for a long time.
Walla back to the lead.
Yeah.
2.67. So
sitting on that.
These two have kind of run away with it a little bit now. Put Ashley in a tough situation now, being that that priority situation kind of unfolded. Unfortunately, not in her favor. Wasn't able to pick up a wave in that set.
Yeah.
So a bit of a squander in that priority situation, but is back out there.
Yeah.
Second priority now, as Malia has taken over that first priority. So both these surfers in green and white. Important moment in the heat, considering where you're out of the clock. 3:45 to go.
No doubt. Malia needs quite a wave, though. She needs quite a wave. You know, she needs to surf a wave up into like a 7, you know, to get that 6.39, that 6.4. Obviously, Ashley held sitting needing a 5.6, which was a significant wave, too. So there's going to be a change of priority here. Let's see who takes off. Malia Ward up and riding on her choice. Let's see what happens, Speed. A slopey little cutback, and unfortunately not much there. So now leaving Ashley held outside with a couple 3 minutes with priority to get that 5.67.
Well, you would say with Ashley in that position, it's that's Eden, right? Yeah, she was doing our interviews, so she's checking out the board. She's coming up in a heat.
Exactly.
So we get to see her compete as well as do interviews.
Yeah. Why not? It seems like everybody does everything now, you know. She's probably doing something on the side, too, a little reporting on the side for her own blog. As you see the board right there, we do have quite a few, you know, heats of the women, Pete, in this event. And
yeah, this is the round of 40.
Yeah.
So you'd say that there's, you know, at least that 40 competitors in here. We had the trials as well, so that you know, and 48 surfers probably all given told.
Yeah.
Again, fighting for that North America. You know, what's interesting too is that North American region for the women is a very strong tour. They actually have a couple more 3000s than the men's division do, you know, because of the Supergirl. The Supergirl about the East Coast and the West Coast. Those are 3000 events that are solely women events only. So a little stronger tour for the women's, which is good, but also meaning that, you know, the 3000 events, which are higher graded events, have higher points.
Good for the women.
Yeah, and, you know, this event here being a 1000, Probably the importance
is
of this hit is a little less than, say, obviously the 3,000s where you need to score those points because it's a significant difference in points.
No doubt. What does that say to you, P? Where women are getting more events than men? I think that's awesome. Hey, Kyle Boothman, what's up?
Yeah, that's Kyle Boothman. He's running our roving camera. There's Dylan and the crew hanging out in the beach area, eating our lunch.
Hey, women's surfing is going to be the growth, for us. It really is. These women are catching on. I was watching that, 12, 13, or how old of a girl from China doing flips, or full rotations. I'm like, all right, just burn my board now.
Well, you got like the likes of Sierra Kerr, right?
Oh,
She's been putting in. I mean, Josh just goes, "Hey, let's go hang out in Tahiti." They've been there for like a month, just randomly, just to getting that extra practice at a place like Tahiti.
Yeah.
Here we go. This is Ashley looking for that 5, 6, 7 with a minute to go.
And she beached it, so let's. Yeah, it is something else with the support of the parents and what they're able to do now and hang out. So here it looks like Lopez on a little wave. She's trying to get rid of a 3.33, Pete.
Yeah, to improve her situation. Already in second. A pretty comfortable second place position.
Wow.
Good there. Good knowledge to kick out of other competitors. Right?
Yeah, it's not even
That's
35
heat knowledge right there.
35 seconds left. Yep, I'm gonna pop in front of these two.
Yeah, don't give it up all 20 minutes. You got to give 100%.
No, I like it.
Yeah, so Ashley, we're waiting on a score for Ashley Held. We also saw Alana Lopez, see if she gets an improvement there. And Eden Walla also getting a wave. It's going to improve her situation. So it looks like to me, as we get down to 15 seconds, that number 1 and 2, the 2 seeds, are going to hold on.
Yeah. Look, just sort of. So Malia needs a pretty nice big score right there, 6.39 P to advance. I think this thing is done and dusted in 2 seconds.
It is. It's over. Like I said, Eden Walla and Alana Lopez. So Lopez able to overtake the Ward in this one. Ashley Held, unfortunately, did not get that last opportunity. So unfortunate for her. We'll see her again. We got board riders coming up, and maybe in Morro Rock we'll see Ashley down there. But congratulations once again to Eden and Alana. We're moving into heat number 4. Adam and Pete will be back here with you. I'm going to bring in Omar, actually. He's going to come jump in the seat, so don't go anywhere.
Before the waves brought you out, and the vibes brought you back, you thought to bring the Aloha. Kona Big Wave. Bring the Aloha.
All right, welcome back to the webcast of the O'Neill Coldwater Classic here at Steamers Lane in Santa Cruz, California. Omar Echeverry here with Adam Rapogel, absolute legend, past winner. Some good heats out there, huh?
Well, yeah, they're challenging heats, and they're going. This competition isn't stopping. So right through the high tide right now, we're starting to see really, really bumpy, challenging conditions. But the women right now are putting some stuff together. We saw some big scores in the last heat, and I expect the women to do the same now.
Oh, so cool. I had chills in the last one. You had Wardo's daughter and Corey's daughter in the same heat. Absolute
awesome.
legends. Super cool. Now this heat already underway. Look at the surfers out in the water. An all-U.S. heat, Adam. Great surfers.
Yeah. There we got it right there was Mia Moore. There's Reeds in there, Hannah Johnson, and Jessie Engel. So, yeah, all-American heat right here. As you see, challenging conditions, folks. Really, really. If anybody surfs the lane knows that high tide, relatively stormy, 2 to 4 foot along the cliff. You wouldn't wish this upon your worst enemy,
Nope.
to go out there and surf there. But, hey, look, everyone's out there surfing the same stuff. And that's exactly what you have to do. You have to get mind over matter, regardless of how the conditions are or how you think it is. You actually got to get stoked on it.
You do.
You got to get pumped on it, and you got to be more stoked because it comes out in your performance. If you're not looking like you're excited, it really does show. It shows.
100%. And if you really think about it, if you're looking at the QS, right? This is a great venue. There's still some great rides out there, right? You
Oh,
just
yeah.
saw Edenwald get a 7.83.
Yep.
That's a sick score.
Yeah, it
And
was.
super well timed, everything doing a great job.
Yeah.
Still enough waves to power through this.
Yeah.
Have a couple athletes getting ready. Super fun, right?
Yeah. You know, I really liked how Alana Lopez, too, was reading the waves. She had great tempo, had really a mature look at some of those bouncy walls, so obviously spending a lot of time in the water.
That is last year's winner, Zoe Benedetto. I believe she is also the QS leader for North America right now, getting ready for her heat. That'll be super fun to watch, always exciting. Look at the crew, just psyching. The amount of women surfers in the sport of surfing is so awesome, so cool.
You know, I have a couple of daughters, and I tried to get them to continue to surf. You know, we had a great time early days, you know, surfing Capitola inside Jack O'Neill's house. Boys sort of derailed that. But I'd love them to come down here and see what's going on. I think they would be inspired by this. And that's what we're seeing here now, is that this being a major part of the Coldwater Classic, the women are able to inspire the generations and inspire the youth of, you know, Santa Cruz for years and years and years. So.
No, so cool. And the talent level has just gotten so high, which is so fun to see. Just like you and I were talking about, there's also this like lower generation throughout California of women surfers that's on a come up. I mean, it's going to keep everyone on their toes. It's going to keep these athletes just stepping up their game again and again.
Yep.
Should be super, super fun. This is O'Neill Coldwater Classic. I love this iconic shot right here.
Totally.
Beautiful clouds, beautiful venue.
Yeah.
Absolutely awesome. Huge props to O'Neill's for bringing it to everyone, to the athletes, to us, the commentators. We're all passionate about our jobs. And to the World Wide Web, everyone all over the world checking this out. Super, super fun.
No.
Ooh.
Let's see.
Little nugget just
Well, you know,
rifling through there.
unfortunately, Reed has fourth priority, and she was sitting the furthest out. She should have actually went, and then if somebody went, just keep going straight. Maybe that was a missed opportunity, and a great play for her in her chess match right there to still sort of push the envelope without being in priority, but unfortunately maybe hesitated a little bit right there with another competitor looking at it.
I agree. If you're in fourth priority for this person out, you might as well push them to go on a wave. That way you can move up on the priority totem pole. Yeah, it could be a missed opportunity. Always got to point those out as commentators.
Yeah.
Looks like now she's moving towards the inside. This heat just getting going.
Yeah, still
not a
plenty
lot
of
of
time.
scores yet. So.
Yeah, plenty of time.
But I agree with you, Adam. You know, it's a game of chess, the priority, right?
Oh yeah, and two, I mean, it's early days. You're seeing some waves actually being ridden, you know, after they've broken, you know, for a couple of seconds. So there need to be an adjustment in positioning, maybe. A lot of the best waves do go through Table Rock. So even if it is an outside wave or an inside wave, they have to go through the same spot. So that's why I know that a majority of these surfers are sitting on this little Table Rock section. But yeah, there's some breakaway spots you can get out there. You know, you can go find a wave.
And just for all the surfers and spectators on the web right now, so right where White is, right? That's right about where Table Rock is?
Yeah, right inside there somewhere.
Right inside there. So right where you see White, there's actually a rock. So at low tide, it sticks out. And the cool part is that you'll kind of get a wedge off of that slingshots down the line all the way towards the inside. As you see Blue up and riding on a little one, just milking it for all it's worth.
Yeah, maybe Blue sees something here on the inside, Omar, but
Cool.
really hard to surf with all that water filling up right there inside the cove there, that inside the slot. So,
well, I got good news on that one. It's 11:26. We pulled it.
Oh, we're behind the tide now.
We're on the
You
other
know,
side, dude.
I know it stays though. It does stay sort of stagnant in that high tide for a moment. Yeah, it does, especially at the lane. We need to have some waves moving here to really start scooping out some of that water out of that cove. It fills up like a bathtub in here.
Yep.
And so as soon as you start getting waves moving, it's like the second, the third wave usually get pretty good out here. First wave's usually pretty bumpy. You know, it's always bumpy out here. Well, let's just get to it. You know, like even when it's sort of glassy or sort of offshore, it's still sort of bumpy. So, yeah, this is, you know, I'd say this is probably C- lane, D+ lane. But that's what you do when you come to a contest any given week of any month. You never know what the conditions are going to be like, but you better be prepared for it, you know. And there's a lot of people that prepare for way worse than this. So this on any other given day for a contest is halfway decent.
No, totally. Just like I said, still getting scores up in the 7s and 8s throughout today.
Yeah.
So still plenty of great surfing. But yes, hey, like.
Look, though, there's a head judge right now counting scores, right? He's counting waves. There's somebody up there going, you know, it's getting pretty dicey here. So you know that there's some checks and balances there, too, with people making sure that there's plenty of opportunity for the surfers to catch their waves. Because if there isn't, that's when they start to, you know, look at the next heats and maybe saying, let's buy some time and let the tide drop.
Yes, and I did talk to the judges while I was up in the beach commentating booth, just to give you out there on the World Wide Web a little breakdown. Yeah, so basically 10 minutes goes by and no one catches a wave. They're going to have to reassess. There are options. It's put on hold. They're also, you know, they have to look at the whole rounds. So they do have the option to add 5 minutes onto heats, but I believe they have to do that to whole rounds. So there are a few things in the background, some moving parts. We'll keep you posted as things move along. But yeah, all of those are options when you're going through these high tides, long lulls. But yeah, and that's part of the, you know, the head judge up there, right?
No doubt. Look at that little bowling ball off the cliff. That thing looked like it was pretty fun.
Yeah.
Wow, I just saw Margot Oberg. Maybe they can peel her to get Margot Oberg in here. Women's world champion, the first world champion. Margot Oberg lives in Santa Cruz, and she is all time, man.
Legend.
She is all time. She comes by the surf shop, my shop, Peter Mill shop, and just hangs out and just starts going. And you get her going, and it's awesome. And then she's gone. She gets you all wound up, and then she leaves.
Yeah, she's good at the smoke bomb, huh?
Yeah, she's awesome.
Yeah, she can.
So,
She talked my ear off for a solid 2 minutes, and then I look back and she was gone.
She's gone.
I love it, dude. What a legend, though.
Oh,
And that is the local.
That's Ashley Held.
Ashley Held, unfortunately, lives in, and that's Kira, another up and comer.
Oh yeah.
Yep, Kira, and it looks like possibly Isla standing next to her.
Oh yeah.
Two like rippers in Santa Cruz, two young rippers. So talking to their elder, right? The East Side elder. That's an iconic shot. That was so cool. Classic Santa Cruz. Classic Santa Cruz.
Here's me a more. Unfortunately, that wave not materializing. But yeah, surfing with Isla lately has been a lot of fun. It's watching her, like I said, all those women on the other side of town. They're shredding.
Yeah, shredding.
Yeah.
She's an O'Neill team rider as well.
Watch Rivy catch a wave too one day. Riviera Hunter at Sewer Peak. I was like, oh my goodness.
Yes.
You know, there's a couple waves here that, you know, they'll challenge even a lot of people, you know.
Yeah.
And the women are right there rubbing shoulders with you to catch those waves.
Oh boy, yeah.
So they're actually going to put themselves in a position to elevate themselves.
Yeah, that group of girls is in my Etch Surf coaching, and they are just gnarly. They are so good. Oh, look at this classic shot. Gotta love the O'Neill van.
That thing, someone in the early 80s, you know, I guess you could take a picture of that right there and turn it into 83 with those turn it into a black and white, and that's exactly what it looked like. I mean, we had that as the biggest iconic thing rolling around our town, and it was so classic to have that thing parked at like 38th Avenue or one of the surf contests. We used to do the O'Neill, the Yano No Cord Classic, and that thing would park up right there. And, you know, O'Neill's been obviously around this town longer than anyone can remember, so their name, like they say, is synonymous with this town. So stoked to see their support into surfing again, and this Coldwater Classic is indebted to them because they've started this thing and they've kept it going for years.
Yeah, no, they really have, and they do so many positive things for the Groms right now with their movie premieres, whatnot.
Yeah.
Super, super cool. Looks like another athlete. Who's that?
That's got to be Alana. That's got to be Corey's daughter.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's so cool.
That is so rad.
Yeah.
Is that Garth?
Yeah.
O'Neill, I love it.
I know, and he was Corey's boss probably too, you know what I mean?
He was?
Oh, for sure. Garth's been there since day one. I used to work for that company when I was younger, and the La Jolla group down there was a great group of people. I remember it was like Kurt Rambis was one of the owners, you know, the guys with those glasses and like the Lakers or something.
Yes, I worked for them for 6 years as well.
Oh, okay.
It was fun.
Yeah.
It was a good environment. Good times. All right, we are going to throw it down to Edenwalla for that post-heat interview. Take it away, guys.
I'm here with Edenwalla, our last heat winner, dropping the highest women's score of the day with a 7.83. How'd you find that wave?
I was really just trying to go out there and catch the best wave of the heat because it's really important to do that right now.
Yeah, with it being so slow.
Did you think patience paid off?
Yes, for sure.
That's awesome. And you said you've come up here a few times to compete. What are your favorite waves around here?
I really like it here at Steamer, and the hook is super fun when it gets big. And yeah, the point too. Really like the point.
So you like the right-handers?
For sure.
Awesome. Anything else you'd like to say?
Shout out to my family for bringing me up here. I was the first alternate, so we came up here, and it paid off.
Awesome. You're killing it. Thank you.
Thank you.
That is so rad. Just 100% surf stoke. I surfed with her at the hook a few months ago. She reps. It's a real deal, dude.
Oh, obviously, she rips.
Gosh, comes in as an alternate.
Yeah.
And what I think is so cool is the bigger picture for her. You think about that. Right now, she's looking, 4 or 5 years down the line. She's looking to get some points so she can get into more QS events throughout the next couple years to hopefully qualify for the Challenger Series. I love stories like that. We have Blue up and riding. Nice little wave at him.
Yeah, let's see what Van Wagner's able to do. This wave coming to her pretty late into the heat. She's sitting on a 1.0, so that's going to help her cause right there. She's going to want to get back out there again and try to capitalize on this last 6 minutes because she sort of has some. Actually, I'm just looking at that now. She's in the lead. Look, I'm out of my mind. Look at how this is obviously a low-scoring heat. I was watching that other wave from the heat previous with Walla, thinking that was this heat. I mean, sometimes I'm out of it. I might even be not here right now. But,
no, all good. It's challenging. There's so many waves, especially I find sometimes the smaller days are the most challenging to commentate. But I mean, look how close all the scores are.
There's too much air to fill. Yeah. Really. I don't really prefer wall-to-wall talking. I prefer just
acai bowl.
Acai.
And some Verve coffee.
Yeah.
That always does me right.
Tori Meister. I had Tori come into the shop last week and spends quite a bit of time up here. Anytime Mavericks is breaking or Mavericks is breaking with real consequence, it seems like he shows up. And boy, he's put out some reels lately that have been insane. Him surfing around the world.
He is gnarly. That guy charges and rips. Absolutely.
Oh, cool. That is Liv Stone there.
Liv Stone, yeah.
In the center there. She's an adaptive surfer.
That's rad.
Yeah, that's incredibly cool. That's also a trip too, is that we do some pretty big events for the adaptive group here at Steamer Lane. And there are days where it's waves of consequence, and they have pitcher catchers out there like I've watched it. It's pretty amazing.
Oh boy.
Kyle Marty works with a group of guys that do that, and it's really cool.
Absolutely insane. Like Jesse Belauer, I remember.
Oh yeah.
I was close friends with him growing
Speaking
up.
of Jesse, that was Jesse Engel right there in green. She needs that score. She needs a 4.17. Sorry to cut you off.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
Yes.
Coming down the line, 4 minutes left too. Super tight heat for everyone out there.
Low scoring heat. I mean, that's why I said like any wave, any one of these women right now could just have a breakaway wave. Well, I'm looking forward to this next heat. It looks like we got last year's champion Zoe Benedetto in the next heat. That should be awesome. So that's the next round, huh? That's round 32, heat number 1. As you see up and riding right here. Here's Reed again up and riding on her backhand.
Yeah, and check it out, Adam. Look who's leading. Zoe Benedetto right now for the North American Tour.
Yeah. No pressure.
Right?
Yeah.
I know. We saw John Mel yesterday. That was brutal, right?
Yeah.
Leader. That's a lot of pressure when you're in first. Let's be real. You go into an event number 1, sometimes that can create a lot of anxiety, a lot of pressure on a surfer. So yeah, it'll be exciting to watch her. That's what it's about. It's a sport, super fun.
Totally. But I think John had more than just that. I think being in your hometown too, and in that position, add a little added more pressure. There's John Waller right there. I believe he was one of the captains. I went on this boat one time. It was called Mr. Terrible, out to Cortez Banks. I went out there with Greg Long and Mark Healy, and an amazing trip. If we hadn't had that gentleman on the boat right there, I think we wouldn't have made it back, but we had a terrible time.
Oh, wow.
But an incredible captain, that guy right there.
Wow.
As you see, here's the replay right here. This is Jessie Ingles' wave on her backhand. Like I said, she needs a little score right now. the 4.17 in that wave, looking pretty flat, but she's doing a pretty good job of just, you know, milking it for all it's worth and just keeping weaving around.
Yeah, definitely. Still waiting on the scores, though. We'll give it to you second they come in. We are computerized, so they will pop online. Just 2 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. This heat is coming down to the wire. Pretty nuts. This is the replay. I've been up there. The judges have been doing a great job. So it looks like we're still waiting on 2 scores, one of blue and one of green, as we watch the replay. Right there. Time winding down, 1 minute remaining. So a few scores come in, Adam.
Yeah. And hope, you know, it is. That could be half the challenge, really, in this whole heat, is coming inside those rocks right here. Well, let's see what's happened right here.
Oh,
Okay.
right.
Jessie waited. She's sitting out in the lineup nearly by herself right there. Unfortunately, not able to capitalize on that. But she only needs, like, again, like I said, a 4.17. I'm curious to see what that last wave was. I'm not a judge, but she does have a wave prior to that she needs to be scored on now. Looks like Reed up on the inside. This is our heat leader.
Oof.
Trying to better a 3.23, relatively small score. So I'm sure the judges are taking note on this right now. It's really challenging out there.
She might have done it. We'll have to keep an eye on what the judges say. Just 1 minute left. Looks like a little flurry towards the end of the heat, right?
Yeah. And look at me, Mia Moore. I like that, Mia Moore. That's beautiful. Yeah, so down to 45 seconds now. I always like to watch somebody, too, come from behind. So I'd love to see Jessie get this little wave right here. And, you know, we're seeing somebody we're doing some sandbagging from Mia Moore coming onto the inside. But if I were Jessie, I'd just try to dart to her inside and force her to, you know, turn over her priority.
Yeah, 100%.
There's still 25 seconds. I mean, that's 2-3 waves right now in an interval like this.
Yep. Yep.
Unfortunately, they've come way inside.
Oof.
And
this is going to be a tough one.
Yeah.
Gosh, only need a 2.14.
Yeah,
Brutal.
Yeah, if I was Jessie, I would just have gone straight back out to the point and just said, you know, I'm going to
force the issue.
Yeah, take it down.
Yeah. Well, it's all said and done with.
I like to watch those little cat fights too. You know, when it comes down to it, someone's sticking the knife into you, you're already dead, and someone's still zyking it in. You know,
I love it.
Yeah, I mean it's part of the game, and
right.
that's why a lot of surfers who are really competitive do really well.
100%. We are going to jam into a break. Tide is going out, so hopefully a lot more action when we come back. Thank you.
Kona Big Wave. Bring the aloha.
O'Neill, first name in the water. And we're here at the O'Neill Cold Water Classic. And my name is Peter Mel, sitting alongside three-time Mavericks champion and lane legend, Daryl Fleet Verosco. Love having you in the booth here. You've been doing a lot of the beach commentary, and we're now into the round of 32. Heat 1, you're talking about some of the big names. There they are.
Yeah, no, it's been super fun, and these women have been impressive in that first round. And we're getting through these heats, you know. We're getting through this tide. That's our only thing that's been kind of tough is this tide, but I think we're past it now, so hopefully we get some good rides.
Well, remember we saw yesterday kind of that midday. It was probably the best part of the day as we were able to See that tide drain out a little bit. The opportunity's lifted. This is a replay of the first wave of Samantha Sibley.
Yeah, she's surfing so good. She puts it on rail. Look at her doge. I like how she has such a strong bottom turn.
It's important on the backhand.
Yeah.
We also looked at Zoe Benedetto. This is the first exchange, making sure that the judges wanted to see this. So we saw both back to back.
Yeah, yeah, she can. She's looking pretty good.
Well, I think she's leading the North America rankings at the moment, and considering what the women have been able to have already this season, they've had a couple 3000s, 3 of them, I believe, with the Jacks.
Supergirl.
Also, defending champion Zoe Benedetto. Yeah, the Supergirls. There's 2 of them, one in Oceanside as well as on the East Coast. So those were 3,000 rated events, and those bigger events, big points. So and Zoe sitting out front, I believe, and also, like I said, champion from last year, right?
Yeah. So Sibley's she's on the Challenger Series already, right?
Yeah, she's had her run. But if you don't finish in a high enough ranking, you're gonna have to still do the regional one.
Right.
So it's like it's an interesting one. That transition from the regional series to the Challenger Series. It's a challenge because sometimes if you aren't doing well enough on the Challenger Series, you're not able to cut your chops there. You got to be able to back up your ranking so you can surf it again the next season. You gotta put it together, right?
Yeah. So you basically have to do 2 tours, really.
Yeah,
you know?
and that's kind of how it's been, I guess, over the years. As we, my name's Peter Mel, alongside Daryl Verosco.
Hey.
Longtime Santa Cruz native, born and raised, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah,
lucky
on the west side.
Yeah, lucky to grow up right here at the lane. So.
Good to have you and all of your expertise, obviously. So he'll be calling the action here. But I was just looking through this rankings here.
Yeah.
You think about the top 3. Zoe Benedetto is in the lead. Look at Honolulu Bloomfeld's here. Joe O'Neill, team rider, and in the shortboard division. So she's actually getting the wild card here in this round of 32. World champ, but on the longboard.
Wow. Does she have a sister or a daughter or something like that that's here?
No.
Because I thought I saw her surf a heat.
Kolohe Bloomfeld's daughter. You remember Kolohe Bloomfeld, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, North Shore native.
Yeah.
That's daughter of right here.
Okay.
Oh, no. She's on the longboard tour.
Right, yeah. So
wanted to participate at the lane in the shortboard. She rides anything and everything.
Oh, yeah, she's a good
surfer. Competing wise, she's always been on a longboard. But also now we get to see her pick up the shortboard and go for a heat. It's awesome.
Oh, that's epic. Yeah. No, she knows what waves are good, and she's a good surfer. She can jump on anything, guaranteed. So it's cool. And then definitely probably one of the women the girls don't want to get smoked by, right? But
yeah, I mean that's the one thing when you put yourself in a situation where you're competing. You also put yourself in, you can win, but you also can you lose a lot more. So yeah.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
Samantha Sibley actually sitting pretty low in the rankings. She's going to need to pick up some ground here. She's at number 33 in the North American rankings currently.
Okay.
But yeah, she did mention she was surfing in the Challenger Series as well. Whereas in this heat, Zoe Benedetto sits at number 1. She's got a pretty strong lead with 5,993 points.
Wow. Yeah, here we go. Green up and riding. Cuts it back. Sarah Fry.
Yeah, Frere actually is sitting at number 7 in the rankings. So this is a golden opportunity for her to get herself an opportunity. Top 4 in the rankings plus a wild card. So 5 total coming from North America into the Challenger Series for the season.
Bush. Yep, White just up and out real quick.
That was Remy Todd.
So they keep 3, right? 3 results.
I think they're going to be 5 now, all said and done, because they've got like 9 or 10 on their tour. So top 5 results, I want to say. I'm not
for the women, and then 3 for men.
No, it's 5 for men too.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
crazy.
Yeah, but I guess in the men's side, there's only 2 3,000 ranked events, which are going to be obviously the bigger points, and then 1 5,000. So those 3 results there are very important. You have to be able to compete high in those. But that means also that the 1,000 events like this are going to count your score line, so you might as well have results there too.
No, true. Yeah, for sure. That Barbados event is the critical one.
Yeah, 5,000 points.
Everyone circles that one and make sure. And that's
men and women too.
Yeah, and that's a good wave.
It
super
is.
Fun.
Yeah.
I haven't been there, but from what it looks like, it's super fun.
I actually have been there, and it is an amazing wave. even when it's just windy and you know, it doesn't look that great, you head out there. It's kind of like the lane where it has a lot of extra juice,
Yeah.
power in the wave. So yeah, it's one of the best events on this tour. So I'm glad that it's actually been upgraded to a 5,000. That happened last year.
Yeah.
Keeping it again this year. So good job to all that. The Barbados Surfing Federation that's been putting all the hard work in and getting the sponsorship, and it's awesome. Cause, yeah, this tour needs it really. If you think about the talent level that this tour has, they've done a good job with the women adding the Supergirl events. Those were good bookends, great event to have both East Coast and West Coast represented. We'd love to see the men's division get something like that as well. So that's a great place for growth.
Right. Yeah. We just have to, you know, keep going here and see if we can get some good sponsors to back it up. I was mentioning how green that lawn looked yesterday. Look at that shot. It's pretty cool. That's It's Beach on the other side where that arch is. And
you know what's best about that grass? They don't have sprinklers.
No.
It's literally all natural. Like, hey, if it gets brown, it gets brown, right? It does happen, but we had a lot of rain last year, so
it's already got rain on it.
Yeah.
It's like I kick my soccer ball around there with my daughter. We go practice over there, and sometimes
like your own public field.
Oh yeah, for sure. And sometimes it's just too wet. We're like, well, why is it so wet? Like, yeah,
It's a lot of
it soaks it up for sure. But it's a cool little area, little zone right there. People do sometimes you're surfing the lane and you're running back out, and there's a little old ladies yoga class going on and stuff. It's pretty
Or an old man doing doing his katas, or you can see somebody get married as you're running by in your wetsuit.
Oh yeah, people get married. All of a sudden, you know, there's hula hoops going down and bubbles and
bubbles,
big bubbles. Yeah,
that's so funny.
I had to make a bubble maker just
because of it.
Yeah,
the daughter needed to see big bubbles.
Yeah, it's one of those things I had to do at the birthday party, and
Did it
was
work?
Oh yeah, it was fun.
What did you use for the soap?
I'll teach you.
Did you have a special soap? Do you have
It
a
was
nice
like
formula?
glycerin, soap, and those are the two main ingredients. But you have to get it right, you know.
It has to be the right formula.
Yeah, and then you have
to make big bubbles.
To make big bubbles, 2 sticks with a rope connecting it, and then you just kind of loop it together and kind of use the air to do it. It's pretty sick.
Sibley
on the backhand.
Cruising. Styly, yeah. I mean, that wave didn't call for a whole lot, but she did what she could with it. Carrying a 1 score of a 617, so looking solid. This is just the backup number, making sure she gets it.
Yeah, she's too good of a surfer to be that far down on the rankings.
Yeah,
you know, she should be.
I don't know the story of why. You know, maybe she missed some events, or you know, focusing on the Challenger Series. Really, you know.
That's difficult.
That's the part of it, right? Because you know, you got to go East Coast, West Coast. Here we go, checking it out. This is the beginning of that wave for this reform. This is the backup number.
Yeah, carving it together.
That was kind of the most quality that we saw as far as the turns went. And a little tap there for the combo. And a third. Yeah, the inside work was good.
Definitely.
That was the first wave, I think. That was the 617. Here we go. This is the second wave. I was going to say, yeah, that inside combo. This one there, that was a little slower, right? This one backed off. But it is going to be a backup number. It is in 3.6. So Sibley out front. Pretty much the 2 biggest numbers so far. Did it very quickly. So fight for second with Zoe Benedetto, Remy Todd, and Sarah Frere. Like I said, this is Sarah is a golden opportunity for her, being that she is number 7 in the rankings. Wants to make sure she stays in that at least top 10 picture going into that big event in Barbados, because like I said, only 4 surfers out of the rankings are guaranteed a spot. So you got to surf your way in. You got to do the top 4. The 5th spot is a wild card, so that could be handed out to basically anyone who. That could be to a Sibley, for example, being that you know, maybe something happened where she was injured, she could get an injury wild card.
True.
But it's basically given back to the region. And the region decides who's that wild card is.
Right. Yep. Okay. So next we have Morro Bay, right? That's a 1,000.
1,000 beginning of December.
And then Pismo, correct?
And that's a 3,000.
Yep.
Then we have 2 more 1,000 events on the schedule. Dominican Republic, which was unfortunately downgraded from a 3,000 to a 1,000. That's a good, fun wave down there in DR.
Right.
It's a great little venue, great, fun little wave, a lot of waves there. And then there's the Cocoa Beach event, which you know, is another 1,000. That those are going to kind of become somewhat important, as well as Morro Bay, because they will count in your scoreline.
Yeah. Right. So. Cool. It's going to be a fun little year to watch surfing, and hopefully we see some more of those some big wave events as well, Pete.
Yeah, that would be nice. I mean, Jaws is on the schedule once again. The invite's out. The Eddy is going to be once again. They're doing the Eddy again, which is cool. You've got where is that? Nazareth also. They got a big tow event there. But let's head down to the glass. We're going to hear from our last heat winner.
I'm here with Reed Van Wagner, our most recent heat winner. It was a pretty slow heat, like pretty low scoring waves. How'd you make that work out there?
I mean, I made a priority mistake in like the first 10 minutes, so I wanted to build off that. So I just sat on the inside, found a couple little ones, got my threes down, and hopefully I would have built from there, but there wasn't very many waves, so.
Yeah, there really wasn't much opportunity. Like, the tide's pretty high, but it's awesome that you made it through. Now you get that low tide to, really show your surfing.
Yeah.
Anything else you want to say?
Just thank you. Thanks for my parents and my brother that are watching. This was such a fun event, and I can't wait to surf again.
Well, I'm excited to see you keep going. Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations, Reed, as she will be up as in heat number 8, probably at the end of the day, or heat number 7, one of the two. But watching now, Zoe Benedetto.
Yeah, a couple of nice carves off the top. She has great style, huh?
Good speed. Good wave choice on that one as well, being that her first wave was just a kind of a throwaway score with 3.0, but may end up counting. You never know. This one's definitely better for sure as we take the overlook here.
Yeah, that's
What do you think of your lily pads, the Ralston concrete pads?
I like a little bit of cement they've poured in the rocks right there. It just kind of helps. You can kind of cruise down there in the summer when it's south swell and warm weather too with the kids, and it just makes it a little safer too.
This is the replay of the last one here, Fleet.
Here we go. Dude, see that style right there? Just hucked it. Again, if there was an inside section, she would have blasted it for sure. She's surfing good. She's got some confidence too, being in the top of the rankings, huh?
Yeah, I would say so.
Still, she's not. Yeah, she's looking pretty good. Is there kind of a number, Pete? You'd be the
I would say, I mean, what you would do is compare to last year, but they've added an extra 3,000, you know, because they had the Supergirl on Oceanside, but then now they added the one on the East Coast, and so it will be different. It'll be higher, most likely, because there's more points on offer.
Yeah.
But I mean, obviously, you know, you can kind of gauge it. I don't know what that number is going to be.
Right.
You know, I'm gauging right now with the 5,000 too. I mean, basically you could see Zoe Benedetto add 5,000 points, and all of a sudden she's got 9,000 points, right?
Yeah.
So that's a number. But ultimately at 4, I would say probably around 6,500 points, 7,000 points maybe would be enough. I'm just throwing a number out.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah.
But for top 4, Bella Kenworthy sits at number 4 right now with 4,230. But again, when you have Pismo at 3,000, you've got the 5,000 at the end. There's some points on offer.
Yeah,
at the end of the season.
we'll know a lot more finishing with these California results, kind of what they're looking at.
Yeah,
so
true.
That's cool.
And there's a lot of great surfers sitting down low. I mean, Alyssa Spencer sits at number 11, but she's on the championship tour, so she doesn't have to worry. She's going to be going and competing at Pipeline for the very first event of the season.
Yeah.
Being that she still loves competing, that's what it really comes down to. She was always on the Challenger Series. She was always going to have enough of a ranking, most likely, to keep her seed going into next season without having to surf the region.
Yeah.
But she still did it. She still came and competed, went to those bigger events, got bigger numbers, and she sits at right there at number 11.
Yeah. They love it. They love competing and traveling around. Here we go, Green up and riding. Bush kind of just gets stuck at the top of that one.
Oh, man, you just don't like seeing those opportunities go to the wayside, especially when she's only carrying a 1.5 already. So Sarah's going to have to battle here and have basically a 9-minute heat.
Here we go. White on the backhand, Pete.
Same thing for Remy.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe an opportunity, though. This lower tide, it starts to stand up a little more vertical.
Definitely. Gosh, that was nice.
Smooth. Smoother face. Kicks out clean. So that's going to be the best way for Remy Todd. But she's you look at the two surfers in red and blue, Zoe and Samantha. They both are carrying the good numbers with 6s. So, I mean, that's a distinct advantage, even though their backup numbers are low, which I think Remy will probably get somewhere similar to those backup numbers. You still think in your head as you're paddling back out, man, I got to get something in the good to excellent range.
Yeah, you definitely need a bomb for sure. So you got to kind of base your wave choice on basically the people in your heat sometimes and the scores that they have, you know.
That's why your job over there, as you know, as a beach commentary, is so important to give that information out as we watch this replay here.
Yeah, no, it's true. They need to know that I need a big score. I've been really liking some of the progressive surfing that's been happening at the end of the heats, that people know, like, I need a score, like, and just throwing it up there, especially Jake Davis. You know, he's done that a couple times already at this event. And I think these women can do the same. You know, if they need a big score, they can throw some big turns. So looks like Blue having a look at this one from above.
Well, Remy Todd got a score of a 3.93. That's enough to move her to third. Now needs a 5.28. So doesn't need the 6. You know, of the 3s that have happened with the backup numbers so far, Remy has the highest of it. So only needs the 5.28. But that's if she can chase off Samantha and Zoe, who are experienced competitors, sitting in priority now with Samantha and Blue.
Yeah.
And then Zoe has the second priority. So this is an important hold of priority right here to hold off the youngsters that are sitting on the inside.
Definitely. Yeah, so just so everybody on the web, like, the lane is not that flat. Okay.
What, meaning because you're looking at the drone view?
Yeah, the drone view, it's so bad, but it's beautiful. It shows everything, but it just makes the wave look so flat. It's not super steep. I'm not going to say that, but
it's steeper than it looks with the drone.
Yeah, it's still pretty bowly and fun on its day. So
I think the best part about the lane, personally, for me, even though that you're right, the faces aren't necessarily going to be steep, but the speed you carry because of the wedge and the energy that you carry, even when they're on flat on the face, your board feels fast on your feet. So it's still fun. So, you know, you're even doing these snowboard carves on these big open faces because you can carry speed.
Oh, true. Yeah, and sometimes when that, you know, northwest wind is on, it's like that extra little wind burst too. It gives you speed as well.
I'm calling ball bearings. Yeah, it gets the chatter, the texture of the wave. It puts air under your board. And it just.
We love that little crumble lip at the lane, so we look for that.
Probably won't have that this week though.
No, it's a lot different. I mean, it's kind of plays into the, I guess, the visiting surfers a little bit.
Yeah,
it's even harder for the locals because they're not seeing things that they're usually looking for here at the lane.
Yeah.
So.
We've had a few of our locals bow out, really.
Yeah,
Today was a tough day. We lost a few, and then and yesterday as well.
Yeah, that was a tough one. Watching our boy Natty boy go down last night. That was a tough heat, but so hard to read out there. And
again, you mentioned it, the leveling of the playing field. I mean, that was Tim Reyes' call in that last part of that heat to move over to Middle Peak, and none of us would have ever made that decision, maybe. I mean, but he did it, made a decision, and it worked out for him because it wasn't the typical lane. I mean, Nat had second priority, was sitting on the outside, was like, okay, go ahead, Timmy. I'm going to get my wave right here. And he held his ground, just didn't work out for him. Good wave for Sibley there on that last one. We were chatting through it, but that wave could be an improvement. It is, barely though, only a 3.9, so adds 0.3 to the total. So now makes those allocations needed by Remy a little higher. 5.28 for Remy, because Sam actually went to the lead. So they were almost tied. That was crazy.
Yeah.
And then Sarah needs a 7.7. Here we go, paddling. Oh, mistake. Zoe would have given up priority there.
All right, so that goes to White, and see if she could capitalize it, sitting in that third position. She needs to get a good wave.
And this looks like an all right one, huh? Double
Yeah,
up.
she's a good little paddler here.
Well, is this wave going to have enough energy? Maybe it's going to stand up. It needs to.
Yeah. Ooh, nice turn. Yeah, that wave, it looked good from the beginning.
It looked like it was going to start to have some energy, and then it didn't.
Yeah. Story of our lives sometimes, Pete. It's all good. So she'll get back out there. She's got 4 minutes almost. So, yeah, we got local legend right there, Obo and Rhodey.
One of the best glassers in town right there.
Yeah.
We worked for Freeline Surfboards for many, many years. Best glass jobs we ever had was from Obo's hands.
Yeah, that was classic. You know, Obo used to run like a juice company.
Yep.
And so he'd get these trucks pull up in front of his house, and he'd need the boys to unload it, so he'd pay us $20.
$20
an hour.
I heard it was 100.
Yeah, he'd pay us pretty good.
Oh, $20 an hour.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Cash to unload the juice truck.
and so you're unloading what, all the orange juice or
Yeah, just whatever. Yeah, it's like concentrated juice.
Yeah, for like the bars, right?
Something like that. Yeah, he did some type of juice deal, and so he'd call the boys up and he'd go unload his truck.
And glass boards in the evening.
It's pretty cool to have these legends and their backstories, and he's here all the time, you know, surfing still and choking people out, jiu-jitsu, and
the black belt.
Yeah, you know, they get hurt a lot though.
It's funny because I actually started doing jiu-jitsu with Obo. I actually started before him.
Yeah.
And now he's a black belt. I guess I should have stuck with it.
I don't know, man. I see these guys come back, and it's a killer sport and a killer workout and a great thing to learn. But I see these guys come back and go, what happened? Oh, someone twisted my elbow the wrong way. You know, I can't surf for, 6 months. I'm like, well, I'm not doing that. But it's a killer sport.
And you're a lover, Flea. You're not going to be needing to worry about fighting.
I don't want to wrestle, Pete. I wrestled in 8th grade and was undefeated.
Really?
86 pounds, Pete.
86 pounds.
Yeah.
You're the toughest 86-pounder. I would say that you probably were. That's why you nicknamed the Flea. I mean, as a small little insect, the Flea is pretty tough.
Oh, man. I remember going to all these different random schools in Watsonville and crazy.
Really?
And just being that surfer, I had that upper body strength and
No one could compete.
Could take those kids down. But
that's so fun.
It was funny. I didn't keep doing it after 8th grade.
We had a few wrestling matches. You are pretty good.
Yeah, no, yeah. You slap pretty good too, Pete.
I got big
good,
hands.
You're a good slapper. Yeah.
What are friends for?
Yeah, that was fun.
What are friends for?
Exactly. But
1:28 to go here. Sam Sibley holding on to the lead so far. Zoe Benedetto's hanging on to second. And with 1:20 to go, third priority, and Remy Todd with the white jersey needing a 5.28. Really, the opportunity is for a bomb to come to Sarah Frere, and if she could pull it off, because she's got priority, but she needs a big number, 7.7.
Yeah, that's a huge number. Yep.
You like her positioning where she's sitting?
I do. You know, where she's at, you can kind of, if a bomb comes, you just paddle towards the east side to get in the spot,
That's to the left, right?
Yeah, to the left. And then if not, you can paddle the other way. It's good to be right there, just,
she's not giving up. You can see she's focusing on that horizon. Next heat, starting to enter the water.
That's pretty rough right there where she's at, though, 4th place. She hasn't had a wave over a 1.5.
Confidence would be low.
Yeah,
a little bit.
That's going to be rough.
Although, opportunity here, 25 seconds.
She's got the priority. That's the good part about this. But can she get into this wedge, and can the wave reform is the question, right?
Well, she's doing it. Made the decision 14 seconds to go.
Ooh,
Starts
nice.
it off, a little carve, but needs more. 7.7 needed. And if she's going to get anything near that, she's got to punt a big air right here. Oh, give it a hack, though.
Wow, that was some good surfing right there. It's just
Uh-oh.
unfortunate.
What's happening here?
Oh, no.
That was during the heat. At least the score up there, the second is stuck. I don't know if that means that was before or after the heat.
Sibley had priority there.
Yeah, true. So ultimately, though, Zoe's not there. Remy Todd is in. Yeah, it's going to be a washout. Sibley and Benedetto will most likely get through here unless something funky happens.
Right. Yeah, that was cool little heat right there. We'll see what this next one looks like.
We're going to take a look here as judges have asked for what happened here. So again, let's take into consideration here. White actually is second priority to blue. Blue has priority. That unfortunately, Zoe had nothing to lose. I mean, obviously she'll probably end up dropping to 4th, right? So she finishes 3rd, but she needed a wave. She had to make it happen. Here's the replay of Sarah's last wave. That's not going to make the cut, I don't believe. So again, Sam Sibley, like I said, had priority over White. She was basically using that priority to block, but I think Remy didn't care.
That was a nice little blast by Sarah, huh?
Yeah, it was.
So
it was a nice blast, but is it a 7.7 blast?
No.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Kind of need a little bit more, right?
Well, we'll wait for the judges actually are going to come in. It is going to be a mid-4 probably for Sarah, so not enough. Again, unofficially, Samantha Sibley and Zoe Benedetto have moved through. We're going to wait for some scores, take a quick break, and we'll be back as we'll start into heat number 2 of the round of 32 at the O'Neill Cold Water Classic. O'Neill, Coldwater Classic, Peter Mel, and Daryl Flea-Verosco in the box bringing you the action. I got to clean up something, I think, as I am seeing an interference flip-flopped around, so maybe I'm confused, but Sam Sibley is actually going to get an interference, and that was a priority interference. So in my mind, I had it flipped. It actually was priority with Remy Todd. Not going to change anything for Remy, unfortunately, because Sarah actually popped up and got the win. So Sarah gets a gift at the end of that one. And that little turn on the inside on that wave meant everything. Had a 1.5 as a total high score, and then turns it at the very end with an interference and a gift at the end.
Wow, I
gotta swallow that up.
So unfortunate.
Yeah, not very cool for Sam Sibley, especially when she's looking at where she is in the rankings. That was a bit of a blow and a mistake, really. If you think about it, she had to give way there because she was basically in second priority, as I understand it. That's how it worked out. So,
wow, that's crazy.
Went from second to fourth.
Yeah. And
the penalty for a priority interference like that is a whole entire wave. So she only gets scored on her best wave, which was the 6.17. And that's an unfortunate error to make at the end of that heat.
Here we go, Pete. Autumn Hayes, local girl, psyching.
Vela Mativ in the blue, Honolulu Bloomfeld in the white, and Dea McCart in the green. Dea had a good heat earlier today. Get to see Honolulu for her first time. And also Autumn, who is a lane local and a former QS winner. So she's gotten a lot of experience in that red jersey. Here we go, double up for Bloomfeld. She sees it. Watch out for the explosion to see if this wave loads up with some energy, gets a snap, but that's it. So Honolulu's first wave, dramatic, but not going to be a big number.
Yeah, we love just rolling into those double ups, huh? Too bad it didn't have a nice perfect wall in front of it. Autumn was smart to actually pass that up. It's hard to see on the screen from the webcast like what the wave looks like, but Autumn
She understands this wave by a long shot of everybody in here, most experienced. Here we go, taking a look, though, as we talk her up.
Whoa.
Bouncy takeoff, but to her feet, setting it up.
Carves it back. Let's see if this one has a nice little inside. She saw something. Autumn staying busy. I believe she finished quarterfinals last year.
Yep.
So she needs to do that.
She would love to be a champion, right? That's every local's dream, right, is to win this event here in your backyard.
True, yeah. And got blue, kind of little layback slash right there and staying busy. Yeah, Autumn Hayes has been a student for a while now, and she's a cool little woman, you know, traveling the world, surfing J-Bay every summer, and she's a really nice girl for sure.
Does a lot for the young ladies around town too. Is a mentor, spends time with them, teaches them how to surf, gets them in the water. O'Neill Surf Shop member and team rider.
Yeah. She does everything, you know. She's a really good example for these young women.
Yeah, McCart.
Wow, that was nice.
Good wave choice to get a nice big section. Just the one move there for Dea. But it'll be an okay number considering the section was pretty big there.
Right, yeah. You saw that first, what is it, the first heat of the round at Eden Walla. She did this maneuver that kind of went over the section. It was pretty cool. So utilizing the foam ball sometimes here at the steamer lane is something it's good to get around sections.
And using it basically as almost a slingshot, right? You hit the lip and it actually gives you more speed.
Yeah, you come out of it so fast into that next section. You go Honolulu right here.
Critical move as you hit the lip, but also as we watch this, strong. Be able to push up after that, getting that belly drop, comes to her feet. Don't know if that'll affect the score because there wasn't much scoring potential until she stands up here.
Right.
Looking at this number coming in, it's going to be a mid-4. One thing that I think that lane surfers have is that mid-section to be able to hold the line and gouge that turn in, that mid-face carve.
Yeah.
And if you're able to keep your flow through it, this wave was a little more challenging because it started to bend out to sea. It didn't have that same energy.
Yeah, I agree with that. And I like to say, like, those whitewater takeoffs are like the hardest maneuver in surfing.
They are.
You know,
get your feet doing a push-up with a 300-pounder on your back.
Yeah, you could be like the best surfer and then have to do that and just feel like the beginner. So
it happens.
It happens to everybody.
Here's Dea. Replay of our one big move there. We'll see. Now we're going to see that the first exchange is going to unfold here. And who's going to get the best of it? It's going to be interesting between Autumn and Dea. They're two different style of waves. I mean, Dea, one move on a bigger section, a little more flow and speed for Autumn Hayes. Who's going to get the better of the exchange? Well, it's Dea. She gets a 4.0. Nope, it's not. It's Autumn, 4.27. So slight edge to Autumn Hayes.
Yeah. So that little belly takeoff really didn't matter too much, you know, and she knew she had to do that. So, yeah, pretty close scores, you know, and getting started early, you know, 20 minutes. These heats are 25 minutes, so it's a little bit more for these women, so that's really cool in this round. A little less opportunity than yesterday, so they want to give the surfers a little more time, and I think it's smart.
Yeah, and also just as you move through an event, generally we've caught up time. I mean, we got through yesterday. We buffered a good probably 6 to 8 hours, I think, in this entire event throughout the competition waiting period to be able to kind of play with the tides, which is kind of something that we always risk coming at this time of the year. You get some pretty high tides.
Yeah.
And generally, though, we usually have no lack of swell, right? I mean, November is one of our favorite months, and yeah, unfortunately, this one we just ended up getting a bit of a weather change. But actually, in reality, for the bar that I came in with, as far as the level of expectation,
yeah,
it's kind of exceeded it a little bit. I thought it was gonna be pretty rough, and this has been, you know, we've been able to get through the high tides. We haven't stopped that yet, both days. Tomorrow may be a different question, right?
Well, yeah, I think the wind part about this is the storm and the wind and the rain. We didn't see that yesterday. We were able to get through most of pretty much the whole day without that, and then
except for the last 3 heats.
Yeah, and then we woke up this morning to pretty much sunny kind of weather, not too cloudy and gnarly, but it's been the wind has been pretty calm.
Yeah,
it hasn't been this crazy windy storm, which we were kind of. This storm was kind of predicted to be many different things, you know. And
it did go through different phases as far as the forecast was concerned.
But
even the waves too, right? I mean, we didn't realize what the waves are going to do. When you have a cutoff low, I think that's one of the hardest things to kind of really forecast, because you just don't know. The storm gets kind of split in half, so you end up getting, you know, how far south does it move and all of that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and you get different, you know, a little pulse here and a pulse there, you know.
Yeah, as far as the waves are.
Yeah, as far as the waves go. But I think what's helping us here is the direction of the swell, wind swell, and lots of waves is getting us through this high tide, you know. If it was a northwest,
northwest wind swell, it's because it's west,
if
right?
If it was like an interval, more of an interval, there'd be long waits, you know, at the high tide and less waves. I think there's so many waves with this wind swell type swell. It's more opportunity. Maybe, you know, a lot of junky waves, but there's those diamonds too that come in there. So, you know, knowing which ones to pick.
And that's why I think if you see a lot of opportunities with, I mean, and that's the one thing about priority, right? You want to see the exchange of priority happen a couple times throughout a heat. That obviously shows more consistency. But when you do see a wind swell like this, you're going to see that, you know, the cyclatory action of changing priority throughout the heat.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, so looks like Autumn Hayes sitting up there in second priority. Bloomfield got that first priority, and kind of interested to see how her surfing looked throughout this heat. You know,
well, she's a great surfer. I don't know how much experience she has at the lane. I personally have never seen her surf here.
Right. Yeah.
But she's been an O'Neill team rider for many years. I have seen her in town.
Right.
So I know that there's probably been times that she's been able to surf the lane, but not a ton of experience considering she lives on the North Shore. Actually, now living kind of down in California, I think she's been spending a lot more of her time as of late. But grew up on the North Shore, you know, surfing the likes of Sunset Beach and, you know, right across the street from her home at Chun's Reef, or not Chun's Reef, but Laniakea.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, she's got some cool talent for sure.
Zoe Benedetto takes out the heat win of the first heat of the round of 32. She's on the glass.
I'm here with Zoe Benedetto, our last heat winner and the previous Coldwater Classic champ. How's it feel to be back?
Yeah, it feels nice. I'm always a little bit nervous my first couple heats at Santa Cruz just because it is kind of a difficult wave. So yeah, just happy to get first heat out of the way. A couple weird endings in that heat, but default, so.
Yeah, well, awesome. And you're surfing through the hardest point right now, just about dead high tide a little after. So excited to see you go through the lower when you have more open face. You've been ripping in your free surfs. Anything else you want to say?
Yeah, just having my family back at home. I missed you guys, miss all my sponsors. Yeah, I'm just excited to surf the 9.
Well, I'm excited to see you take it home again, maybe. Yeah.
Congratulations, Zoe.
Yeah, good job. Here we go. Honolulu looking at this one.
Good read, maybe.
Drops in, see if she gets some face. Carves it off the top. Nice little carve back into the pocket. Does this wave have a little speed carve right there?
You can see that longboard style and grace that she carries, the flow that she carries.
Yeah, yeah. It's beautiful. It's hard to, man, I mean, longboarding is, it's difficult to walk around the board like that, like they do, you know?
Especially on the way that the criteria is now. I mean, now they're having to have a weight limit on their boards. They have to be heavy, right? So,
Yeah.
Single fin, generally.
Yeah.
A lot of them don't wear cords. As you see the replay here, Lee.
Yeah, here we go. She drops in, kind of looking like she has a good board. It gets her into that wave early, and she just carves it back a couple times. I like this little speed carve, down carve. And then, yeah, so that wave was pretty chattery. You could see that board bouncing up and down. She did well to handle that chatter, and we'll see where that falls in. I think it's
unique flow to the wave. I think it's kind of unique. You could look at what it was, what she surfed to the criteria there. Flow was a definite part of it because it was a lot of bounce. First wave of the set had that little chatter from the cliff. It doesn't get cleaned up. 337 for Honolulu.
Yeah, no, she did good. She got in early. You know, that board's probably not as thick as she likes, right?
Yeah,
That's a different change right there.
It was a request. I mean, O'Neill team rider request like, hey, I want to compete. I mean, and I think, again, she can most likely compete in her region of Hawaii. But, again, residing in California, O'Neill sponsor up here. Hey, I want to come enjoy it. Like, let's surf the shortboard. I can compare my surfing.
It's cool that O'Neill threw her in there. It's a full wild card, you know. And she's sitting in the first place position right now. So
337 with the 1.5. That does have her in the lead. Score quickly in for Dea, just a .30.
Yeah, you can see Autumn Hayes is smart. She knows. She just sat there. You know, even though she didn't have priority, she just sat there to wait to get to priority. And so green, Dea just kind of carving it. Just the wave got the better of her right there. But yeah, as I was saying, Autumn just sitting there waiting for her chance to have priority, and then she's probably not going to ride too many waves to see. I would imagine just a couple waves, maybe 3 waves. Yeah.
Well, the 4.27, I mean, that was the start, right? She made sure she got a quick, easy start, picked up the number that, I mean, for now, a 4.27 has been kind of the backup number.
Yeah.
And now with priority, she, you know, had waited for it, had to work for it and get it. This is the replay of that last one from Dea. It's going to be better than her last wave, so it's going to improve her situation. Matter of fact, it takes her to the lead at 2.27. And right now, that's an early lead for Dea. Honolulu moves to second, now Autumn to third. Just a 0.6, so basically she just needs to stand up and ride for a little bit and she'd get the number. But ultimately, I think in her mind, she's got the priority situation where she's got right of the lineup. She knows what a good wave looks like. 12 minutes on the clock, right? She just needs to be patient and wait for that wave that she knows is going to be a good one. That's going to give her opportunity to get the best number of the heat.
Yeah, that's cool. So it looks like Autumn having a look at this one. What you don't want to do is lose priority.
Yeah,
so.
or make it, yeah, by catching a wave and then not capitalizing, getting the big number. I mean, that would be a mistake if you're not, you know, at least getting the lead, right? That's the idea.
Yeah.
Bella.
Chances are she could have got the lead easily that wave, but she doesn't want to have to mess around and do it again. You know, she wants to make it happen this time. So Honolulu, little floater. See if she can get around this section. Oh, a little spice right there, and she's out of here.
She riding an HIC? It's hard to see what the board is there. Almost looks like, no, that's a different logo. That's an O'Neill logo, huh?
Yep.
Ah.
Yeah, it is.
Well, Honolulu Bloomfeld's going to improve right there again, so she's staying busy. That's a little different than what we see Autumn Hayes doing, which she's being patient. And I guess that's what happens when you sit outside of priority. It's good to be a little more busy, whereas if you're sitting with priority, more selective. Watch the replay here. This was first of blue. And the first turn was pretty good. A little carve back. And then sets up this one here, gets the dig, a little layback snap that we saw earlier on a wave, and then the wave dies out. So a second wave there, 2.63 for Bella. And then this is the replay here of Hono. There's one turn in here that's pretty good. That little gouge there, tight arc, little surprise too. Didn't see that coming.
Yeah, no, it was a little flare, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was nice.
Well,
So,
not a huge number, but it keeps her in second, 2.6. So now the number needed for Autumn, as she's dropped the fourth, has turned into a 1.7. So patience paying off and waiting it out. She's going to let another wave go by. Good read on that one there. Not a ton of energy.
yeah, exactly. It's probably hard when all the girls are catching waves on the inside of you. You know, you don't know too much until they get called out.
Well, is she going to turn around for this one?
This is basically a closeout, maybe.
Oh, really? Decision, and it's a bad decision.
Yeah, I could see that. That was just too much angle on that thing, you know. But she'll get back out there.
Okay, well, it's not out of gates, but that was an error, unfortunately, for Autumn Hayes there. The use of priority, waited a good probably 4 or 5 minutes with priority. Choice made, too far behind, closed out. Looked like it was going to have some energy in it, which is what she's looking for, but with the tide dropping out now, that one grabs shallow water much quicker than she had anticipated. Wave shuts down, gets a 0.87, and she stays in fourth. She just lost priority here. Up and riding, your heat leader.
Yeah, Dea just carving it back to the pocket. The face looks clean on this wave. Another nice little carve in the pocket. Let's see if she can get some lip. Oh, she kind of throws it through the lip right there. Yeah, so that's probably going to be her best score, I would imagine. I'm liking these little Elkies Blue's doing.
Gary Elkerton, runner-up here, former runner-up in 1990.
Yeah.
O'Neill Coldwater Classes, and you'll call that an Elko because he had that layback carve, huh?
Right, yeah, he did.
That's why we call it an Elko.
Yeah, he'd throw his arm up there and, you know, show the pit a little bit. And
back arm back, front arm up over the head.
What we do remember the most about Elke was the floater he did back in the day. The big floater at Middle Peak, and his arms were, it was crazy, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And it was a big wave, and he did a huge floater, and kind of floaters were cool back then, a little bit more than they are now.
Way more in the 80s, yes, definitely. Floaters were big stuff. Here we go, replay of this last one here for Dea. She's going to improve her situation. We're waiting on the number for this. Most likely to improve on the 2.27.
Yeah. Yeah, that was good. You know, she liked it. She kicked out. Here we go. This is what we were talking about. Is right here, this little snap right. The next one maybe, huh?
Yep.
Ooh, it's just feeling the rail
Lay
right
back
there.
carve.
Yeah.
Load that tail. It's what it does when you do your arm movements like that. It actually puts a lot of pressure on your back foot. Right? So it actually puts that pressure on your back foot, so you're able to hold the rail and dig in, and you actually can kind of lean back. That's why they call it a layback, right?
Yeah.
Or we call it an Elko. As we watch this replay here, live action of Bloomfield trying to improve on a 2.6. Still waiting on the number for Vela as well, because a 2.88 will take her to that second position. Going to come up a little short though, 2.63. So no change there for Vela. And Hono waiting on a number for her. Does she improve on the 2.6?
Wow, so Dea 5.17, right? That was
Ooh, big number there. Yeah, extends the lead. Best number of the heat, like you had mentioned.
Yeah, for sure. So she's got that 5 and a 4. She's solid right now.
9 points has been pretty good so far.
Autumn Hayes doesn't need much, right?
To get to second, because we're waiting on a number for Honolulu. It doesn't change anything at 2.5.
Right.
So the number stays the same. 1.7 needed for Autumn. Now has priority back again. So a quick exchange. She's able to get herself priority. There is the replay of this last one here for Honolulu Bloomfield.
Yeah. Yep. Just carving it through. You can see the surfers paddling back out. This is indicators right there towards the wharf right there. So it was a nice drop too. It was a little late.
She's had a couple nice drops.
Yeah.
Doesn't always go into the criteria necessarily unless it's big waves.
Yeah, exactly. Elevator drops.
You were famous for the airdrop and kind of creating airdrops.
Yeah, no, I like to do the no paddle takeoffs.
Oh, goodness.
As long as you're in the spot, you can do it. But Yeah, no, it wasn't always something I wanted to do. You know, getting cartwheeled on 25
Hey,
footers.
it worked for you. 'Cause
Yeah.
You got yourself 3 wins at Mavericks, one of the gnarliest contests in the world, dude.
Yeah, it worked, you know, for a number of years, but it was fun. But
5:25 to go here. Can the local girl pull it off? Can the nerves of steel? She did have an error there where she had the .87 with priority and now is getting given a second chance. And again, only needs a 1.7, which is the same number actually I think she was looking for beforehand.
I'll tell you, yeah, I'll tell you one thing. Autumn, though, when she gets nervous, she can do, you know, maybe
make
loses,
mistakes.
Makes
It is tough. I mean, it's competition mind. I mean, you're getting basically when you have a mistake, what does that do to your mind? It's going to flood you with some chemicals
Wow.
that could be a negative thought process, right? You get ants in your head.
For sure, yeah. And I feel like Autumn has that sometimes when she, you know, like that one right there, she took off on a closeout.
And how much pressure do you think that these women and men have, you know, serving your home event? I mean, this is her home break.
Oh, this is her
Serves her
home.
every day.
This is her home break, her sponsors contest.
Yeah, a lot of
Here
pressure.
she goes. Can she stand up right here and get that score?
Right now, we'll see. Strong legs.
Carves it back into the pocket. Let's see if this wave has some inside. Nice surfing, though. See?
Oh no.
So,
Oh man, that again, those the nerves. You know, the breakdown of the legs. I mean, 1.7. Now she needs a 2.8 because
Yeah.
Nativa just got another score. So 2.8. That cutback was huge in relation to this heat.
for sure. Yeah, totally. And that's how it works. Yeah, it's her home break, her sponsors contest. You know, I would like to say, even though she's young compared to me and you, Pete, it's kind of becoming
A veteran.
the latter part of her career, you know, and you know, you need to take advantage of these opportunities when they're here. But
3.6. She turns it, gets it done. She sits in second. 3 minutes and 35 seconds. She'll be getting this news now.
yeah,
Still some time on the clock, so this is going to be an important last 3.5 minutes here.
no, her surfing is there. She surfs fast. Her rails are clean.
Yeah, she's got a
You
nice
know?
front hand gouge too.
Yeah,
She
she
knows the way
does.
very well. But we got Hono up and riding here in 4th position, looking for
Whoa.
4.5.
Yeah.
Digs in on that one.
That was a little more urgency right there from Honolulu. The first turn was nice and clean. She's got that little flare on that second turn. So this heat's heating up for
It is.
sure.
4.5 needed for Honolulu. Waiting on a score here. That last one for Autumn Hayes. Even with the fall on the cutty, you'd think that wave, she rides out of that roundhouse. It's a 5 again, right? And she kind of puts herself in a very good situation right now. Sits at a sketchy
Yeah,
second place.
It's a little vulnerable, but still, I mean, the scores that the two girls need to advance on are, you know, 4s. So
It's not, yeah, it's just not any wave, right?
No.
So, this is going to be a nice competitive training regime for her first round here. How could she control with priority, sitting in 3rd priority? So she's actually sitting with outside of priority of, you know, competitors that are going to try and do it. Steve, this is a situation for Bella
yeah,
as a youngster to keep the nerves there. Don't get sold on a lemon. That's basically what Autumn would try to do right now is kind of start digging for waves to make her think that they're a quality to it.
yeah. I think it's like a lot of pressure that first heat for all these surfers that are coming to Santa Cruz. Like they've been signed up for this contest for months or whatever it's been, you know. So that first heat has been looming for a while now, and here it is. So they got to just get through it. So
Well, they've been having a long break. I mean, you think about where our first event of the season happened all the way back in April. You know, like it literally went from we finished Barbados and then we came straight back for Jax, and it was the very first event of the season, and that again was 6 months ago almost. So you know, it's been competitively quiet unless you went to the East Coast, which there was a couple events, and we just saw an error there by Dea.
and now it's Autumn Hayes trying to coach her into that wave.
Oh, good sell.
So she did sell her into that wave. Now she's just got to sail blue into a wave.
You'd say that she is by far, besides Honolulu, who I'd say is probably a little bit younger than Autumn, but more experienced. Not only at this break, but also competitively, probably had more heat time than any of the other competitors. You know, Honolulu being an exception, but a lot of her competitive career has been in a Jersey, has been in a longboard. Although I will say, similar competing, right? There's similar strategies that are happening. You're trying to get the best waves and create scores. So, you know, Honolulu is very, very accomplished as well.
Right, yeah. Here we go. It's hard to say what we got on the outside. Green having a look at this one. Just out of there. And Blue.
Look at this. This is a situation. Blue has priority over Autumn. She had to give it to her. So 3.91 needed on this wave.
Oh, yeah. So far, it's a good sell. We'll see.
Yeah, I don't think there's enough there, Flea.
No, that was frustrating probably for that young surfer. But now Autumn sits in a nice spot.
Yeah, priority, and the fact that this thing is going to count down here. Dez in the lead. Autumn going to get through a sketchy one. Couple errors there, but enough to get it done. As we watch your heat winner right there.
Yeah.
On your way to the rocks. Good calling some heats here with you, Flea.
Yeah, thank
as
you.
always.
Yeah, that was fun. Hope everyone out there is having a good day.
Yeah, looks like results will stick as it is. Autumn Hayes finishes in second. Dea McCurt gets a heat win, and we will move into heat number 3 in a moment. We'll be right back. The O'Neill Coldwater Classic continues.
Kona Big Wave. Bring the aloha.
Between O'Neill and four-wheel campers, there's really this shared ethos of exploration, you know, and getting out and enjoying the space that makes you feel alive. And at the end of the day, it is really nice to come home to Santa Cruz and surf right here at Steamer Lane.
O'Neill Coldwater Classic. Jack O'Neill, the inventor of the wetsuit, 1952. We have been here in Santa Cruz ever since. And Steamer Lane, been here way longer than that. And we got another heat underway. Now joining me in the box, Pete Mel alongside Adam Replogle will be calling out this heat number 3, round of 32. And Caden Persidock already surfed today. Talia Swindell, your number 1 seed. Taylor Stacy, also first time we're going to see her. And Zoe Chait up the road up there in Half Moon Bay. A local girl, kind of spends a lot of time surfing the lane.
Certainly does. I watched her this morning. She got a couple great waves on her free surf for the event. See already a couple of, well, it looks like just one wave has been surfed, Pete, but a couple of minutes have elapsed. And obviously you can see the suck of the tide. I was down there watching it for a minute. You're starting to see, you know, some just little indicators that the bottom is starting to show itself a little more.
Watching this one here, this is the replay of that first wave at 2.4 for Caden Persidock. Gets the snap, but then gets hung up.
Yeah, that's where she got hung up. So unfortunately right there, that's where that score sort of suppressed a little. So 2.4 for that wave. Unfortunately for her, I'm sure she wishes she had that section over again, Pete, because that was a little opportunity right at the start of the heat.
It sure was, to get that early momentum. We've seen how important that is. Oh, wow, cute this can be. Yep, this is the boardwalk here.
That's Coover's daughter. That's beautiful. She's such a cute little girl. My goodness. And she probably doesn't have any blush on at all. Those are probably naturally cool little cheeks. That's really cute.
That's too good. She's just chilling.
Yeah, there's her dad right there. There's Mike. One of our reps comes in and services us.
He does.
Yeah.
FCS, O'Neill.
Yeah.
Obviously a good excuse to come down here for the O'Neill Coldwater Classic as we watch the wraparound here for Stacy.
Wow, I like that, man. She really gets some torque on that upper body, about 2/3 through that cutback. Yeah.
Looking like she's riding EPS here, maybe? The color of the board.
You know, sometimes those boards almost look blue. They're so white.
Yeah, just in the way it moves through the water, you can kind of see a distinct little difference in the approach on the wave. This is Zoe.
Oh, looks like maybe she was tangled up right there in her leash or something, but unfortunately for her, that wave just sort of fizzled out.
It did. Zoe, you know, actually great surfer from all the way 1 foot all the way up to 20 foot. She put her time in up at Mavericks, and very young surfer, so motivated.
Yeah. she surfs these reefs up north too pretty well, and I'm sure she's been practicing for this, Pete. Obviously, this is a big event in her own backyard. If you're chasing contests around, around the state, when it comes to your backyard, you're really definitely trying your hardest.
And capitalize, right? I mean,
Yeah.
that's a wave you feel like you're going to have an advantage. Here we go,
Yeah.
Swindoll.
Swindoll open up a nice big wingspan right there on that wrap. And she gets some nice length out of that rail. This wave now starts to materialize, Pete. Nice position, too. Those cutbacks really put her in a position to have sort of some steeper pace and a little dig right there.
Number 5 in the rankings on the North American circuit,
Oh,
and
really?
wants to keep that rankings up there, being that, again, 4 surfers from the top 4
so she's
are
right there.
in,
Yeah.
right? So she's sitting 1 spot out. There is a wild card available, but that could go to somebody, anywhere in the rankings, really. It's a wild card. It could be filled with someone who is injured, either way. So you really want to surf your way into the top 4. So important event. You want to keep that up. Bella Kenworthy, wondering when she's going to come popping up. She's at number 4. Kira Pinkerton in number 3.
There's some names again we've seen for years.
Yep, Jim Pinkerton.
Look at this glass. Look how nice it's looking up there, Pete. The water's
butter.
Is butter right now. There's a little hiss of like, sort of feels like a little offshore wind out there.
It's supposed to be variable. That was Surfline was calling for light and variable winds in the afternoon and the tide dropping. So probably the best part of the day. Maybe going to happen here soon. Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. Let's see what Swindoll gets for this way. That was a nice opening cutback. But watch, Pete, how she's able to set this up. Nice wrapping turn, fading deep right there. Waiting, and now the wave steepens up. So great read.
That was
really
the
like
only
that.
moment it did steepen up.
Yeah.
Literally the whole wave. Literally, that was one moment. So the sitting back and
Yeah.
seeing it unfold and being there at the right moment was smart.
Yeah.
And, again, looking at the relation, look at the judges are going to see it, and they're going to throw some pretty big numbers at it. There it is, 7-point ride for Talia Swindoll. Good read of that flow. That was just an unreal read of that wave.
Yep.
It wasn't like that thing had a ton of scoring potential on it.
Nope.
But where the moments did happen, she was there for it.
Yeah.
Taylor Stacy, next highest wave, a 4.17. So
Yeah.
your 2 seeds are up in front, first and second, with 19 minutes to go. We added 5 minutes into this round. Brody, what do you think that's kind of done to strategy? Any differences you would think with the 25-minute heat?
Oh, for sure. I mean, obviously, it gives you a little more time to be
A
patient.
little more patience.
Yeah. As you see right there, there's Autumn Hayes.
Yeah,
Who was able to get second in that last heat, so she's got to be pretty stoked.
Yeah, she did have an error there. She had a moment where she would dodge a little bit of a bullet there, so she's going to want to clean it up for the next round. But, yeah, she knows it.
She knows it, And you come in after those heats, too, where you had some dicey ones. And you're like, well, at least I got that one out of the way.
Exactly. Yeah, especially with a make involved to it, right? You don't want to have those ones where you don't make it, and
Right.
then you get to sit with it for a while.
Yeah. As you see now, the tide's definitely sucking out, Pete. A lot more waves outside the point. Sort of impressed by this little swell here.
Yeah, I was
to
talking-
be able to go through the tide like that was pretty cool.
And Flea was kind of mentioning the same thing, and I think the benefit of what we had with that storm last night is it turned the swell a more westerly storm swell rather than, say, north storm swell.
Yeah.
I mean, we're looking southwest, right? Basically south directly now. So any swell that's going to be more of that westerly angle, it's going to get in here and feed it into the cove, and that's why we were able to surf through that higher tide as it turned the corner. Otherwise, a lot of these waves have just been, barely breaking on the side of the corner and
Barely dribbling off the point.
Yeah.
And then coming into deep water.
Whereas we've been fortunate enough to deal with, it's not been super pretty, but again, forecast is what it is. We got a week to do this event.
Yeah.
Got to get it done. Here's Stacy trying to get a backup number to the 4.17. Digging in, giving it her 100%, even on a wave of, less than stellar scoring potential.
Yeah.
Does what she could.
Yeah, that was a pretty nice read, too. I appreciate that start of that wave. Pete actually did a little left, go right, went back into the pocket of the wave. Somebody who's been surfing out here and who's seen those little, chip-ins. Because there is a little spot on this reef off Table Rock where you can actually go towards the power, almost go left into the power pocket.
Well, you can see the hook right there. There's a
Yep.
cave, right? So, I mean, you got the point that pulls off, but that curve back in, you almost have to kind of follow that.
Yeah.
That's where the shallow water is going to be, and then you're going
Totally.
to say that it's going to get back to it and get into the power spot.
Yeah. And believe me, folks, if this was an average day with local people out there, they'd be surfing right along that cliff,
There'd be people out, for sure.
Oh, yeah. And nowadays, post-COVID, there's people out there. The extra 30%. Yeah.
They just
they're
need
out
to
there.
make it into the marketplace. Persidoc, quick wave there. Now we got White. Joey Chait, important wave here. See what she can do. She has got a mean forehand hack. If she can get to the open face,
Yeah.
she has. drives it through, but a mistake and a fall.
You know, looks like she's trying pretty hard right now, Pete.
That's the, you know, when you feel like you got to push that little extra, sometimes that little extra makes for mistakes, takes away from your flow. Maybe a release of the fins. You know, there, the example of that, releases the fins, loses the, you know, the balance for that little half second. The water just goes over the top of your head. She makes a mistake.
Yeah.
Still enough time though. That extra 5 minutes allows you for a couple errors if you can, and make yourself come back.
Well, yeah, that's where that 5 minutes helps some of those errors right there. So give them a little more time. You know, you still have to do some gambling out here. Some of the waves don't look good and they get really good on the inside. Some of the waves have all the emphasis on the outside. The best waves obviously go from start to finish. And that's
but there's not many of them, right?
No.
I mean, those,
But
you
even
can get a whole 25-minute heat and not see one.
Right. But just seeing that Swindoll was able to get a 7 on a wave that probably was an average wave of a 5.
A lower throwing potential, yeah, definitely. And that was
she
the
surfed it
read.
up.
Yeah, and so but the read also, like considering you're talking about it, like there was really only that one moment that it kind of stood up with enough vertical face, and being able to sit back and wait for it to happen.
Yeah.
That's where you talk about patience and being able to see it,
poised,
read it,
yeah.
and actually have equipment that's going to hold that speed if you're going to be waiting for it, right? You want it to your board to work and keep the speed up.
No, that's where we go find out who the shaper is for Swindoll. We go, okay, I'll get a couple of those. Look at that little wave peeling off the front of the point right there.
You can see the green water, and then there's the browner tones. Those are basically kelp. That's one thing I think that we don't really necessarily factor in here at the lane because we've had pretty full tides, but the low tides, kelp comes into play, right? It starts to grab your fins.
No doubt.
Up and riding.
Looks like Zoe on the inside, Pete.
Well, audible move here with outside of priority. Yeah, you can see the passion she carries. She
Yeah.
definitely digs in.
Definitely, and too, when you try really hard too, sometimes you can, if you're trying really hard and the wave's not giving you anything, that's when you sort of dirty up your rails. You start bogging rails. I'm sure she's gained a little confidence, even from that little wave right there, just to get a couple freed up, couple snaps, just sort of to build some confidence and get herself back into a rhythm of a wave so she's comes across a good one next time she beats it up.
So all of the surfers that are paddling out here are going to know what the scores are for your competitors if you're paying attention, which you would obviously do. You know, you want to pay attention to what your competitors have. You know, so knowing that Stacy, our heat leader right now, 4.17 and a 3.6. The score in for Chait came in at a 3.10. So knowing that she's got to like at least match the backup number to give herself a chance. Swindoll sitting in a really great position.
Yeah,
priority, 7-point ride, 13 minutes on the clock. Top seed, so she's experienced. She's under that. She's sitting at number 5 in the ranking. So all that confidence kind of brimming here, saying, I'm controlling this heat, which she is. You know, you would have to say Zoe's kind of fighting for a second position here. So she's got to look at Stacy's scores and go, okay, I got to match or better, basically those two numbers. So she's got to be understanding of that at 13 minutes to go. I like the move of the 3.1.
Yeah.
It may hold, but I do believe that she's going to need probably 2 more waves here, but it's good that she's just kind of scratching and getting herself in contention here. But at this point, some point, you're going to need priority and need a set wave.
Yeah, Swindoll's
going to hold that one, though, isn't she? She's going to sit out there for a while.
She could sit out there for a minute, for sure. Even that can be challenging, you know, needing just a nothing score. If say Zoe gets a wave and puts a little pressure on Swindoll. She's still sitting with the 7. I mean,
it's a good position. That is for sure.
It's a 2 for oneer. 2 for oneer.
Dan McCart takes the heat win in that last one. 9.17 total. She's on the glass.
First time up in Santa Cruz.
Oh, it's awesome. I love the people. The surf's fun, and I'm happy to be here.
You're taking out a heat win, and you said you've never even worn a 4-3 wetsuit?
Yeah, it's pretty nice, actually.
How do the waves compare to Florida?
It's definitely different. It's like a point break, and all Florida is just a beach break, you know? So it's different, very different, but I love it.
Seems like your Florida grind really paid off today in these conditions.
Oh, yeah, for sure. It's pretty tricky out there. You got to be on the right one, so.
Yeah. Awesome. Anything else you want to say?
I just want to say thank you to my parents back at home watching me and my friends supporting me and my sponsors. So, yeah.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dan McCart You know, you mentioned how you liked the approach of the East Coasters surfing here in
Yeah.
the lane. Obvious example right there. I mean,
Yeah.
probably, you know, like you said, this is our first experiences here surfing this, you know, very different type of point break and having great success. 2 heat wins.
No doubt. And they've simplified it, you know. They just go, we just have to sit right there. It's like, that's it. You know, waves in Florida, they come every like 5 seconds, 6 seconds, wave behind a wave behind a
You
wave.
get to
behind a
actually
wave.
look at it here a little bit longer. Huh?
Yeah, it's probably, you know, slowed down for them a little bit.
Ooh, Swindoll, this is looking like a pretty
Oh,
quality
she's
wave,
outside
but
of it. Did she do it?
yeah, I think they're going to take it away. That was a pretty good dig. She wanted it. Yeah. Already judged. You can't fool them.
Nah.
That was a full. She wanted that wave. You can see
Yeah,
it.
that was a huge dig. And this is okay. So plan B for Swindoll. Now I would just come inside and grab my
Grab
2.5.
anything.
Yeah, grab a 2 or a 3 right away. Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah.
And then come back out and work on that again because there's quite a bit of time on the clock.
There is. That's that extra 5 minutes. It does give a little extra cushion for sure. Looks like Stacy with second priority, Persadoc with first, and a move here. Persadoc to the
Looks
green.
like a lot of digs.
Oh, and
so
missed
now
it.
Green's gonna lose theirs too, right? Because
Yeah.
Green dug.
Yep. And she had priority, but
Wow.
knowing full well that Stacy was in a better position, stayed with it. She could, you know, basically give it away. Yeah. So Persadoc loses it.
Look at that Swindoll, just like that goes back into second priority.
And then she's up and riding. You're not going to wait a second. I don't even know if she even heard that priority was given back to her. Well, quick carve to add to the 7, so she's got her
gonna
backup number.
She's gonna get herself into the lead. Let's see what happens with Blues second wave. That wave there.
Yeah, Stacy, she had the basically the best section she had though. It kind of she didn't ride out of it. So I feel like that's going to be a number that may sit in her line right now, or score line, but it won't last. I mean, she's got the 3.6. Yeah, it's not going to better that. It's already in 1.27. Not going to happen for Taylor. So Swindoll though with the 2.57, just that little arc, got the 2.57. Now looking at Taylor, you know, just because she was able to back up that number and get that second score.
Shows you how powerful one of those, you know, upper scores, how much leverage, how much power it has. Yeah, you just need to.
It's a distinct advantage, especially early in the heat, right? So
Yeah.
she's basically applied pressure to everybody else now.
Yeah.
You know, Taylor, who sits in second position, needs a 5.41, and then we haven't seen a lot of 5s or mid 5s in these last few heats. You know, the bigger, there's like a separation. There's like the mid 4s to 5s, and then all of a sudden, we haven't seen a lot of 6s in this event.
You're right.
Right? It's been like, you know, it's been a distinct difference in those high quality waves. Ends up being those mid 7s to 8s.
And the judges notice that, you know, if they're sitting, you know how tight heats are when it's all 4s and 5s, 3s, 4s and 5s, and there's no breakaway score. It can be pretty dicey for that judge to figure out those increments to get the result right.
Yeah.
You know, because it is an impression. You know, everybody looks at a wave and goes, this felt like that, or that felt like this. But the judges have to get the numbers right, so the right person wins the heat, and the person who deserves second gets second.
Looking at the way priority sits, Zoe, pole position now. She's in a need of a 4.67 with 8 minutes to go. Kade Persadoc, 2.4 is the best number she has, carrying a low number there, needs a 5.37. So they're not out of it by any means. But it does take a quality set wave here. See if this last 7 minutes provides at least some opportunities for all 4 competitors. We're going to see Caden get another throwaway number.
Yeah.
A little bump out the
I'm
back.
surprised there hasn't been an adjustment though to go outside yet, Pete.
Well, yeah, it's. I mean, you're right. You could guess it's a way for say a first surfer without like low priority.
Yeah.
Right. Go out there and kind of start to sell, you know, and maybe end up getting a little chip shot that's gonna, you know, where all the other surfers are out of position for, and you end up getting it outside.
Yeah.
I can see that as a good strategy.
Yeah. It just seems really foreign to me that we sit so far off the cliff these days. You know, years ago we were right on that cliff. You could stand on that cliff. Andino was hassling me this morning. He's like, "Dude, you pulled my leash, and you were on the cliff." I'm like, "Of course." But now we're
I
way
was
off,
just
we're way off
paddling,
the
bro.
cliff.
My hand got in there.
My hand got in the way.
You paddled underneath me. You're trying to underneath, you know.
Rat hole. But this now is.
It's a great conversation to talk about in regards to, you know, our days of competing and the changes that have happened for the positive in competitive surfing.
For sure, but you know how they surf sunset nowadays, right? In comparison to
No, it's
years and years and
different,
years
huh?
ago.
I almost, that's a funny one because you know,
Like
they
the
do-
wave's been breaking for like a mile already,
Yeah.
and they're going to take off on this, portion. Obviously, that portion of the wave is really good,
And
you
the
know,
most intense.
and the most intense, and the best waves go through that portion. This is Swindoll up and riding. Pete needs now to throw away that 2.57. Doing a great job, weaving all around.
Board looks good under her feet. Looks like a CI Pro, right? Just by the where the logo placements are.
I know, huh? That's right between the legs now, and obviously selling a lot of real estate on the nose.
Yeah.
You know,
we'll
I've-
see a lot of that these days, I think.
Yeah. I mean that.
These days, I think as a pro surfer, you basically have to be an entertainer in your own.
You
your
gotta
own.
be sponsored by like the local burger shop. You gotta like be repping the local water store.
Yeah.
You know, like you rep your town that you're from. You know, I represent the city of Santa Cruz on my surfboard.
Yeah.
You know, just to get the backing to be able to have the support.
Go crowdfund.
Well, just go fund me.
Either one will work, I guess. But yeah, interesting, right? Because as an industry whole, those sponsorships are pretty limited. So yeah, you're right. I mean, that's a good way. I mean, your own brand, right? And your own brand can have sponsorship. You can go out there and get, but you got to create content. You got to get results.
It's such a trip now. I mean,
right?
I sort of gag on it, but I mean, if you had to run your own magazine years ago.
That's what they're doing. It's
I know,
a
that's what
digital
they're
magazine.
Exactly. I mean, obviously, the magazines controlled who was the boy. And you realize that really quick. Who is the boy? You know, you get the cover, or someone's got the spread, someone's
All of a
got the
sudden,
inside
sponsorship
cover.
dollars came too, right? And
that-
now you got to create your
that
own.
magazine was like, okay, you're the boy, and then you're off and running. Now you're like, okay, like Mason Ho's the boy, or
Well, and it's because he creates his own content and he
Yeah.
produces it. He's entertaining and he's
Dude.
valuable to his sponsors, who obviously are going
Yeah.
to see that. And another great example would be Nathan Florence.
Oh man,
right? He's
I subscribe.
Yeah, same.
Totally, dude.
Yeah, that
I'm a
thumbs
total
up.
groupie to all that stuff.
Well,
I just like, I'm like, oh my God, this guy's sending it.
we're consuming content of live surfing right now. It makes it special because it's live,
True.
right? You're getting to watch that. But then also another way to, consume content is through, the fact that we see guys like that producing your own content.
Yeah, look at.
I think it's a
Green wants some info, man.
Yeah.
Green's throwing some arms up. Obviously wants
They
the
can't
situation.
hear us, Adam,
It's hard.
sorry.
See, there's a wave from the outside again. You wouldn't want to have that section.
Oh, look at that. That was two. Yeah, that was an opportunity
White.
left outside.
There's Zoe.
And-
Unfortunately, just a no in. And basically, that was the end of the wave.
End of the wave. Didn't have any real scoring opportunity. Wasted priority.
Ah.
That was a bummer there.
Yeah, she wishes she had that little sequence over again for sure.
Yeah, and she would have been sitting off the cliff. But again,
Yeah.
the tide switch. We saw it happen kind of yesterday too, and actually I've been seeing it consistently.
It goes.
It stays full, stays full, and then literally within a half an hour or 20 minutes, it literally just instantly floods out 2 feet in tide. And it changes the consistency of the waves. It upsets the rhythm of the sets. Here we go with Stacy though, trying to improve a 3.6, and if she pull this one off, she does. She is definitely going to do that now. 6.37 will take her to the lead.
Pretty nice surfing right there for Stacy. I enjoyed that. Really
Especially
like her body. She torques into that upper portion of that cutback and gets a nice torque. But that snap, Pete, right in the pocket, is going to get their attention.
And you're bringing up basically two moments on that wave that gave you kind of a little excitement, and the
Yeah.
judges will pick up on that too. Not just one exciting moment.
Yeah.
It was two. As we see now, Zoe digging in here.
Let's see if she's got herself a little section coming at her.
Needs
Come
the
on, Zoe.
finish. Needs the finish. Not going to happen. It really felt to me she needed the finish to kind of complete that ride out.
Ugh.
Did have that turn on the outside, but needed the completed finish. 2 minutes to go.
There's a 2-minute drill right now.
Paddle.
There's a 2-minute drill.
Yeah.
You do it.
Dig, dig, dig. Let's watch the replay here of the last one of Taylor.
Yeah, I like this wrap. Ooh. She's connected in this nice snap right here, Pete. Nice bottom turn, snapping right into the lip. A little nose picker as well.
Similar to Swindoll, waiting off the bottom for the moment to
Yep.
kind of come to fruition right in front.
Yep. And here's Zoe's wave. You were talking when Zoe needed to get A 4.67
Yeah,
on
I
this
don't-
to advance. Unfortunately,
I think
by not
Taylor's
completing that.
Yeah, Taylor's going to improve too, right?
Okay,
so it's
so it's
actually
gonna
going to
be
make it
higher,
worse.
yeah.
It's going to be a lot tougher for her actually, because Taylor's going to get her best wave.
Yeah.
In my opinion, you know, 4.17 and a 3.6. That's definitely going to be her best number, and it's going to make Zoe probably need a mid-6. Oh shoot, it's going to be a lot higher now. The
Yeah.
judges ate it up.
They liked it here.
That was a delicacy.
Yeah. 7.43 there for Stacy. So Pete.
To the lead.
Catapult lead. So we did see a couple of beautiful scores here. Swindoll 7 and that one right there for Stacy. 2 great little waves. So pretty good indicator that the waves are getting better.
Yeah, top seed are going to be through in that one.
Ooh.
Jate and Persidoc are going to have to learn some lessons and come back next event. 30 seconds to go here. And again, talk about the tide dropping out and that wave moving to the outside. Look at this, a couple more little set waves on the outside. Heat has not started. That's the next heat. We're
Yeah.
sitting actually in proper position now.
Yeah. See how dark it just got out there?
Yeah, I think this angle too. That was a little lower aperture though.
This little low road.
It's so funny as a surfer, you literally read every single wave.
Yeah.
Even if it's one that no one's on it, you're like, is there an opportunity there?
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Tough
why you
putting
can
it out.
sit all day long sitting there watching.
Look where
the
they're
wave.
sitting though with actually now time all pow.
Yeah, all pow.
That's
done and dusted.
Done and dusted. Unfortunately for a couple of surfers, they will be going home. But for Taylor, Stacy, and Talia Swindoll, they're going to be happy.
Very happy. Into the round of 16. We will go to a quick moment where you guys can just hang out and watch. We got great commercials for you. Bring in Omar Echeverry for the call on the next one. Keep you in here, Adam, as
Okay.
we move into heat number 4 of the round of 32. We continue at the O'Neill Coldwater Classic.
All right, we're back on the World Wide Web. Welcome to the O'Neill Coldwater Classic webcast here in beautiful Santa Cruz, California. O'Neill, the legacy of wetsuits, the legacy of the Coldwater Classic. Absolutely amazing. That is an overshot of Steamer's Lane. What a venue. I mean, talk about natural arena. You can just look down at the surfers right after they're done with their ride. I mean, you go up to the point, you could look down at their turns. Absolutely insane. Great competition. We're in the round of 32. Heat number 4, Adam Rapogel, alongside myself, Omar Echeverry. How you doing, Rudy?
Doing really good. Let's see what Ella's able to do right here. This is a nice hack. Look at that. Beautiful looking wave, tide dropping out, waves coming. So, like, we have this little southwest swell off the point, and believe it, she was able to take advantage of that first wave of the heat.
I believe we're in for a treat in a little bit, you know. I think that we're going to have some good waves. Looks like another replay of Red coming in here. Ella, nice snap back into the whitewater. She kicks out. Always nice to get your feet in the wax, right?
Yeah.
Kind of warm it up, get it going.
And two, making notes that a couple of the heats have been relatively slow. So if you see the opportunity to catch a wave and get a score on the board while you can, you might as well do it. But they did add an extra 5 minutes to the heat, giving these ladies a little more time. And that usually does help with the patience, but also makes for some dicey endings. Gives some of these women a little more time. Here's a little wedge from the back. You can see it. Let's see what happens here. Here she is again. So she is on a little heater, catching all 3 waves so far before any of her other surfers. Unfortunately for Ella right there, that wave sort of backing off.
Unfortunately, that wave just backed off. Plenty of time, though. 25-minute heat. I believe we're going to come into a nice little golden zone of tide. Just like you said, there's quite a few different swells running right now. Decent waves. Seeing some good scores out there, and yeah, there's going to be some good action. It'll be nice too. We're super stoked. We're just getting through these rounds with some great surfing, advancing on through. Did a full day yesterday. Now we're going to be finishing this round of 32 in the women's, and I've already seen some amazing surfing. Right, Adam?
Oh, no doubt. Looks like this is Emma Stone up and riding on a nice little wave. You can see it sort of backing off, but it has some shoulder on it coming out of the channel here, so nice steeper little face for Emma. Surfs out here quite a bit, so she's feeling really comfortable just living right up the road.
You know what I like right there? That board looks like it has some volume. It's okay. You and I have talked about this last.
She doesn't look like she's riding definitely too small of a board. It looked like it was gliding well. And,
gliding.
Yeah, gliding.
Gliding. You know, like you want a board for the lane that feels solid underneath your feet. That's what you want. There's so much bump.
Yeah.
And there's all these different sections, right? So she looked good on that wave. Super cool. Got a Maddie Storrer in this heat as well, local girl.
Wow, she's been shredding.
Shredding, right? Surfing so good. Let's watch this replay. Nice little off the top, Kade back into the white water. See, look at the flow. Looks good, huh?
Totally. And she doesn't look rushed at all, just patiently awaiting this section coming at her. And I think that's what a lot of people try to do when they go out in their first heat. Is just try to, really gain a little confidence, surf maybe about 50% of your ability if the wave allows you to. You don't want to over surf something. You don't want to surf 100% on a wave that lets you surf 50%, So you see some surfers when they get a wave, you're like, oh man, they tried too hard, on a bad section, so right there. I thought she did a really good job of just keeping that board going. Nice glide, nice flow, and kind of positioned to the judges in a way to give her a score. And now she goes back and gets a wave where she gets up into the lip. They've already seen her slicing around, getting that 3. As soon as she gets up into the lip, they're going to reward her.
Yeah, totally. Got to watch out, though, missing those inside sections. I mean, you've seen how close the heats have been. We're talking like fractions of a point that separate you from going home to advancing into the next round. As you see White McDonald, nice little wave right there. Good little open up her account. She kicks out.
Nice little wave for Avery.
Good little nug.
Yeah, so everyone now has a wave under their belt. Now we'll see the priority situation. It looks like Storr is sitting out there. She's sitting on a small score of, a quarter of a point. And we'll see right here of Avery, a replay. Nice carving turn, Omar into the pocket. And obviously a little downtime. And judges really do want to see you consistently turning. Even if the wave goes flat, they want to see you engaged in a rail. You can see this wave had a very soft shoulder, so she did as much as she could. I'm sure she'll get back out there and try to get a wave that has a little more face on it.
Yeah, I agree. I do like that first turn, though. Super, super smooth.
Yep.
I love how fluent it was all the way back into the whitewater. And yes, priority is coming into major play. We saw that priority interference earlier on. That was a crazy one. I talked to a few people in the competition when I was roaming around in between, on my breaks, and the lane offers up some crazy priority situations. They're saying, for all the venues in the world, it can be have like some of the most, like honestly, because you have multiple peaks, right? You have the cliff over there, and you have like kind of a longer point break. So all of those come into account. And then I was talking to the priority judge too, and he said the other challenge he's noticed is that people kind of paddle in and then miss the wave. As you and I know, surfing the lane a lot, it's a tiny little bump, right, that gets under your chest that allows you not to catch it.
Yeah.
So you have people that are literally committed on the priority, really like pushing the priority limits, which is really cool. Makes for an exciting competition in my book.
I know. I mean, I hate priority, actually. I like to see guys fight for waves, and but the small guy usually loses. But I like the competition. I always liked when guys would have to paddle around a buoy. You know, I really don't prefer those guys to get pulled out on a jet ski. If the guy doesn't make it out, he doesn't make it out. But nowadays they're doing things to allow surfing to be more watchable for the user at home. You know, so they're not chewing up a bunch of time with strategy or chewing up a bunch of time paddling around a buoy. We'll talk about that too. But Emma Stone up and riding here on another little wave. You talked about her flow. That board looks really nice. She's able to just sort of stand there, Omar,
Right.
and just glide around. But unfortunately, that wave sort of backs off.
Yeah, still getting a couple though. So, you know, it's nice to get a couple underneath your belt. I mean, right now it's kind of, I think you talk about strategy. It's, you know, drop wallet, build your house, all that stuff. Oh, look at the crew. Look at this.
Yeah, here's another second-generation local surfer right here.
That's right. Getting ready, getting psyched.
Donna Miller, she's coming up next. That's awesome. She'll be in blue. She's with Esma. All right. This is a full local heat. This is going to be an awesome little next heat. We're stoked. Don't go anywhere, folks. We got some nice heats. And obviously, we got a great one in the water. Still 15 minutes, 50 seconds remaining.
Oh, Bella Kenworthy, the ripper.
Yeah.
Yeah, she rips. Oh, my gosh. She is doing well on the QS series as well.
Was she like runner-up last year?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah.
Boy, 4th right now.
Yeah.
Do you know? So I also got the word on that. I wanted to make sure.
Word on.
It's who qualifies for the challenger. So it's 5 slots in the women's.
And a
but
wild card or something?
It's actually 4 slots and then a wild card. How gnarly is that, dude? That's crazy. I mean, to think you have.
A lot of competitors going out for those 4 spots.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You think about North America. Think how many amazing female surfers there are, right? And then you look at basically going for 4 slots. I mean, 5, but let's be real. 4 solidified slots that you can earn. And then there is that 5th wild card. I did hear kind of, you know, there can be all sorts of situations for the wild card. But, I mean, of course, you and I know there's so many things in play. Obviously, surfing's a dangerous sport. You got injury that they take into account.
I wish they would, though, if it's a wild card and it was a close bid for that 4th spot.
Yeah.
They should give it to the 5th person.
Yeah. Well, they said they do quite a few
Okay, that's
times.
good. 'Cause
Yeah.
that'd be salty. I mean, imagine that. You're like you 1 heat away, you end up 5th, and they give someone a wild card who got injured, who, you know, had 1 result or something. You know, maybe shattered.
Totally shattered.
As you can see right there, a little fade, sort of yielding. It looked like to someone else who had priority.
Yep.
But that was Emma Stone. Obviously, a little local knowledge there, picking off that wave. She's ridden quite a few waves, just doesn't really have the quality right now. McCaffrey sitting on that 617, so that's an incredibly nice score, a 2 for 1, really. You see Emma's sitting on a high score of a 3. McDonald's got a 2.8, and Storrer sitting on a 0.23, so she needs to get going. I believe this might be her right here.
Oh, nice little carve back into the whitewater. What you gonna do? This one's dying out a little bit, but she might get a little rebate. What do you think coming in?
She's like, woof, little toss of a pizza.
Dude,
you notice that? Just zzz.
I like it. That was sick coming in.
But really not much there. So just a bunch of little carves. Obviously, that's going to be her best wave. She's sitting on a 2.3 and a 0, so that's the start of her heat right now. So
yeah,
she's going to scrub that 0.23 and get back out there. We watch her surf a lot. East Side gal. We see her surfing all over town. So she's really comfortable out here. She knows what she needs to do.
She rips.
Oh, no doubt. She just needs to be on the right way to show us that she rips even more.
Yeah, definitely. Think about it, though. If you're in this heat, and I'm sure she's thinking numbers, right? The person in second position has got a 3. She's going to want to get better than a 3 on every single wave. Of course, you know, you're also trying to get even better waves. You want to be thinking 4s, 5s, 8s, or lates.
Yep.
We do have Taylor Stacy down towards the beach. Marshall, take it away, guys.
Yeah, cool. I'm down here with Taylor Stacy, our last heat winner from San Clemente. You were saying that you had to be right up on the cliff to catch the waves.
Yeah, I feel like the closer you were to the cliff, the easier it was to catch. I don't know.
How did that work with positioning? Were you closer towards the end or further up top? Did you see sets coming in?
I mean, it kind of just depended, like, mostly on priority, I guess. Like, when you had lower priority, you kind of sat a little further in, hoping to, like, pick off a little one. But with priority, sit out a little further.
Yeah, for the first time, we saw a couple sets come in, and I saw you got a good one. You got a 7.
Yeah, it was fun. I was so happy when I saw it, like, kind of jack up. I was like, oh, section sick.
Yeah, lucky on that one. Anything else you'd like to say?
I just want to thank you. Thanks my family for bringing me up here and supporting me at home, and my sponsors, and yeah.
Oh, awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Rad. Great interview. Super stoked. She will move on into the next round. She is out of the round of 32. That's an important one, too. Really is.
Oh,
Move
yeah.
past that round, you get more points, just moving up the ladder. Great job. We did see a replay in the background of Maddie Storrer.
Yeah.
Looks like she got a decent score. Look where she went, all the
Wow.
way up to first place.
Yeah, and I like that split screen. I don't know if I've seen that split screen yet. That was really cool. Hear the interview and see the surfer in the back. We didn't miss any action, but you're right. Maddie gets a 5.0 on that wave, catapults herself up into the lead, and that's what happens in these relatively lower scoring heats. It could be one wave away. As you can see right here, surfing way on the inside, some local knowledge here. Nice snap right there off the top, Omar.
Oh, that was a beautiful first turn. Nice Kade combo. I love that.
Yep.
All the way into the all-important inside. That was a great surfed wave for how small it was.
Yep.
She'll be stoked. She'll make her way back out. I think that's a good strategy, too, like on the way back out, hunting, just kind of keeping your eyes peeled for those inside ones because they have the pocket sometimes.
Totally. And they've missed the part of the reef that the other surfers even at. So
yeah, crazy boy. Look at that.
yeah, and two, there's a lot of opportunity outside the point right now that you can't see. And like I said, I'm surprised that all the women are sitting inside because look at that wave right there. If you're already on that wave,
yeah,
you're getting a couple belts off before you even get to them, and they're sitting and taking off on a place that's actually pretty hard to go from.
Yeah,
Table rock section taking off, the wave could already be peeling. So. Here we got McCaffrey up and riding. This wave sort of backing off. The tempo slowing down. She flicks out.
Yeah, she kicked out. She is in the second position, looking to better that 2.50. We'll have to see what the judges say. 10 minutes remaining, plenty of time, but you do want to get some scores on the board. Look at that little insider rifling off. Yeah, I mean, you got to keep your eyes peeled. Easier said than done, though, right, Adam? You've surfed 1,000 heats out here. It's crazy.
Yeah, I've surfed a lot of heats out here. Every time you surf the lane, it's different, believe it. But it's no different. If you're hugged up along the cliff and it's high tide, steamer lane, it's the same feeling. It's very sort of, you're almost sort of claustrophobic right there. It's really sort of crotched into that cliff. They're sitting out off of it pretty far. We used to sit really close to it, like almost on it, and then paddle someone into it, so they had to paddle out of it or they get smashed. You use that wall. As you see a little Riviera Hunter right here, that's really our next generation of young female surfers. There's like a group, I would say probably 15 of them, 10 of them.
So good.
And they surf the same spot I surf. I paddle in when I see them coming out. I really do. I'm just like, okay, I'm done. I'm done. And actually, it's their time. It's their time to be out there and catching all those waves.
Yeah, it is. Oh, look at the next heat coming up.
Yeah.
You got Bella Kenworthy, Miller. Wow, epic. Eden Wallace got a nutty good wave before. That was epic.
Esma Brigham. That's my buddy Clark's daughter right there. So this is going to be a cool heat.
How many next generations are we seeing? Super cool, huh?
Yeah.
Super cool.
It's nice. It's refreshing. I think it becomes more of a tribe, more tribal when you have generations that you know their father knows your father, or you know your grandfather. I mean, it goes a long way. These people have known each other for a long time.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Yeah.
Looks like we're going to have a little break in the swell right now. I do want to thank the crew that puts on these webcasts. Adam, I know everyone out in the World Wide Web, there is, multiple people behind the cameras, behind the microphones, behind everywhere. So huge props to that crew. So thank you. Action Sports Productions. Jay, love it, dude. You guys have done so many webcasts. I've worked with you so many times. Great job. Thank you. It's a lot of work, dude. They're here so early, and they deal with the elements. It was pouring rain. I watched them running equipment all over the place.
We stayed. I stayed just a little bit last night.
Yeah.
And things started to go south. Right. There was tents that were blown away, and I did over here from George. The boys that were down here late. They had to break it down and then build this all back up this morning. So
brutal.
Hats off to them and appreciate their hard work just to allow you guys to check this out.
Yeah. Bringing surfing to the world. That's super cool. I mean, I'm a a huge fan of webcast myself. It's gotten bad where I don't sleep sometimes, but that's okay. That's what a sports fan is, right? I'd rather binge watch surfing than anything else in my book. Time winding down though on this. Look at the cliff, Adam.
Yeah, that's a beautiful little shot of the cliff right there. As you see some of the competitors getting ready for the next one. That might be Kiana Miller right there. Bud Miller's daughter, local gal here, surfs out here every single day. No pressure. So yeah, excited to see that heat. Looks pretty ominous looking out there right now. That's getting darker again. They were expecting some rain again to come in.
Yeah.
Oh, this looks like a nice little wave for Avery right here.
Oh, beautiful one. Hook.
Wow.
That was sick.
We're going to see a huge score right here if she finishes this thing.
Okay, come on. Patience. Timing is everything. Wow, that was like a 1, 2, 3 punch combo right there.
Yeah, I would have liked to see her really sort of put some emphasis into that last turn.
Yeah.
But she had done the hard work. The hard work was done. She's in 4th position, needing a 6. I think that was playing in her mind just to finish that wave.
Yeah, I completely agree. The timing on that first turn was epic. We'll get a replay on that.
No doubt.
The crazy part is look at her situation right now, right?
Yep.
She is in the 4th position, needs a 6.07 move to advancing. I mean, I think so, but.
Well, if you look at McCaffrey's wave, she got a 6.17, so that's the comparison. As you see right now, Emma Stone up and riding. Nice snap into the lip, Omar.
Wow, that was a beautiful first snap. Kade back into the whitewater. It's heat's on, game on. This is going to be super tight as far as scores. Have to keep an eye on it. All right, let's check it out. It looks like the replay. Break it down, Adam.
Wham, nice snap in the pocket right there. Beautiful direction change as well. Setting it up, sitting at the bottom, letting that wave materialize. And it does another little snap off the top. So nice little wave for Avery. That was perfect for her. She needed this wave. This couldn't have come any sooner. Now she has 5 minutes remaining. She can go out there and try to get rid of that other small low score and of a 3.87 and really try to get a, 2.8.
Wow, that was beautiful. Score coming in at a 7.5. That was sick. Oh, just overcooked it.
No, we wanted to see Maddie pull that maneuver right there. We really did.
Challenging. Those tail chucks at the lane can be your best friend or worst nightmare, right?
Well, I liked it. She was going for it.
Yep.
She needs, it's hard to tell someone just to ride a wave sometimes. You don't go berserk on it, like just ride the wave. Sometimes you wish you could tell somebody that because they do want to go out there and surf their best. So they want to go out there and blow their tail on every turn. But in reality, just to get a couple of solid 6s under your belt, it's going to make all of these heats. So you don't need to go out there and think you need to get 9s,
Yeah.
But unfortunately right there, I'm talking about Maddie Storrer. She really could have capitalized on that wave. I think that could have been a wave to really sort of get herself in that 2nd position and then really put some pressure on Ella McCaffrey.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, got to put the pressure. Look at the scores in this heat. They've progressively gotten better in this event. Tide's dropping out, so got some better opportunity. But, I mean, not a ton separating these guys. They don't need a lot to advance at the moment.
These are gals.
Gals, sorry. I do that by occasion.
Yeah, it's all good.
Apologize about that. People. Okay, like I'm saying, Emma Stone's just looking for a 4.78.
Yep.
You got Maddie Storrer, only needs a 3.98.
So both the local girls right now need scores that are relatively close to each other, and right in that below average wave.
Yeah.
And being 2nd and 3rd in priority with 3 minutes left, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a little dogfight with them,
Yeah, no, definitely.
I think the priority person is going to try, McCaffrey's going to probably try to come in and sandbag a little, but not lose that priority.
Right. But you do have to look at McCaffrey. Check it out. She has a 2.8 as her low.
Well, she's not going to flip on something that's not going to improve on that.
Yep.
But I think that she could also just wait the clock out if nothing like that comes through.
Right.
And 2, she might want to hold on to that, at this point of the game.
Yeah, she's sitting in a good spot, right? She's blocking, kind of sitting in that priority.
Yeah, because then it would make it harder for Maddie and Emma to get into that position if she capitalizes. So here's McDonald, who's out in the lead right now, needs to improve.
A 2.8 as well.
Yeah. a nice hack right there. So that was
Good
another nice turn
combination
too.
of
Yeah.
turns.
Wow, she's looking solid right now, Omar.
I think she did. 2.8, bettering that. Great combinations of turns. Here's what we got to watch.
Yeah, here's McCaffrey. She needs now, it looks like well, that's a 4 to get up into the lead. But what she's trying to do really is try to keep Emma Stone and Storrer off of her.
Yeah, definitely.
She's trying
Looking
to
better
improve
that
on
2.8.
Yeah,
Yep.
exactly.
Yep. I think she did. I mean, they both had.
I've seen so much surfing. Did we watch the start of that wave? Did we see the start of it?
Yeah, a snap off the top.
Okay.
We'll get some replays, I guarantee it.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, keep an eye on that. That's gonna make it increasingly harder for the locals. Here's a replay of White's.
Yeah, here's Avery just trying to get rid of that 2.8, and believe so with that snap right there, guaranteed, and a nice little turn right there, and finishes it off. So ended up turning out to be a nice little wave.
That was nice, huh? I like her flow on that. She's got great flow.
Yeah.
Here's the one that, see, there's that off the top at
Yeah.
the beginning. And twice, you're going to get more
Yeah.
than a 2.8 right there.
Yeah.
Oh, the gap just got bigger for the local
Yeah.
girls.
It certainly did. Wow, these women are surfing really well today.
Okay, we're still waiting on scores. So we won't know them for if it looks like they're still doing replays themselves, the judges. So with 50 seconds remaining, yeah, that's going to change what you're seeing on the board very
Well,
soon. Still coming in.
We might see Ella. Yeah, I'm curious.
Coming in. Oh, yep. Looks like she got a 5. Oh, the gap just increased.
Yeah.
Pressure's on the local girls.
Now both needing upwards to a 6.17. So both Emma and Maddie Storrer need a wave right here. They have priority and second priority. So if a wave does come within the next 23 seconds, they'll have the opportunity. But unfortunately, if you look out to sea right now, there's very few waves coming in. I would just paddle out and try to greet it at this point. Anything that comes in, you're going to greet it quicker if you paddle out. So you might as well try to greet something. Just paddle out as fast as you can. Don't let it come to you. If the wave is out there and you can greet it and catch it early. But unfortunately, it looks like this one's going to, the time's going to elapse. Unfortunately, for both the local girls, Maddie Storrer and Emma Stone, they're out of competition this year for the 2023 Coldwater Classic.
What a bummer for them. Unfortunately, we're not able to make that heat, but still some great surfing left. Up next, we'll have the round of 32, heat number 5. Oh, look at that hook highlight.
Yeah.
That was sick.
Yeah, Avery definitely came to play today.
Wow.
And this might have been the nicest wave. I believe that was the nice wave of the heat. So great job for you, Avery.
Great job. Looks like we're going to go into this next heat any minute. We're going to take a quick break and then dive into this one. I think, Adam, you're going to take a break as well. So I will see all of you in just a few minutes. Thank you.
Before the waves brought you out and the vibes brought you back, you thought to bring the Aloha. Kona Big Wave. Bring the Aloha. Before the waves brought you out and the vibes brought you back, you thought to bring the Aloha. Kona Big Wave. Bring the Aloha.
With the Save the Waves app, you take a photo, select the type of threat, and add your location. Now that information ends up with the organizations that can do something about it.
All right, welcome back to the O'Neill Coldwater Classic here at the iconic Steamer Lane, Santa Cruz, California. You are on the World Wide Web watching amazing surfing. This is a QS 1000. That is a shot of Steamer's Lane. Absolutely beautiful. I have Hillary in the booth with me right now. We're going to get into some cool stuff with Save the Waves. Right now, they want to replay this for the judges. The great part, Hillary, is that the judges, they can connect with the web and they can get replays whenever they want so they get the right scores. Pretty rad.
That's amazing.
Yeah, surfing's come a long way.
It's come a long way. Back in the day, they used to have to watch the wave, and if they missed it, they missed it.
Oh, yeah, I know. I think the most ironic part is that people would video it, and after the event, they'd be like, look, you blew it.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
And occasionally they'd agree.
Yeah.
And now they can actually.
Now it's just like basketball and football and everything else.
Yes.
You can go back and watch the replay.
Yes, the sport has come so far. Super rad. And we have a great heat right now. It's round of 32, heat number 5, out in the water. We're just getting through heats. We're so lucky considering the weather and the tide forecast.
Oh, it completely changed.
My gosh.
Really fortunate, especially earlier in the week when it was so beautiful and the surf was coming in and you thought, oh, why is the contest not running now?
I know. We've had 2 weeks of absolutely amazing surf, and then we have this week. But, you know, we always say, like, I've been either commentating or surfing in the Coldwater Classic for 30 years myself. I swear I'm not that old. I just started way too young. You know, like the lane for the Coldwater Classic has so many different faces.
It does.
It's
it does.
insane.
But that's the beauty of the lane, right?
That's right.
You never know what you're going to get.
Yes. I also feel that's why people want to win it so bad. It's like a coveted title that really, really wants you. You want to win it. Everyone in the world.
You do.
All
and
right.
It kind of gives everyone a chance.
Hello, everyone out there. This is Hillary, Brian, and my name is Omar Echeverry. Thank you so much for tuning in for the O'Neill Coldwater Classic. I want to dive into a little bit of the work you do with Save the Waves. I've been a huge supporter of Save the Waves for a long time. The crew there is absolutely awesome.
Yeah.
They're looking at preserving surf breaks, doing so much for Mother Nature, ocean, and surfers. What's your involvement with them?
I got involved actually when I was on city council. We declared Santa Cruz a World Surfing Reserve, so that was really excited. I was vice mayor of the city at the time and really didn't know a whole lot about Save the Waves. Interestingly, I think it's the organization's really evolved since then. It's become much more, just partially about the break, but really about the surf ecosystem. It's so much more than just the spot that you're surfing. It's everything around it. It's the environment. It's, I mean, obviously right now we're dealing with climate change, coastal erosion, things that are so huge, not just here in Santa Cruz, but around the world.
Yes, and so myself, I have, I've actually emceed some of their biggest fundraisers they've ever had.
Thank you.
Yeah, I've done it. It's super fun. It's basically a massive rager. That's all it really is.
They
a
do know how to
rager
party.
to make money.
But they do good work.
They do an amazing job, and so I've talked to people there quite a few times about really trying to make these surf break preserves, and I think what really blew my mind is the fact that people are all over the place are trying to build hotels on top of amazing waves. And as a surfer, you wouldn't think that, right? You're like, oh, no one would ever touch Pipeline or Steamer's Lane, but there are people constantly trying to plan for stuff or put in bids or propose projects on top of these amazing waves, similar to national parks.
Yep.
And the fact that they're really trying to preserve that is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, we have to protect our oceans, and we have to protect our surf breaks. When I was mayor of the city years ago, I am old, and the first time we had the conversation about what are surfonomics, what's the value of a surf break, and you don't recognize that it's not just the money that's brought in by tourism, but it's the value to the surfers and the people that move to the area because they think, I want to be 5-10 minutes from some of the most iconic breaks in the world. There is value to these things, to not just surfers, but then to the people that come out to the cold water and maybe have never been on a board before, but love it.
Yeah, I completely agree. We're going to get deeper into that subject, but we do have the heat winner of the last heat. We want to get a nice little post-heat interview. Take it away, guys.
Congratulations to Avery McDonald. I saw that you managed to get a 7. What were your thoughts on that wave?
I was kind of stressed because I only had a 2.8 and there was only 8 minutes left, and then that one came in. I was so stoked.
Yeah, you must have been stoked. The conditions got really fun. Were you pretty psyched on that?
Yeah, I was watching the high tide heats and I was kind of stressed because there wasn't many waves, but it got really good.
Did you have any strategies going into that heat?
I was thinking to get a big one first, or a nice one, and then get an inside wave.
Sick. Is there anything you'd like to tell the audience?
Oh yeah, I want to say hi to my family at home and all my friends watching, and this one's for Grams.
Sick. Thank you. Back to you.
I love these post-heat
for
interviews.
Grams. I love
That's
it.
so rad. To me, that's just like pure surf stoke. I mean, go see her face. That's so rad.
I love watching these women. They're so amazing out there. With heat we got right now are some great local surfers.
Yeah, no, definitely. I know you surf the Lane, Cowles area quite a bit.
I do.
That's
I do.
Fun. Do you get to surf with some of these surfers?
My son grew up surfing with Kiana. She's one of my favorites. They did all the NSSA and the local, the Mission Hill surf team together, and so these.
That's rad.
They were kids at the time, but now they've grown into amazing female athletes, as May as well.
Yes, no, we've been talking a lot about this next generation. Looks like red on this wave. I'll let you break it down. Beautiful wave.
Looks like, is that Bella?
Wow.
Yeah. No, and the conditions are getting better. It was the tide's dropping out and making a difference, and I'm just glad it's not pouring rain and storm surf.
Oh my gosh, same here. And that's Bella Kenworthy. The amazing thing with Bella Kenworthy is she right now, I believe she's high up in the QS rankings. It looks like Bella Kenworthy 4th. So the crazy part about this, it's a QS, so qualifying series. Yep. So for North America. So for the women's, you have to be in the top 4. They have 1 wild card, so 5 people make it from the North American into the Challenger Series, which is the global circuit that will qualify you for the CT. Talk about a hard sport, right?
It's a hard sport, and the things that folks have to give up to compete in this sport seriously is amazing. I mean, the travel sounds really romantic and exotic until you're doing it and trying to go to school and do all the other things that these women and men are doing.
Yes.
And it's amazing to me that they stick with it and they do it because they love the sport.
Yes, no, I completely agree. I do coaching under Etch Surf, and to watch how hard the athletes' work that I coach is unbelievable now. They're watching diet, weight, their strategy. It's like they're constantly thinking about it.
Yeah.
And then I agree with you. A lot of this next generation, they'll tackle school on top of it.
Yeah.
It's insane. It's
Yeah,
so
and
cool.
so much of surfing is mental. It's really there's so much psychology that goes into it, and And I watch some of these women, they're out here day in, day out, grinding, all conditions, good, bad, and indifferent.
Yeah.
And I saw Esme at the Santa Cruz Warriors basketball game the other night, and she was just getting back for one trip at the Outer Banks and heading back out here for cold water and glad to be back in her home break. I love it.
Isn't that crazy?
I love this town.
I know.
I love this town.
So much fun. I am curious, so as far as Save the Waves, what are they doing to preserve Steamers Lane? Are they helping out?
It's a serious conversation right now. Obviously, anyone who's out here at the Coldwater Classic can see Westcliff is under a lot of stress right now.
Yep.
There is construction going on everywhere. The storms last year, I live close to Mitchell's Cove, and Mitchell's looked like Waimea Bay. I'd never seen surf come in like that. I've lived in that spot for over 20 years, and it was unlike anything I've ever seen. The surf breaking over houses, it's just coming across the road. And really, Save the Waves has been at the center of that conversation. And this has been going on for years. It's not a surprise that climate change is real and coastal erosion is happening and sea levels are rising. And this is something that we're going to have to face everywhere. One of the great things about Save the Waves and these having these discussions with people who are in other surf ecosystems and saying, you know, what's happening in Noosa, what's happening in Ericeira, it's happening everywhere, and how can we work together to solve these problems? But the lane is, not only did we lose that piece last winter, but the Grom Trail is pretty close to breaking off. And if you get in, you know, part of the work that we're doing is working with folks at the city and the county that actually can repair the infrastructure and saying, you may see it from one way from the land, but it's an entirely different experience as a surfer and someone seeing it from the water.
That's cool.
You know, what you see at the lane and when you see the caves and how deep they are when you're in the water is a completely different perspective than when you're standing next to the lighthouse.
No, that is so cool. We had the director, Parks and Rec, Tony
Elliott.
Yes, on yesterday. I had the pleasure of interviewing him. Rad guy.
Yeah.
What blew my mind, I'm like, all right, break down what your plans. And I thought it was going to be like, fix this and that. He's all, we have a 50-year plan for the coastline. I was like, whoa, that's next level.
Yeah, I'm on a 50-year strategic planning commission to try to think about like what I won't be here in 50 years, but your kids will be here in 50 years. Hopefully my kids will be here in 50 years. And what do we want to see? And this is really, it's a road, but it's so much more. It's our park, it's our open space, and it's our access to the surf.
Yeah, I know.
Critical to preserve it.
It really is. I love the fact that you mentioned that because I never thought of the aspect of the surfer. You know, thinking about it as we have this heat going through. We just saw Eden Walla. Looks like she's in a commanding lead. This girl rips. She's so young. You probably don't know this, but she got in as a wild card.
I saw her walking on the cliffs, and I thought,
rad. She's
how old is she?
Yeah.
11, 12?
Somewhere in that area. Look at it. She's already running away with a seed, a 7.50, a 6.33. I mean, that's the next generation. It's an awesome heat. Super good.
Yeah, these women are so talented. So talented. I think often we underestimate the women in the field and what they're capable of, but they shouldn't be underestimated anymore when you see surfers like this coming up and making a difference.
Oh, totally. Look at Esme all the way up into second place, 9 minutes remaining. You know, decent scores too. She's got a 6.33 and a 3.73, and you can see the lower. It's got needs a 6.33 and a 3.73. And we're coming up. We're gonna have some replays. Oh, that was
that's the cool thing about the lane, though. You just never know what you're going to get, and sets can come in and change the heat in a moment.
Wow, look at that. Ripping, absolutely ripping. You know what is so fun for me watching her? Okay, this is the other score. Let's watch her approach on it. Go ahead, break it down.
No, it's incredible. The turns, the way these women are surfing, and at her age, I can't wait to see what she's doing in 5 years. It's amazing.
What was that?
And no fear. No fear.
My gosh. That was the 7.50. What a score.
And that was Eden. That was great.
Boom. Wow.
Those turns.
Oh, my gosh. She rips.
At my age, the boards get bigger and bigger, not smaller and smaller, but I love this.
I know.
There's Kiana.
Oh, come on. Kiana, go. Jamming down the line. This is a good wave. Looks like it has a lot of wall to it. Got to get to the lip. Unfortunately, just falling right there. Yeah. So I know you've put a lot of work in already. What's next?
Well, what's next is thinking about this 50-year strategic vision. So Tony Elliott, who mentioned is on the Parks and Rec Commission, or the Parks Director rather, he is also on this 50-year strategic visiting committee, just really trying to think of what do we want to see? And if you could sort of break down all the parts of Westcliff, you know, it's about access. It's about transportation. It's about pedestrian and bike transportation as well, not just the cars. It's about the properties that are there. And then really thinking about, okay, you're not going to stop Mother Nature. You're not going to win against this. This is going to continue to happen. And what do you want to leave for next generations?
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And I come from Pleasure Point. I was born and raised there. Living right on the point. They did a good job. Like, that was a massive project. I mean, it was a two-way. They turned it to one-way to open up the pedestrian, the biker area. And then I, from what I heard, or I spoke to a few people that helped redesign it, you had the rocks in front, and I guess that was creating corrosion. So they ended up doing a full overlap to cut down on corrosion. And I mean, it's been amazing. I mean, I grew up there. It went from like this rocky mess where people were getting hurt a lot to now, you know, sandbars and kids playing, no more erosion, less cars, more bikes, more people walking. It's beautiful.
Yeah, and you have to think about these spaces as not just for the people that live there, but for all the people that use the space and for all the different reasons, and how they use it is completely different.
Yeah.
You know, thinking about it to get to access to the surf is totally different than if I want to ride my bike there, or I want to just sit on the cliffs and meditate, which plenty of people in Santa Cruz do.
Oh, yeah.
But, you know, part of our challenge, too, is we're losing so much of the rock structure that's protecting our breaks. But can you imagine Santa Cruz without Steamer Lane? I mean, that's sort of what we're facing, and that's part of the conversation is how do we protect these things that are so iconic and so important to us? And it's more than just dumping some concrete in or throwing riprap at the problem. You really have to think of how am I going to protect it, and then everything that, you know, the Monterey Bay National Marine Sanctuary is something to be protected too, and how do you think about how that's going to influence the whole ecosystem?
Right, the flow of water, sand. I mean,
marine life.
Look at the shot. We look back and there's an ecosystem.
It's an ecosystem. We live in such a special place.
Yes, we do. I know. Monterey Bay. I call it. It's like our mini reverse island.
Yeah.
It's always offshore somewhere.
It's always offshore somewhere. You can always find a wave in this town, but that's not going to be the case forever. I mean, again, it's as we try to make these repairs, you have to be really thoughtful about.
Yeah.
If we put a wall in here, what's that going to do down the line? And a lot of it's about sand movement. There's about 400,000 cubic tons of sand that move across this bay every year that just go straight out into the Davidson Seamount, and it's gone. So you got to think of, can we capture that? Can we try to protect some of these spots using sand migration, which a lot of places do?
Yeah.
A lot of areas think about artificial reefs, and there's a lot of ways to go about these problems aside from just dumping in riprap and building seawalls.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, obviously a 50-year plan. There's
Yeah,
a lot
50 year.
of strategy involved. I mean, you're not just like, we'll just put a Band-Aid on it.
Yeah, you think about what was going on 50 years ago in this town. Very, very different. Very, very different. And even, you know, we've got photos from back in the early 1900s, and Mitchell's had a huge beach. I mean, they're completely different.
Yeah.
Completely different. You know, a lot of these structures just have degraded over time, and that's what you're really watching happening here at the point. That
it's amazing. A friend of mine, he accessed the library to UCSC.
Yeah.
And it blew my mind. He started sending me stuff. I'm like, what on earth? He's all, hey, this is your house. Like 50-something years ago. I'm like, whoa, it's like a field, you know.
Right.
It's crazy.
Right. So then you have to think, you know,
Yeah.
what do we want for our kids in 50 years?
50 years,
50
yeah.
years, we want them to be able to see this, use this surf break,
Yeah.
be part of this community, and have access to what we value so much.
So cool. Okay. Plug away, and not just plug away, but what can people do to help, and how can they find out more and educate themselves?
You know, Save the Waves is a great resource, and the amazing thing, you know, we were talking a lot about Santa Cruz because we're here and this is my hometown, and but they are doing this around the globe. And for those of us that are surfers that travel to go to different surf spots, you got to think beyond just yourself and your local home break. You have to think of how are we going to protect, because everyone's facing these same challenges. So take a look at Save the Waves, what they're trying to do, protecting surf breaks around the world. There are a number of these local stewardship councils that work in different areas. So there's one down in Malibu, and there's plenty of ways to get engaged. And then if nothing else, it's the simple things. Pack your trash, clean up after yourself.
Right.
You know,
Right.
teach your kids to protect what they love. We have to think about future generations, because was just at a meeting where someone was talking about that we are the first generation to really see the effects of climate change, and we're probably the last generation that can do something about it.
Yeah.
And we have to think about that because we can't leave the mess for our kids to clean up. It's just, we're getting to be too late. So Save the Waves, check it out. They're at the beer garden, so you can go get yourself a beer and get yourself informed.
Yes.
Do something.
You could get a combo, West
Get a
Peak, a
combo.
Kona beer,
Yeah.
learn, educate yourself, educate your kids. No, I love that. So well said. I mean, the fact that, you know, you educate the youth, and that's so powerful. That's, you know, definitely can help a ton. Well, everyone out there, check out Save the Waves. Please protect our coastlines, get educated, do the right thing. We all can make a difference. That's the truth. Still got a heat going, though. We got a, oh, man, Miller, she needs a 7.23. Looks like Esme is still in, she's still in an advancing situation. Boy, Eden Wall is running away with this heat. Wow, what was that?
Nothing like a wild card showing up and showing them how it's done.
Oh, boy, I love it. I was here coaching some people before the event the day before.
Yeah.
I think Eden Walla and her brother surfed for like, I was here for 4 hours, and they were still out. It might have been like maybe 6, 7. I was tripping. I'm like, are they going to come in?
They're just going.
No, they came in, and they said hi to their parents, and they ran back out. I'm like, they're like little, like, I don't know, they're little action figures. I'm like, these guys are amazing.
I got about an hour in me these days, so I love it.
Same
I
here,
love it. I
right?
love it.
Oh,
You know what's great about
good.
this town is there's so many great surfers around, and so many opportunities, especially for our local youth to come down and surf the lane, and you never know who you're going to run into or who's going to be out there giving you a tip or two.
Yes.
So it does make a difference. But I have noticed that I'll go in, surf, get out, come back for something else, and I'll still see the same groms out there.
Right?
Still going.
Like, oh my God.
We had days where my kids were like, oh, I'll be back in 6 hours. They'd go grab a bite to eat at Steamer Lane Supply, go right back in, never come home.
Yeah, totally. No,
It's our playground. Again, this is why we have to save this.
Yeah,
We have
no,
to
no,
protect
well
it.
said. We got to save it. We can all work together. We can make a difference.
We can make a difference. You can't just turn your back on it, and everybody can do something.
Yeah.
Everybody can do something, and if nothing else, I always feel like you've just got to educate yourself and get the information.
Yeah.
That's the key.
Yeah.
If you don't understand the problems, it's pretty easy to go, just fix it.
Yeah.
And it's not just a quick fix for any of this stuff. And people have to get involved and really think, what do you want the future to be?
Yeah.
And think beyond yourself.
Yes.
It's not just about what's there in your lifetime. It's what's going to be there for our kids.
Okay, 50-year plan, guys.
50
Everyone
years,
out there on the
50
World
years.
Wide Web.
I won't be here, but somebody will be here to take
I
care
know.
of it.
I got 3 kids, so yeah, they'll still be here.
They'll still be,
They'll
kids will
still
be here.
Yeah.
Do it for your kids.
Me,
Do it for your
questionably.
kids.
We'll see. Hopefully I'll be longboarding down at Cowell's.
We'll be at Cowell's.
We'll be at Cowell's
We'll be at
chilling.
Cowell's.
Yep.
We'll be at Cowell's.
I love it. Awesome. Super fun to talk to you. We're going to
Great to
dive
talk to you.
into a quick break, and we will see you guys in just a minute.
Welcome back, folks. We are here into heat number 6, the round of 32, the O'Neill Coldwater Classic Women's Division. And this is the last seeded round. We are going to see two surfers that have already hit the water today, Alana Lopez and Kaya Howard.
Yeah.
And also two seeds, Izzy Gomez and Maya McLeish. This is Pete Mel and Adam Repvogel to finish out the day for you. We still have 3 more heats, 6, 7, and 8 of this round, and we'll be done for the day. Pretty much the best part of the day, though, condition-wise, Adam, would you agree?
Oh, no doubt. No, I love this afternoon time out here at Steamer Lane. Usually you'll start to see the wind traditionally start to blow from the north or northwest, even when it's like this, Pete. So that usually is an offshore wind. So hopefully that happens. But can't talk enough about Eden Walla. That last heat, Pete.
Incredible.
Was incredible. Really nice and refreshing to see young little women surfing like that.
And,
was
and it
world-class
keeps
surfing.
coming. That's the whole
Oh,
thing,
yeah.
too. I mean, we're seeing that kind of influx already from a new breed of surfers there that are probably in that 15, 16-point range. But she's 14.
Wow.
Incredible talent. Eden Walla. Loved her. I mean, hasn't spent a lot of time at Steamer Lane, but looks like she's right at home.
Yeah, and you had mentioned, too, she's got a brother that surfs pretty well.
Yeah, Zion. A little younger and a little smaller, but, man,
Nice.
the two of them, incredible talent. So it'd be fun to watch them in the future.
Yep. And this is the future right here.
It is. And it's so important, too, if you think about, again, I mean, we touch on it every time as we see live action here. This is red. Mia, this is your #1 seed here in the red jersey.
Wow.
Little rebound off the foam. Couple times here. Getting a good quick start. 25 minutes still here on the clock for these heats in the round of 32. Pretty much finish out the event, I think, with 25-minute heats.
Yeah. And that was a nice little wave. It was actually really small, but I was noticing Mia wasn't that big.
Yeah, right. I mean, that's the youngsters, right? Peter Mel here, along with Adam Replogo. We've been bringing you the action. We lost your beanie. Got too warm for it?
No, I just wanted to show my receding hairline, Pete. That's all I wanted to do. Come on, bro.
And the fact that your glasses are sitting on the tip of your nose.
I know. I'm going to use these to read. I can't. Anyway.
Love you, Adam. We do all get old, dude. I got these glasses on, and I've been there ever since.
There's some upsides to not seeing close, though. As you see, nice-looking size wave right here, Pete.
Gosh, how subtle.
Wow.
Set wave overhead.
Alana Lopez on a nice little wave.
Good heat earlier. Again.
Great heat. Wow, nice poise. Dropped right to the bottom of the wave, Pete.
Little layback hack. A good showcase that variety.
And little down carve. So utilizing the speed and the curve of the wave really well, Pete.
Very nicely done there. That's going to be a great start for Alana. And now up and riding. This is Izzy Gomez, your seed. First time we're going to see her in this 2023 O'Neill Coldwater Classic. Yeah. Okay start, but definitely Alana seemed like she picked the best of it.
Yeah, she certainly did. And we'll let the judges come up with those couple of scores. We obviously have another 5 minutes. We talked about that earlier, Pete, 5 minutes. So it's allowing these women a little more time.
This is Mia's first wave here. We get to see this score.
Yeah.
I like how she hits that foam and actually comes out with speed.
Totally. I took note on that as well.
Yeah, it's not easy to do, right? When you come back and then bounce off the white water and keep that speed up. Here we go. With, this is Alana Lopez. This was seemed like the best of the exchange.
No doubt, 100%. And great not rushing into the first start of that wave, Pete. She could have easily overcooked that, but found the perfect little spot to lay down that nice little layback. And even just that little carve off the rib right there. Seems like she's got great wave IQ.
Really cool. DNA is there. Definitely Corey Lopez, the father. As we see a replay here of blue.
Oh, wow. So this is what we saw. What we didn't see outside was Izzy Gomez's start to that wave. That's where we picked up right about there. So a couple of nice waves for these women right now, Pete. So we'll see what the judges come up with.
Everyone's ridden a wave here, so I think we're going to see, as we see, this is white now. Getting a little piece of the action. Look at that carve. Oh.
Wow, I really like that approach right up into it. Waves are looking really good right now. Here's Mia up and right. Look at this wave, Pete. Nice. I mean, when you're only a couple, 3 feet tall, this is like a head-high wave. So let's see what she's able to do. Waiting for this wave to materialize. Wave coming at her. Wow. That was an incredibly perfectly timed turn right there. And now we have, looks like Gomes up and riding. So looks like a couple of waves back to back. Definitely the judges have their work cut out for them.
They sure do. That was the look up at the judges, too.
Yeah.
And we've lost our scores in here real quick. Just so we're going to have to just kind of focus on this screen here in front of us.
Let's see what happens here. Who's got priority? And it looks like Howard up and riding. Waves, Peter, is starting to turn on right now.
It sure is. Perfect point in the tide. We're seeing, I was just looking at our actually buoy readings south of us. There was you know, the option tomorrow to see a south angled swell show up.
Yep.
And sure enough, the energy is there on the southern buoy. So we
No doubt.
keep this ball rolling. If we're fortunate enough to see that swell show up for tomorrow, which we saw a decrease in the northwest stuff, but hey, we see an increase in south swell. We might even start seeing some sets from that south angle even now.
Yeah. Well, I cracked it this morning. I was down here pretty early, Pete, but I woke up at 5 this morning, you know, flipped on the computer. I'm always looking at like what El Salvador looks like or what Puerto's looking like. Puerto was
Good
some nice,
size.
yeah, 5 feet at 15 seconds today in the middle of winter. That's a pretty
Lopez.
nice little read.
Oh, the waves are so fun looking right at
She's
the
got
moment. Little wedge here it is. She's got that another layback snap.
She likes that turn.
Waiting on a bunch of scores. She's owed 2 scores. Howard's
Yep.
owed 1, but she had that fall.
Yeah, Gomes is owed a couple of waves too, if I remember correctly. Look at these waves breaking way outside. You're mentioning that south swell, and usually pretty indicative of south swells when they come up off the point. And you see right here.
That's a replay of Mia.
Yeah, this is
I think the
Mia's
second
wave.
wave, right?
Yep.
That nice carve. And look
Yeah.
at this wave kind of loads up. Does she get
Yeah,
the
wait,
inside?
wait till you see this turn right here, Pete.
Okay.
Watch this little thing. Woo, woo, woo. Zah!
Wow.
Ah, what a connection right there. It was perfectly timed, well executed. And you do a couple of those on a wave, you're going to get massive scores. But
I think she's going to get a massive score anyway.
yeah.
Now getting to take a look here at Blues wave. I think this is for the judges as well, considering that we had such a flurry of surfing here
Yeah.
happening. Not quite as dynamic finish move yet. There we go, a little zap of the lip, a little look up at the tower.
Yeah.
Also white.
Yeah.
There's a nice little arc.
She does a couple of them. Another one right there.
And a third. So quality of waves on the rise, big time here at the O'Neill Coldwater Classic. Glassy conditions, tides just in that mid tide, and look at this wave from Alana.
Yeah, Lopez up and riding. Now she's been coming from behind on these waves, and unfortunately, that was the only section she was able to have after that section. But
yeah, so a little missed opportunity maybe by being a little too deep.
yeah, and sometimes at the lane, unless you're taking off at the start of the wave where it has all the speed, you're actually taking off on a wave, on a portion of the wave that you should be going fast through already. You know, taking off on that slow section right at Table Rock sometimes with the wave peeling down the line, yeah, you're coming from behind.
Yeah, and it's tough to get around it once it's that white water's kind of falling in front of you. It's not
Yeah,
like it's
look
an
at that.
easy
There it
pump
goes,
around
Pete.
it. Oh, wow, 7.73
Wow,
for
they-
McLeish.
Wow.
5.5 and a 5.43 for Gomez.
Wow, this is a competitive heat. So I think we do have still a couple for Lopez as well. And
Lopez is first and second. The second
Yeah.
probably not going to be a major score, but Lopez's first could be right there in contention for a good one. We're going to take a look at this best wave of the heat so far. Take a look at this finish turn. Really is where a lot of the money came from.
no doubt. She does a couple little setup turns right here. But this is reassuring as a surfer to see that the judges are giving this type of surfing and where it's located in the lineup. Wow. I don't care how old you are or what gender you that felt good, Pete.
That sure did.
That
Yeah.
felt really good. All compressed up in the lip like that. Perfect form, perfect technique.
And that's what you do on a move like that, right? Where you come in with you set it up with a bunch of speed, but you compress into the move in the most critical
Look at
point
her.
in the
How
wave,
cute.
and gets it done with compression through it, absorbs the power, and pushes about against it as well at the same time.
Yeah.
So all of that timing, the aggression in that snap, and the completion of the ride, very, very nicely done. And the judges want to see this one here for, I think it's Izzy, right, in white?
I think this is Howard.
Oh, it's Howard. That's right. Howard's in this one. So this is, we're watching this one again, which is one of those waves that just load up a bunch of carves, but kept the speed up pretty well. And we'll figure out what that score is, but we're going to head down to the glass. We've got ourselves a heat winner.
Congratulations to Eden Walla. What were your thoughts during that heat?
I just went out there trying to have fun and be on the best waves of the heat and surf my best.
What were your thoughts on that 7? I mean, that was insane.
Yeah, after I caught that wave, I was just trying to back up my 6, and it ended up being a really good wave. And I was stoked after that one for sure.
Yeah, you must have been. It was insane. Do you think that since you've been to Santa Cruz a few times, it kind of helped you out there, just like having some knowledge? For sure. It's steamer lane's such a weird wave. It's just like one day it's like that, and then the other day it's completely different. And so it for sure helps.
Is there anything you want to say to the audience?
Shout out to my brother and my parents and Rivy.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank
Back
you.
to you.
Thank you. Best of friends right there, Rivy and Eden. They hang out together, obviously separate parts of the coastline, but connected through surfing. It's awesome to see.
100%. Looks
There's Izzy.
Yeah, here's Izzy Gomes up and riding. Great looking wave.
Wow. Hammered that thing.
Well, still meat on the bones. Still meat on the bones.
She stares up at the judges once again. What more do you want from me?
Okay.
That's so awesome.
Hey, I'm just curious to see where that is in relation to Mia's 7.73. There was a little more done there on that wave. It was done on the
Overall
outside. It was done on a bigger wave.
Yeah.
We'll see what where the judges
In the
go with that.
Yeah, I mean, again, like that. But again, when you see that little, I mean,
it's a point of difference here, Pete.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Good
significant.
looking wave.
Significant. Wham! That was a great turn right there, and connects perfectly with that. Pete blows a lot of steam off.
Best wave of the heat, right? In our eyes, I feel like to me. I mean, I could hopefully the judges back me on it.
No, I mean, I'll put my foot in my mouth. I don't care, but I think that was the best surfing we've seen so far in this heat. You know, and after watching little Eden Walla earlier, she lifted the bar. You know, there was a bar that was lifted with her surfing, I think, and some of these girls now are actually leveling up.
9. There we go. Judges on the same page.
Wow.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, kudos. That's what I'm saying. We feel it. We felt it. You know, a long time. That's why you have such a good a panel that's been watching good surfing.
Yep.
And part of and participating in good surfing, obviously, because there's a good panel. Look at that. They gave it a significant 1.5 difference almost.
Yeah, no doubt.
And it deserved that.
Yeah. And you had mentioned too. Now that we have the our panel is highly qualified.
Not that they weren't before, but I mean, you've got new blood coming in. You've got
look, you're able to picking out the nuances, you know, and really able to dissect some of this really technical surfing that's going on now. Some of it's pretty obvious, you know, when you see it, but some of the splitting in the hairs is really close heats when it's 3s and 4s. That's when the judges really are working for it.
Yeah,
it's easy job when the guys go or women go out there and get the massive scores. I mean, Izzy Gomes right there coming out just shooting 9.07. Now she's pretty stoked. I mean, obviously half the heat is elapsed. She now needs to just increase that 5.5, and she's off and running. But Pete, this might be the most highly contested heat in the female bracket that I've seen yet.
Yeah, and a lot of it's due to the condition change, right? We're getting a lot better opportunities, better waves. But the surfing's there to match it, and that's what's exciting. Is when you see surfers capitalize on their opportunities that have been gifted to them during their heat, it's exciting, of course.
And it's really impressive. I mean, to go out there and have a plan and actually execute it and go do it, it's really, really hard. I mean, things just go out the window as soon as you hit the water, You're like, oh, my God, what was my plan? I had no plan. What's my plan? But these young surfers
Well, the plans
now,
are changing a lot of times, too. You have a plan, right? You're thinking, okay, I'm going to get a quick start. All of a sudden, that doesn't happen.
Now it's a slow start. Now it's a 5-minute drill. Now it's a 2-minute warning. And
so you do need a couple plans.
Yeah, for sure.
Wave up on the cliff here. See if someone spots it. Is that going to have enough energy in it? Maybe. Maybe not. No, doesn't look like it's going to do it. But plenty of time still in this heat. So
a lot of days.
All surfers have a good solid number. Lopez with that 5.5. We were waiting on that score earlier.
Right.
So she got the better of Howard's 5.03. So those numbers important, being that McLeish, who sits in that second position, is just carrying a low number of a 3.5. So looking at that, McLeish just needs to understand in her heat with 9.5 minutes to go, with priority right in this moment, choose a good one and better the 3.5. That's her job. She sees
she gets a 5,
here.
Pete, she's really happy.
And she's making a dig right here. Good looking wave.
Wow, overhead looking wave to Mia. Nice. Oh, unfortunately, not able to project back down into the lip. But as you see that wave peel off on the inside, Pete, there was some beef left on that bone. I'm sure she wished she had that opportunity again.
Yeah, it's the worst too. When you actually see a section like that on a little glassy bowl and you're just ready. She's going to try and forget about it right away. Nope, not going to happen. But yeah, and have that where you blow the tail out the back and you miss the rest of the wave. Oh, it's so shocking.
And you waited your 4 or 5 minutes too. Went through a rotation, a series of people with priority above you to get your opportunity, and then you squander it. Those are what you go back and try to think about after your heat, your post heats, and try to clean up.
Yeah,
look at this little barrel off the point.
That was a move by Lopez. Are they going to take priority away there? Did she go for a full dig? I don't think so. I feel like, they did. They took it.
You know what? I think she's told them by looking back. She looked back to see if they changed it, and she should have just, I don't think it looked. You know what I mean?
Just acting like it was nothing.
I didn't move.
Oh, there you go. Listen to Adam, Uncle Adam. Little tips of the trade. Don't give him any chance to flip it.
It's like,
what are you talking about? I wasn't looking at that wave.
I noticed some guys are really
I
good
felt,
on the
personally,
World
I felt
Tour.
like it wasn't
These guys
a
are
total.
doing one-arm paddles.
Well, it doesn't matter now.
I know.
She's up and riding.
Bam.
Can't you hang on?
All right.
Almost flipped out there, dude.
No doubt, Pete. Look, Alana's going
As soon as
for it
that
right now.
octaves go up, sometimes watch out. You're going to have to turn us down.
Turn the volume down. As you see right there, she was able to, Alana, that is, get away from the other competitors, too. This might be a good opportunity now, sitting in 4th priority, to sort of sit inside and over and sneak a wave that they're not looking at.
For sure. Would she grab priority and then go over there? I mean, I just even sitting, I don't know. I don't know if it doesn't really matter. I think when you're sitting underneath and over like that, it's just a quick paddle to get back into priority position.
Or she just paddles right outside of everybody
Yeah.
and starts surfing from the outside in and just pressuring all of them to make a move.
And I think that's thinking about the tide still dropping too. So there's going to be some of those moments that move to the outside.
Yeah.
And lure you out there. I still think the quality waves are in this kind of zone that they're sitting in though.
Yeah.
9.07, Izzy Gomez backed that up with a 5.5.
Is that the best wave of the contest?
That is. Both divisions, men and women.
Yeah.
We had an 8.83 with a big air yesterday. A couple 8s today, but that one there, first 9 of the event. And 2 big hooks in a high quality wave. That's what it takes.
Yeah.
And also one of your competitors getting a pretty good number too. I think that helped that elevate.
Well, I was just going to say
9.
Mia's wave, where she gets a 7.73, sort of set the stage for it to be that high. Was the bar set pretty high for the 7.73? You might think so, but in relation to the score, that calibration is right.
Look at this set. That wave
Wow.
you'd have easily had that wave on the outside there and riding it.
And
up and riding though, here is Howard in white, looking for the 6.21. Can she get a final section here? She does, carves it back, heading into the middle peak. Is it gonna load up and give her any more opportunity? Hard to see from this angle, but doesn't matter, she's down. Now up and riding. Alana Lopez. Nope, that's blue. That's Izzy, your heat leader.
Nice little bounce off the soup. She's a bunch more bumps out the back. So here's an opportunity, Pete, for Alana and Mia.
Uh-oh, don't miss
to
it.
sort of
Okay, got
increase
it.
those second waves they have on their scoreboard.
Okay, start, but there needs more energy on the inside. Did she have that read? Nope, it's not there.
She needed an end section for her to stay on that wave, and it just wasn't going to happen. Smart move, I think, to flick out of that one.
And also, quick up and out for a Lopez, who's going to retain priority here.
Yes, that's also exactly what she's doing, Pete. She didn't want to leave that zone.
There you go. Good look at it, actually. They're going to be paddling out. One of them is going to be given priority over the other between Izzy Gomez and Alana Lopez. I think at this point it's probably already gifted, right? I mean, Lopez would be further outside. Yep, there it is.
There it is.
And she's going to go straight into this next wave. Can she get it?
Oh, no, there's a little bump underneath her off Table Rock.
Lost it.
See that? Very, very common here, Pete, to have those little bumps kind of come up underneath you.
Pop up underneath you and disappear.
Yeah. We'll see, though. We'll see what happens here.
Wow, Izzy Gomez, love that.
Yeah.
Although in a very comfortable lead with 14.57 points. And you start to see with that lower tide, even up around the corner up on the top of the point there, a couple waves starting to break. So we'll see if there's any adjustments happening in these next 2 heats.
I've said that a couple times, but no one's listening. But
not the competitors, I guess.
No one cares, dude. No one's even listening to this thing.
It's too good.
You gotta be able to look at the whole playing field. You know, you can't exclude anything. You know, you have to look at all the opportunities on the whole board. And yeah, there's still some part of the wave that's not being ridden up there. I would say probably 50% of the waves that these women are taking off on, the wave's already broken. So They're not right at the peak.
Subtly, you're saying that there's some scoring opportunity a little further outside.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah, you've said it a couple times today. I mean,
I know.
It's subtle. I'll say that.
I listen to enough of these broadcasts. Everyone repeats themselves.
Yeah, I know. It's hard not to when you're talking for.
No, that's why I
10
brought a
hours a day.
thesaurus. I have a thesaurus here.
No, you don't.
No, I have the World Encyclopedia right here. The history of surfing by Matt Warshaw.
Oh yeah.
Got the perfect day here. 40 years of surfer mag.
The Gift.
The Gift by Mark Andrini. Come on.
What is that? What's the gist of The Gift?
I don't know. Darshan. Is this to Darshan? Blessings and aloha, Mark Andrini. This is an awesome book, man. Bound book. This is a full-on. Look at the guy out there. There's Santa Cruz for you.
That's right. Keep it weird.
Guy's doing a headstand on the point.
And if he falls, he's going to go off the edge.
That's low grade.
He's not going to fall. Uh-oh. No.
Namaste. You see that? He gave you a little what's up.
That was so classic.
Yep. We're just chewing up airtime. We might as well talk about a couple of those sponsors, Pete. If they want to give us any of those four-wheel campers away, those four-wheelers.
The four-wheel camper, yes.
Yeah, I'll take one.
You'll take one.
Yep. They gave me some pop-up. They gave me some keywords, too, that I should blast.
Okay.
Yeah, one's pop-up. This has got a thermal pack option, the projected M Trooper, the slide-in camper.
What's the slide-in camper? You just put all your gear slides right in?
Self-explanatory.
Yeah.
Slides on in. And I was down there talking and saw one of the sort of the stripped-down versions. You can see right there. It's right to the left. I mean, to the right. And it was just basically a shell. And
the pop-up tops right there. That's the four-wheeler. We also have our beer garden right there. Of course, Kona and West Peak being served there.
You got your
Guayaki.
Guayakis, too.
That's getting us there rambling through these 8 hours, Guayaki.
Is that what you're on?
Yeah.
I keep it organic.
I know you do. That's Guayaki's all organic. So do I.
Is it really?
Yeah.
That's. Oh, okay.
Take a look at the ingredients,
I thought it was like a caffeine drink.
Yeah, it is. It's got organic caffeine in it.
Okay. It's like a guanana.
No, it's mate.
Mate, that's it. I've been to where is it?
It's
Paraguay.
Peru has the mate, right?
Yeah, Argentina.
South America.
Uruguay, Paraguay. They're all sipping on that stuff.
Good, healthy, awake juice.
Yep. One more minute to go here in this heat, Pete.
I know.
It's winding down.
And it went quiet, so we started rambling a bit about, yeah, that was a good one. That was a good sponsor plug.
I know. We're stoked, though. We got a bunch of West Peaks. I've got some Kona big waves in my truck.
You haven't finished your Kona big wave yet, dude.
Yeah, got yerba mate. I got it all, Pete. I got the sparkling spirits.
30 seconds left. Izzy Gomez is holding on to it right now. She's going to be, no worries, moving on into that round of 16. Even McLeish has a couple-point lead over her fellow competitor. So it's 6.21 needed for Howard and a 5.74 needed for Alana Lopez.
Yeah.
Priorities are low. Unfortunately for them, with 15 seconds to go, it looks like it's going to stay right here.
I thought you were on a bunch of verbs, but did you see all the did you see all the boys from the Veteran Surf Alliance? All
Yes,
the boys
I did.
from the Veteran Surf Alliance are down there. I was really stoked. I'm glad to see that the O'Neill family incorporated the veterans group. We see them all over town. They're surfing all over spots, and
give them a few waves, right?
We better, dude. The freedom we have to catch those waves is because they had to sacrifice. Look at that little chip off the cliff.
It's in between heats. Oh. It's over, dude.
It's over. That's it.
Yeah, we're going to be heading to a quick break, and we're going to finish up the day. We come back, got heat number 7. 2 more heats as we watch Izzy Gomez slash her way to a victory.
Great surfing right here for Izzy. And this is the highest score of the wave of the day, 9.07, I believe. So great wave. Looks like she could have jammed another one up there a little earlier than that soup climb.
Nice that's it. We'll be right back.
Kona Big Wave. Bring the aloha.
Welcome back to the O'Neill Coldwater Classic. Special guest has stepped into the booth, and we'll reveal that in a moment. Got to keep quiet here for a second until we get to introduce you. First, the round of 32, heat number 7 is in the water. Sanoa Dempo-Olin is going to be in that red jersey. She's your top seed. Lily Colbert will be in the blue. Ellie Marimo in the white, and Reed Van Wagener in the green. But now we get to introduce you. And, of course, Autumn Hayes, local surfer here, made your first heat this morning. A little bit of a dicey one, though, huh?
Yeah,
Welcome to the booth.
That was a lot more stressful than I planned it to be. The heat didn't go as how I thought it was going to go, and it was kind of pulsing at the beginning, so I thought if I just waited for a good one, I'd get a good one. But that set I was looking for never came.
Yeah, and now I just got my scores replaced here, and that's awesome. Thank you very much. And we got some action in the water. This is actually Reed in the green jersey on the back end. And we'll review your moment, your heat, because I did actually see some things there that you had to kind of recover from.
Mm-hmm.
As we see white up now, too, Ellie Barimo on the outside section. A couple backsiders in this heat. This is replays here, waiting on scores for both Sanoa and Reed and Ellie. You have any experience with these surfers in the water, surfing against them, or any insights?
I know they all surf really good. I've definitely had probably a heat with every single one of them at this point. Sanoa rips. I know her and her sister made the final in Morro Bay a couple years back.
Yeah.
Oh, and I think she just qualified for the Olympics.
Oh, unreal. That was at the Pan Am Games recently down in Chile. Well, that's big news. So Sanoa is going to be representing Canada.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so the Canadian team looking solid. That's exciting news. I mean, considering that your Olympic debut is going to be at a place like Chopo.
Oh my gosh, I'd be terrified.
Right? No, I mean it's. I think it's a great. It's going to be huge for the sport.
Yeah, I think so. I can't wait to see.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think we all are waiting for that. I mean, do you ever have any aspirations to be an Olympian?
I think that'd be really cool. I'd be terrified to go to Chopu. I don't know if that's my type of
How about J-Bay?
Yeah, that would be more like it.
Yeah, this is Autumn Hayes here. Joining us in the booth. My name is Pete Melv, and we're bringing you the action here from the end of the day, heat number 7. Autumn, you finished second in your heat. I mean, kind of there was that moment where you were sitting with priority, felt like everything was cool, then one little error there. How did you recover from that?
I just was I knew there would be like an opportunity for me to get a wave. I just thought there'd be like a better wave to get. And then there was
That's the locals thing that we end up doing, right? You're always looking for that special one because it's going to come, right? I live here.
Yeah,
I surf here every day.
And there's an insider that I think I could have got a pretty good score on, and I didn't go because there's 13 minutes left. And then as soon as I backed out of it, I was like, oh, I really should have just gone on that wave.
Yeah. And that was what, did you lose priority on that wave?
No, I didn't lose priority.
It was beforehand, okay,
Mhm.
yeah. And then, but yeah, you ended up getting that wave where you had, the carbs. You only needed a pretty low score at that point in time.
Like a 3.
Yeah, and then you hit the whitewash, you had that little fumble. Oh, man.
Yeah, that was terrifying. That was really, really scary.
Came in enough, and then you're able to hold your nerve there at the back end of the
Yeah.
heat, so you're able to get through that one. So nice job.
Thank you.
I mean, this is how is it pressure-wise dealing with surfing in an event in your backyard like this? This is basically your home base where you learned how to surf. You feel like it's more pressure than surfing in, say, competing out of country?
I wouldn't say it's like more pressure, but I definitely want to do better here. Like I care more about this 1,000 than say if I was at like a challenger or a bigger event. Like I want to do really well in front of my home crowd, but I don't quite feel like the pressure.
Yeah, okay. So how do you deal with that? I mean, because I feel like that some surfers do have to deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely getting nervous, but it's really fun to see all my friends come and watch my heat and having my dad here. Besides these comps, he hasn't come to a comp since I was like 18.
Oh, that's pretty rad.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's easy. It's right down the street. Izzy Gomez is down on the glass. 9.07 for Izzy. Best score of the event so far. Congratulations. She's on the glass.
I'm here with our heat winner, Izzy Gomez, dropping the highest women's score of the contest thus far, a 9. How did that feel?
That felt really good. I honestly haven't had good results this year, and even just like just one score will really just kind of like wash all that away. And I'm happy regardless of the outcome of this whole event. I'm stoked to surf the lane with 3 other people.
Yeah, it's amazing to just be able to display your surfing of anything, and clearly you absolutely rip. But this is your first contest at the lane?
Yeah, I've never done the Cold Water Classic, and the only other time I've attempted to do a comp here, it got canceled because of the weather, so I'm really happy to be able to do a comp here.
Well, you look like you're right at home. Anything else you want to say?
Yeah, I just want to say hi to my family and my sponsors and just everyone that supported me throughout the last year. And it's kind of been a tough one, but there's light at the end of the tunnel, and I love you guys, and thank you.
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you.
Congratulations. That was a job well done there by Izzy. There was a couple moments in that heat where she was kind of, looking at the judges going, what? We can even see some good surfing here. And she definitely got their attention as we see this live action here from Reed, your heat leader, looking like she's going to be building some points. Good surfing here, Autumn.
Yeah.
There's a 6.83. That was actually a replay. So we're watching that again. And Autumn, what do you think are your thoughts on that wave?
That was a really, really good surfed wave. Those insiders are so fun. You can get away from the warble out the back. And, yeah, that was a great wave selection.
How do you see it? Is it distinct when you're surfing here, or is it something where you think that it's a little bit of a ghost?
I think you can kind of tell. It's easy to second guess yourself on those. Like, you know that they're going to be good ones, but it's also scary going on an insider.
Yeah, I know, right? Because you realize it's not a set wave. It's probably going to be something where you're committing to it. You have to commit kind of early to catch it. But it worked out there well. 6.83 for Wagner. The best number besides that, 4.67 for Barimo. She's in second position. And looking forward for you, Autumn, what's it going to take to win a Cold Water? I mean, that's a kind of a dumb question, to be honest, but you catch the best waves, right? But, okay, how about what would your thoughts be if you were to win a Cold Water?
I'd be so stoked. Winning a comp in, front of my home crowd, especially, everyone here on the west side, I'd be so happy. I grew up surfing here. This is, it's my home break.
It is. Yeah, I know what you mean. And so that's what I mean, alluding to the extra pressure, but you're saying that you don't really necessarily feel that. You feel like it gives you a boost of confidence being your home break.
Yeah, and it makes me want to do really, really well. But, yeah, I am maybe a little more nervous, but I know everyone's here to support me regardless.
And you're going to have that support on the beach, really, right? I mean, now you're saying your dad came down to your first events.
Yeah.
So you're 18. How old are you now?
23.
Yeah, so you've been a few years.
He's traveled to a few. It just hasn't been the consistency since when I was younger.
Yeah,
and he was here last year.
You kind of want to let your birds go free at times, right? Autumn, you're growing up, and you got to do things. You don't always have to cruise with Dad, but I get what you're saying. I like to chase John around. It's like I wonder if he's going to tell me one day, "Hey, Dad, beat it." I was just going to look and see what your next heat's looking like here.
I think I'm heat 2.
Okay, and
here's Lily up on this one.
There we go. Let's see what she's got for us. Is there an inside section? Colber. Final move. Nice little wrapping carve for the finish. It kicks out. Nice work there done. So you've got Sarah, Avery, and Taylor Stacy in your round of 16 heat.
Sweet.
And I'm sure you've had your heats with them as we see live action here from Barima getting that second score. You can see the tide dropped out, and it kind of slows the waves up a little bit, huh? I mean, as far as the pace of the wave.
For sure. I would almost rather surf at peak high tide than peak low tide.
That's, I mean, generally when you are kind of thinking about surfing the lane, you want to kind of have it that mid to higher tide. And what are the reasonings behind why you like it at the higher tide?
When there's not much water on the reef, it's just kind of mushy, and there's so much seaweed on the inside. You get caught up by it, gets caught in your leash, and it just becomes more difficult. And then middle peak comes into play, and then you're second guessing yourself because people are now surfing middle peak, and it's a lot easier on a little higher tide.
There's that replay from a little different angle here for Lily. And it's going to be a fairly good number. Came in as a 3.73. Not huge. And then now we're looking at White. These scores are in, too. This is Ellie's last wave. came in as 2.67. So situation, Reed still out front with that big number, the 6.83. Ellie in second. Lily is holding it down in third. Needs a 3.62 as we watch White here finishing up this last wave on the replay. This one came in at a 2.67, as I had mentioned. Seems a little odd, though, but that's what it says on the screen. I think I kind of rambled on, but like you'd mentioned how it would be so important to win in your hometown. When you get on into, like, say, one-on-one competition out here, how does it change for you here? I mean, have you had a couple one-on-one heats at the zone? I mean, last year you were in quarters, right? That's
no, I made semis last year.
Semis last year, and so
I
you had a few heats.
I made my first woman-on-woman heat, and yeah, it was super fun. And even when I lost my semifinal heat, I like barely lost, but everyone from Santa Cruz had came and like watched my heat, and everyone's congratulating me after. I literally felt like I had won. Like I got third place, and I was like, yeah, it felt like I won.
And I mean, because that was your best result you've had here. Obviously, wanting to go a couple steps further.
Yeah.
You got yourself another chance. Only 23 too, so you're going to have a few more cold waters in your books. I mean, where are you at in your career in relation to, like, are you going to be chasing that Challenger Series points? You want to get there and the dream of making the tour again still?
I definitely I want to do this comp every year, and Bud really inspired me by what he was saying, that he'd done the cold water for the past, what did he say, 20 years?
Yeah, 20 plus.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't even think he knows the number, but it's easily 20 plus. So.
Yeah, so hearing that, I was like, I think I'm just going to do this every year.
And you still have an opportunity to win, even in those later years, for sure. I mean, but again, 23, you're just coming into your prime. I mean,
oh, I'm 24.
24.
For some reason,
either way,
I forgot I was 24.
That's okay. I forgot I was 54. But you know, you're still, like, these days, I mean, that's right in your prime. This is Sanoa is having a frustrating heat. And you can see it's in the body language there, 0.5. So Sanoa, after having a pretty good start to her first heat, this one a lot tougher for her. What are some of the self-talk that you would have for, say, like, you know, today, when it seemed like to me you kind of came out of this one positive, even though there was that paddling, you know, when you had the priority and you weren't able to get the number. I think you took off late, was it?
Yeah, I just paddled too deep and didn't make the section.
And got behind it, right? Yeah. What's the self-talk like when you're kind of coming in there in that situation? How to get yourself positive?
Yeah, I definitely wasn't having positive self-talk after that.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was pretty frustrated with myself, but I knew I had more time.
Didn't show. Let's put it that way. You held it. You hit it well.
Yeah, I'm good at hiding how I feel, especially if I lose. I'm good at hiding that.
That's good.
But I just knew that I could do it if I caught a wave. I really thought that I was going to get a better wave than what my backup was. Even until the last minute, I was like, I still have like time to.
So the whole time, and that's what you were basically telling you. It's like, hey, I got time.
Yeah,
I've got this. Don't worry, I've got this. And so it's just not necessarily blowing yourself up like, look in the mirror, I love you. You know, you're actually going, no, I got time. I'm going to go do this. Where's the next right thing to do?
And I've surfed these waves a million times, so I feel like if I can get the waves, I know how to actually surf them once I'm on it. It's just, it needs to come.
10 minutes to go here, and still holding true here with Van Wagener with that early lead. And Barimo holding it down in second. Had not a whole lot of change here, so a little bit quiet period. I know you mentor women. You spend a lot of time helping out the youth. I mean, is that something you enjoy, and what is it about that you enjoy?
I absolutely love it. Yeah, I have my whole little girl squad that are all here. Yeah, it makes me so happy. When I was growing up, there wasn't really any female mentors. And I was one of the only girls that was like surfing the water the majority of the time. And I was always so intimidated. And once I was like, got a little older, I was like, I want to start being able to take girls out and mentor them or just like create like a squad of girls so they're just like more comfortable going out together and they have each other. So when I was when I was 16, I started running girls surf camps, and it became like a little like community. And I didn't realize like how much it was going to blow up and how much I would like enjoy doing that. But I've done it every summer, except this summer when I was traveling, but every summer since I was 16.
Yeah, and it's pretty cool because, I mean, I know at least from the vibe from the people who have participated in the camp, they love it.
Yeah, it's so much fun. It makes me so happy. And, like, seeing how stoked they are gets me, like, really stoked. And they're the sweetest girls.
Yeah, and so, I mean, are there any ones you could say that are coming up that you think could give contention here and get into the Challenger Series at some point?
Oh, definitely, 100%.
Really?
Yeah, I think they're all like amazing. One of the first girls I coached was Maddie Storrer, which is crazy, and now she's like Yeah, she's so good.
And really involved. I mean, she loves it, competes in all the local events, and is trying to obviously here in this event.
Yeah, I think she'll make the challenger.
I mean, I was looking at the rankings. You need some points, huh?
Yeah, I was.
I was looking
this
through
year is not my year. Last year, I did better than
Yeah.
this.
As we see up and riding here, Barimo trying to better a 2.67. No inside connection there, so a lot of the work done on the outside. See if it does improve on the 2.67. Yeah, I'm looking at, I mean, right now you think of North American circuit and, you know, only 4 surfers out of, you know, hundreds, really, that are trying to compete and get those 4 coveted spots. Pretty tough to do.
It's really tough. Last year, I think I was 1 or 2 heats away from making the challenger, and that was definitely really hard.
The learning process continues.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I hear you on that one. And, you know, you think about the schedule this season. You guys have added a couple more events. Did you actually go to the 3,000 over on the East Coast?
Jacksonville, no.
Oh, okay. And reason being, just a big run for...
Yeah.
Had more important things to do?
Yeah, exactly.
Like surfing JV?
Yep.
But that's kind of cool to see that there's some support for the tour there in the North American region.
Yeah.
This is Colbert here looking for a score. That changed that last one for anyone. Ellie did not change her score situation, but Lily's last. We will get a number for you. It's going to help because she's carrying a 4.43. Needs a 3.62 to move into second. Not enough, a 2.4. So she still needs the 3.62 and sits outside of priority. Sonoy, on the other hand, here has had a rough one, but isn't out of it. I mean, she's capable, only needs a 5.41. You know, you want to keep that frustration level low.
Yeah. There's still plenty of waves coming through, and the 6 minutes with priority is a lot of time. But it is hard because they're sitting kind of far out the back, it looks like, and I feel like all the best scores have been on the inside.
And, I mean, we got a minus tide tonight, 6:30, so it's going to start. I know at least from the vibe yesterday and watching when the tide actually did make a move, it made a quick move. It drained out very, very quickly. It changed the consistency of the surf for about a half an hour, probably. You know, 2 heats were definitely affected by that in a big way. So that tide shift, it happens pretty spontaneous. It's not a gradual move by any means.
I already feel like it's slightly too low.
Right? I mean, again, you kind of are vibing on the high tides though here at the lane. So
yeah, I mean, my last heat was at the peak high tide, which was kind of hard. I wouldn't really love it at the peak high tide, but on the high tide end for sure.
Colbert. And looking for that 3.67. Sorry, 3.62. A little bit more. Could get it done. The final move. A little tag off the top. Hey, outside move, inside move. Could turn it. We'll see what the judges think. What are your thoughts? Is it there? 3.62?
I think so. I think so, but I want to see the replay.
I think the judges do too. We'll see what they are throwing down.
3.62. I can't remember what her.
Here's a look at it right here. Take us through it. That first snap was nice.
That first snap was good.
Little downtime here, but it needed more, and she got it.
She did a good job by making it to that section. That's hard to do with all that seaweed you could see.
And the fact that when you touch the whitewater here at the lane, sometimes it does not want to get you by. It's just like, nope, your board stops right here.
That's what happened to me.
The number coming in, it's enough, a 3.87, just enough by 0.2.
Wow.
So Lily goes to second place. Ellie down to third, 4.5 minutes to go. Priority number 3 for Ellie. Sonoy is still sitting with that number 1 priority. Now needs a 5.67, so slightly higher needed. As we watch the scores here, pretty consistent judging, 3.3 all the way up to a 4.4, separated by point and everything in between. Averages out to the 3.87. You ever surf to point increments? Like I guess you would if you knew you needed a 4.3, right? You actually in your head, how do you self-judge a wave? Do you just kind of do overall presentation at the end, or are you counting in your head as you go?
I struggle with like judging my own surfing for sure.
Huh. In what way do you judge yourself, low or high?
it can go either way,
Really?
honestly.
So
Sometimes
sometimes you're like, whoa, that could have been a 6, and then it
Yeah.
comes out a 4. Or
Yeah.
that was a 4, and then it comes 6. You're like,
Mhm.
you don't get it.
For sure. I struggle with that. I think my last heat, I was surprised my first one was a 4 because I just did carves. And then honestly, by the end, I was so stressed. I wasn't even thinking about what score I was going to get. I was just like, I need another wave.
How much live surfing do you consume? Do you watch a lot of the contests and everything?
I watch a good amount, yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely root on people I know.
And there's a learning. It's like,
Mhm.
educating yourself. You see situations unfold. You can kind of see how things unfold.
And I've judged a lot of the scholastic events and a lot of the NSSAs.
Would you recommend that?
Yeah, I love judging, honestly. I think it's really fun. And it definitely, I feel like I'm really good at judging waves when I see them, especially for myself, but not while I'm on it.
That's
Yeah.
interesting. That's interesting. And maybe you just start driving, going with a selfie. I don't know what it would be a solution for that one. I don't know if it even matters, right? I mean, you're just going out there to just kind of simplify it. You're like, okay, I'm just going to surf better the next wave.
Yeah.
2.5 minutes to go. We saw the heat get turned. Is Barimo going to get a chance? Colbert's going to keep at it.
Yeah, I think.
Oh,
But this one looks like it might reform.
sitting back, waiting for it.
Oh, that's sick.
More. She's going to get more here. Going to try and better a 3.73. Smaller wave, but man, if she gets a finish. Oh, nah. That's a hard one. Yep. Moving to the outside section there. Sonoy still being a little bit more choosy. Again, when you start thinking about a score needed, a 5.67, that kind of makes you think about a certain type of wave.
Yeah. I think in her case, it might be better to sit on the inside because you can really tell which waves are going to be good and paddle out for them versus paddling in for the good ones. I noticed when Esme Brigham in her heat, when she had priority, she was inside of everyone and they all had to back off of the waves, and she had the perfect angle of knowing which ones were going to be the good ones.
And so with priority, you have strength in that fact that it's your turn.
But this one looks like it could be a really good one.
Important wave here for Sonoy. Trying to get it done with this amount of time left in it. It has to be done probably on one wave. First turn. Second one straight up. Holds on. Can she get through the kelp? Is that complete? We'll see what the judges think. 5.94 needed.
Did you think that was complete?
A 6. I don't know if that was quite a 6, even with the completion, to be honest. We'll see. But I know that you want to have it very clean. These judges can be sticklers, for sure. Definitely can be sticklers. They want to see you ride out clean, and it'll affect the scores. Again, 5.94, been a bit of a shocker for Sonoy throughout this entire heat. Biggest number for her as we watch the replay here. What do you think on this last move here? We'll take a look at it.
Well, she did one more turn after this.
Yeah.
So this is actually her third turn.
So, yeah, maybe. If she pulls that one off clean, I think that's...
I think she rode out of it, but I think she needed to really solidify it, come out of it
Judges
more.
are saying all good. Look at the numbers coming in. She's going to turn this one, a shocker, into a rocker. Sonoy Demphel Olin is going to turn the heat. She's going to get it done. Pretty incredible.
Wait.
There it is. Come on, one more score. I'm already giving it to her just because the average is there. Yep, there it is. 7.33 goes into
Amazing.
second. And we still have time. This is Reed up and riding. And going to finish out this one most likely in the lead. I was getting the read on Reed's Chris Sports model. 5'9", 18 3/4, 2.38. A little more foam than she's been using, and it worked. So Reed doing a good job. Congratulations to Reed and Sonoy. Thank you for joining me in the booth here, Autumn. Congratulations on your heat make today.
Thank you.
And best of luck going into tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yeah. What are we
Looking
going to
forward to
expect?
it.
Your last words for anyone?
No. I think
Nope,
I
all
said
good?
everything I needed.
All right, thank you. This is a replay here for the judges just before. Don't run off until we get to the commercial break. Lily Kolber needs a 5.27. She actually ended up picking up a wave here as we're watching this replay. Pretty much not a lot going on there, really. So she's going to stay probably in that third spot. The big wave was that Sonoy wave. So congratulations, Sonoy. Last minute heroics, had a shocker and still was able to turn it around. Thank you, Autumn, for joining me in the booth. We're going to move into another heat. The last heat of the day, we'll bring in Adam Replogle for that last heat. And we'll continue at the O'Neill Coldwater Classic.
Steamer Lane is more than just a surf break. It's really like a hub for the community to come out and hang and post up in their surf wagons all day, walk the dog, check the waves, go grab a bite. In one way or another, I think O'Neill is like synonymous with Santa Cruz. You know, Jack is a reflection of the area and all like the positive attributes associated with it. Our athletes travel all over the world, surf waves that probably would never have been surfable prior. But ultimately, at the end of the day, it is really nice to come home to Santa Cruz and surf right here, Steamer Lane.
And we're back. The O'Neill Coldwater Classic continues with 2023 edition, the round of 32. Last heat of this round, last heat of the day. Here at Pinkerton, your top seed, Matea Dempfel-Olin. We just saw sister in on that last one. Get it done at the very end of the heat. See what Matea can do. Another seed. Rachel Wilson was able to get through this morning. Mia Moore also. So green and white there. Adam back in the booth with me and calling the last heat of the day. What are your thoughts on this one?
Not thinking too much yet, but I was thinking quite a bit and watched the end of that last heat and saw the come from behind. It was really cool to watch, you know, those last-minute heroics. But I'm noticing a lot of waves, Pete. There's a lot of waves coming through here now at the lower tide. The women have moved out now. This last heat, they've noticed a lot of waves. You notice where they're positioned now, Pete, way outside the point.
They're listening to Uncle Adam.
Well, no, I think that they realize, too, that as the water sucks out of there, it's a lot smaller in there. It's almost like the reform now on the inside, basically, in relation to where they're sitting. So with that scoring opportunity out there and that extra 5 minutes allowed in the heat, I'm sure these women now are going to wait for some good waves because they've seen they're out there.
Kira Pinkerton, our top seed in this one, has won major events, part of the Challenger Series, so a lot of experience with Kira. We get to see her first look of this 2023 edition of the O'Neill Coldwater Classic.
Yeah.
She's had experience competing in this event, even in Surfing America. So
yeah, I remember her as when her and her dad were coming up as Groms, and they were surfing as amateurs out here, and they scored a couple years out here.
I mean, that January waiting period for Santa Cruz is good.
Yeah.
You know, generally speaking, you're going to get guaranteed waves, and for whatever reason, there's a week in January that always is glassy and killer.
Yeah, and like a heat wave and 6 feet.
Yeah.
I mean, not the cat out of the bag. You saw a pretty big dig right there. And so prior to any type of priority, Pete, even if you dig into one, you don't lose priority. It's just you have to stand up first, so it's all a standing up thing?
Yeah, it sure is. If you block in a situation, if you were to block a person from catching a wave by holding them off,
you're smoked.
You can, no, not smoked. You just get basically put to the back of the line. So, you know, you sit out there and you hold people off over and over.
Right.
Yeah, that's not going to happen, right? You're going to get put into a situation where you're going to have to give priority up and go to the back of the line. So there is that situation, ultimately, you know, when the open priority like it is. Yeah, and you can get the normal paddling interference stuff, too, where you can paddle underneath it or make contact. Or Let's head down to the glass, because I think we got Reed down there, our last heat winner.
Congratulations, Reed and Wagner. That heat was insane. What were your thoughts out there?
I was just trying to catch a few, get away, and try to be patient and catch the sets, because I definitely learned from my last heat, but stoked to get a few.
Yeah, that was sick. I saw that you got that really sick 6 and you got that last hit in. Were you pretty stoked on that?
Yeah, I mean, it felt good to actually do some turns. Yeah, I mean, this is a new board, and I'm loving it so far, so just stoked and happy to get to know it and keep ripping.
Sick. Is there anything you'd like to say to the audience?
Just thank you for tuning in, and stoked that the girls got to surf today, and excited for tomorrow, if we go tomorrow.
Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you very, Viv, and congratulations to Reed. Yep. Proctor, I'm sorry, that's Jason Borst. You know, the same boards that Kate and the Simmers rides. They're San Diego.
No doubt.
Great surfer, great skater.
I'll throw it out there. Who's going to be the first retail store to carry those boards, Pete?
Borst?
Yeah. You know what? We see Kate Simmers up here quite a bit. You know, you and I, we see her up. She's surfing up here quite a bit. She surfs really good up here. Those boards look really good.
They do. You got a few of the guys riding their boards too. You know, even local guys here.
Totally. Wow, that was a nice turn right there. Wave setting up sort of nice. Pete was a little sleepy at the start, but it actually had some water behind it and a nice little wall. So
that's Dempfel-Olin, Matea, the sister of the surfer from the last heat who actually made it, Sonoy, right? These two actually in Morro Bay, made the final together.
Really?
Yeah, and
That's
ended
super
up
cool.
separate sides of the draw and made it all the way to the final. That was last year, I think, I want to say. And that was exciting to see.
That's pretty rare.
It is rare, very rare.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm trying to think of other times that's actually happened. The Hose, would I
Yeah,
guess
I'm sure
brothers
the
making it there, but
yeah. The Irons finals.
the
together.
Hobgoods,
Yeah, maybe
right?
Semis. Yeah, exactly. I mean, obviously, yeah, but that's pretty cool. I mean, imagine the parents of them, down there for
Right.
that event.
Right, who are you
we
gonna root
won.
for? Yeah.
We won.
We won. We can go home now.
We go home. Yeah.
Mia Moore, 4.67. Pretty
Nice.
good start for Mia.
Yeah. Did you notice too in that O'Neill commercial, Pete, that Jack O'Neill was hanging out with Albert Hitchcock?
Yeah. Right? I
Okay.
mean, but you think about Jack O'Neill, he's pretty much a legend.
He's a legend, dude. No doubt.
And same with Hitchcock. He hung
No.
out here in this area for a while.
Yeah, the birds. So
4.67. This is a replay of that wave.
yeah, this is Mia Moore's wave. 4.67. They decided.
That was really hard to surf on that outside
Yeah.
section.
And you know what? The lower tide too, and Table Rock in the South Swell. Table Rock's gonna start sucking up all weird. Like it
that's what
gets
it
really
does.
sort of like throws a bunch of weird refractions off of it. Wow, that was a really well executed turn right there, Pete.
Well, especially when they didn't have a ton of speed. She had to actually compress and make it cool by knocking that knee in.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
A low speed kind of snap that still looked good.
Yeah, with this technique being so good, they don't need that much speed. It seems like nowadays. I mean,
Yeah, to punt in air. Yeah, you don't even need to pump four times before it. They can do it right out of one bottom turn.
And for years, I thought you could. I mean, for years ago, there wasn't guys ramping out off of soup. Soup was like sticky,
Yeah.
And so now
Yeah,
guys are
yeah.
just like flicking off foam. Their tails are twanging off of the foam like nothing. Here's a nice little set. Let's see if somebody's able to get in position or if there's opportunity on any of these waves.
Matea gets a 4.57 for her efforts on that last. So the comparison score to Mia Moore, who had a 4.67. Number in for Kira, just a quick one, a 0.67.
Yeah.
John Hunter and Vivi Hunter.
All the Hunters.
The Hunters, head designer of the O'Neill brand, O'Neill wetsuits. 16:50 to go. This is Mia Moore back up and riding once again. Get an improvement with wave number 2 no matter what. Keeping it quick too, 16 and a half minutes to go. And she's going to be quickly into getting 2 waves. 2.5 for efforts and the early lead.
There we go. Again, looking pretty ominous out there, Pete. Is it?
We're supposed to see a little more influx of weather for sure, but today winds stay light.
Oh my God, I thought that was Nate Yeomans first.
Nate Yeomans pulls up with his one wheel.
Yeah, but obviously.
I think every one wheel has been recalled.
Really?
Yeah.
Those things are, his saying things are so deadly. I was helping those guys out for a second, Pete, until I Pete Rosed on that thing. Things are nuts.
Too good. Oh, he's got his helmet on and his wrist guards.
Shit, you need knee pads, wrist guards, toe guards.
And don't run into anybody. He's very serious.
He's owning it. At least he's got a Jay Moriarty shirt on there, looks like.
How good is Westcliff?
Awesome. Good people watching down here.
Amazing people watching. Eden Edwards and Aguayaki. Keeping it live. Those are our 2 interviewers. So Kira's going to have to fight back here. First 10 minutes going by. Your top seed has yet to get anything in the books. A 0.67, which is definitely a throwaway score. Not too affected, I don't think, yet.
No, not really. 15 minutes is a long time.
It is. I mean, we used to surf 15-minute heats, best 4 waves.
Yeah, 3 or 4 waves, 15 minutes, you're on a hustle.
I mean, again, we talked about the kind of evolution of the sport and the things that have happened over the years to kind of develop, different competition rules and regulations and all that good stuff. But it feels like it's in a pretty good place. I mean, the 4-man priority was something that was implemented probably, 5 years ago?
Yeah.
And maybe longer. But, it was always, it was kind of brought in like, oh, is this going to work? And sure enough, it does. It feels right.
It helps.
It starts being about the quality of surfing rather than you end up having more good waves ridden.
Yeah, you see less hassling.
although good entertainment. It was a good hassle here and there. We still get to see the paddle battles happen.
I love hassling. I mean, I love the hassle. The hassle. You know, the game play.
The game playing.
Yeah, the game play.
You were much of a hassler in heats, though, as I recall.
No, I mean, I did some hassling before, but only in those last couple of minutes where you really had to sort of screw it down, you know.
You remember the year you qualified?
Barely is a haze.
Okay, but no, don't talk about it a little bit. Like, I mean, there was a couple events that happened that year that were important events.
Yeah.
You remember them? Like, one of them, I think, was Portugal, right?
Yeah, I did well in Portugal one time.
At Ericeira?
Yeah, but Galley did the best there.
Yeah, but, I mean, that helped you qualify. I mean, you both made the tour that year.
Yeah, I don't know if we did it at the same time. Yeah, you know, it just takes a couple of those breakthrough events. You know, you have one or two of those events, and then you back them up, boom. You know, you don't know what you did, and before you know it, it's over, and you don't know how it happened.
And then you're on tour. I mean, but that's pretty cool.
Or no, and then you're off tour, and then you're done. You know?
It happened pretty quick.
Yeah, you know, I was never a veteran of the World Tour. I was a veteran of the QS, man. I was on the best tour. We had the best tour. The QS tour when we were doing it was you had the time of your life. You traveled around the world. The guy who lost first was actually winning the party, you know. And some guys were envious of
life experiences at that moment.
Yeah, and there were some guys who were envious of that, you know. So some guys, even though they were still in the event, they didn't want to miss the party. But now it's a lot different, Pete. You know, people aren't really
a bit more serious, isn't it? Yeah.
But Santa Cruz, Santa Cruz at the Cold Water Classic had a historical, and just classic parties here. They were infamous parties here during the Cold Water Classic. You know, a lot of people met their girlfriend or their wives at this event.
There's Wilson throwing it up in the air there, getting some dramatics here for Rachel.
Yeah.
Needs to improve on the 1.5. We'll do that.
Kira's been sandbagging for a long, long time out there.
And this is what happened. I remember I was mentioning about that tide when it starts to move out. All of a sudden, the conditions change so much that the waves don't really seem to break. You almost have to kind of force the issue a little bit. They're not clear waves where you're like, oh, this is one that's going to work.
Yeah, they're not rolling over each other, you know, very well. So you're not getting those double ups very well now. You're seeing that without no water in there.
Standing wave crumble.
Yeah, they're just wave after wave after wave are breaking now. Whereas earlier there'd be so much water in on the inside that those waves would sort of move slower, and the back wave would move faster, and you'd roll into those double ups. Now you're seeing very few of those, but. Still contestable. Still got 11 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. This is the last heat of the day, Pete. So this is a lot of what you plan for. You know, these women have been waiting all day to surf this heat. You know,
but the conditions have been nothing like this today.
No,
right? I mean,
exactly.
The only opportunity
you could have tried this morning, and this is completely different.
You know, again, so does that free surf even mean anything in the morning? I mean, I guess it's just staying in tune. Here we go. Kira's going to make a move here.
Yeah.
This one's got some water behind it, which might help give some energy. A little smaller on the face, but at least it's steepening up for her.
Yeah.
There we go.
You know, I think that was wise, Pete. She needed to catch a wave and get her ball rolling. You know, campaign going, so to speak. You know, she had to get going.
Live action. We got two surfers up. This is White. Rachel on the inside gets a nice solid finish. Also going on this one is Matea.
Wow, this wave looked good too. Love to see this wave from the start.
Oh, a little gouge on the inside, too. So cleaning it up very, very well. Oh. Matea looking solid.
What kind of board is she riding?
Good glide. And now out to Mia Moore. So a few waves in this set.
Oh. No, Mia Moore is trying to get rid of that 2.5, Pete. So unfortunately.
Not going to happen on that wave, is it?
No, it just fell off at the start, too. So she'll get right back out there.
Well, we'll throw in quickly our wave for Mia Moore, which is going to be just a quick score, and then waiting on Kira Pinkerton's second, which will kind of set the stage for this last 10 minutes for her, where it fits in relation to Matea's last, although we have also Matea is going to need a score, probably one of her better ones too. She looked pretty good on that wave.
Mm-hmm.
Better than the 4.57. That's a good comparison you can kind of look at.
Yeah.
Which was her first wave.
Look at how spread out the competitors here. That's sort of nice, too, when this happens, Pete. If you're able to be in the lineup, say the head of the lineup with priority, without a fellow competitor anywhere near you, and then you're able to catch a wave and be the last in line, and you get that type of rotation going, that's pretty nice. Let's
This
see
is
what
the
Kira-
replay of Kira Pinkerton's.
You know.
Judges are asked to see this one over.
And like you mentioned, Pete, pretty small wave, right?
Yeah.
But the wave did have some opportunity there. She was able to
Steeper on the face,
Yep.
even though it was only, you know, a smaller mid-sized wave.
Yeah.
You know, I guess there's some good 4-point rides to kind of compare it to. This is another replay here for white, Rachel Wilson, which she ended up getting a nice strong finish. This is the outside wave you can kind of catch right here of Matea beforehand.
Wow, that was nice.
That was a good finish, solid finish. So we're just waiting on scores for Rachel on this one. And now outside too, there's that finish move for Rachel. The outside work there from Matea.
And yeah, she's shredding, Pete.
Yeah, this is going to be, I think, the best wave of the heat, it feels like to me, with the outside work done and then this stuff on the inside as well. We'll see what the judges think. But Kira's score is in a 3.93, so they took note of the smaller wave there, only
Yeah.
a 3.93.
They did.
But it
That's
is a number
Matea's.
that's a backup number. And now look at the Matea's score. This is going to be a solid one. There it is, 7.17.
Shredding.
To the lead. And back that up with a 4.57. Mia Moore is hanging on by a thread as Rachel and Kira chasing her down. She needs to rid that 2.5. She wants to keep that second place position. Solid though with the 4.67. That's the second highest wave of the heat. So at this point with 8 minutes, semi-comfortable, but needs to get rid of the 2.5.
No doubt. But look at Rachel and Kira both sitting on the same 3.93s.
So those are, I would consider those backup numbers, if anything, right?
100%. But they're fighting for the same wave. You know, they have first and second priority right now, so they're both looking at the same wave. 7.5 minutes remaining. Could be a little dogfight between them, or you know, sort of a waiting it out, try to wait it out. There's been a lot of bad waves taken here, Pete.
And there is Blue going once again. No change for her. Kira, a little waving there, is asking for information, trying to get an understanding of what the last scores were and where she is in relation. This is, I mean, this is all information that's very important, especially at this point in the heat.
100%.
And they're all asking for everything.
Yeah.
They want repeat. You got Flea, Austin, Omar up there on the beach commentary. And hopefully they're actually seeing all that and giving the information out there. It's good because this is when you can kind of hear it, right? You're not paddling for waves. There's no set wave there.
Waves, yeah. And even though it is relatively close, when it's really windy out here, you can't hear it at all. You're smoked.
Well, especially if you have bad hearing and water in your ears or earplugs. I mean, a lot of surfers wear earplugs here. Oh gosh, did you see Doc the other day?
No, but I did see a picture.
Best ever. Doc Scott coming down. He's got 96.
Legendary.
And he surfed till late 80s.
With that cork on that helmet.
Yeah.
So he could lay his head flat.
Yeah, because he didn't know it was hard to hang.
Hard on his neck.
Yeah, he wanted to
All
keep
time.
his, yeah, and amazing. And Doc Scott's Pro Plugs, you've probably seen those at your local drugstore, you know. Been around for 40 years as we watch the inside section here from Dempfel Olin. Matea getting it done once again. Staying busy.
She's shredding. That board looks really, really solid. But I was really excited to see, I forget, Homer might have sent it to me, but it was a video of Barney and Doc. And Doc was singing the Reaper song. The Reaper song. It was all time.
Yeah, yeah.
It's probably going to go viral soon, but look at this little wedge right here, right up off Table Rock.
Mia Moore.
Mia Moore on her backhand of CP.
Third priority. She slides this one. Is there going to be an opportunity, though? Oh, God, it almost looked like it was. And then at this point, no. Not going to be a huge change, if any, for Mia Moore. No harm, no foul, though, really, because she was in third priority.
Right.
Matea's on the inside. So she's going to get third priority maybe when she gets back out. You know, good to roll the dice, maybe
That was a mirage.
improve on a 2.5.
Some of these are full mirages.
Yeah, especially at the low tide, right?
Yeah.
I mean, even at
And-
any tide. That's
and-
what I think that the lane is makes it so challenging for people, is that there's these waves that are ghosts. They look like they're going to be quality, and they're not.
Really sort of soft. You know.
Ooh, Rachel, going to keep second priority, though. I think she's going to be fortunate because the other
No
surfers
one's
aren't
out
out
there
in
with
there
her,
in the zone yet. Yeah, see, there's still a few paddles off for Mia Moore. Yeah, she's leaving the door open, though, I say, at this point. Mia, by not improving on that 2.5 yet. Because you look at both Rachel and Kira, only need 3.25s.
Mia did slip and fall on that entry of that wave too with it and had priority. So
Ooh, set right here. Are they in position or are they going to be too far in? Looks like they're in too far, but
might double up.
Making a move. Paddle. Rachel. Energy loading up here. Carves and snaps that cutty. Low score is a 2.17, but needs a 3.25 to get it done. What do you think, Adam? Still more?
Still more.
Staying with it.
If she sees something on the inside, she's going to just like zing into something.
Little shake of that. Was that a little below the fingers and a little? Look at, she's looking up. 3.25 needed.
3.25. She still has 30, 3 minutes 30 seconds too. She needs to hustle back out there, no doubt.
I mean, that leaves Mia out there now as first priority. So Mia with first priority. Your heat leader, Matea, pretty comfortable lead there for Matea, sitting in second priority. What happened to Kira? Did she? She was sitting. Wasn't she sitting with second priority at that point?
Maybe
she had first priority, I think, with Rachel at the end, right? They were both sitting out there with it.
I'm not paying attention, Pete.
Well, we didn't see her
I didn't
paddle
see
for
it.
a wave or catch a wave.
Let's see Rachel's wave right there, Pete.
Flat 3. So it does go into her 2-wave total, but not enough to turn the heat. Still needs the 3.25.
Whoa, close.
All that work, too. That was a long ride for a 3.0. But turning around, your heat leader. Wedge effect. Will it come into effect? No. Kick out. Matea is still your heat leader. This would be a huge upset if we lose Kira Pinkerton. She's turning around, though. A little inside one. Let's see what she can do here.
Ooh,
Table
right
rock.
Table rock.
Boom. First turn. Smaller inside one with some
Whoa.
energy.
Comeback wave.
3.25 needed.
Yep.
She already has it.
Good surfing right there. Clutch, Pete.
Clutch. Again, clutch. But here's Mia Moore trying to improve on a 2.5. Not there.
So she's had a couple of chances now to try to improve on that. She hasn't had it.
Well, you'd have to say that Kira's score is going to be enough.
Mm-hmm.
Your top seed, wouldn't want to see an upset there for Kira Pinkerton. Looking at where she is on the rankings, too.
Where is she? Is she in the top 5?
Well,
top 4, top 5.
Yeah, and I don't think Kira secured enough on the Challenger Series to guarantee a spot for next year.
So
And
she needs to
that's
requalify.
unofficial, of course. Yeah, so they mean you got to have to put the time in here at the regional level to get one of those coveted 4 spots. Yeah, Kira's third in the rankings right now, so she's there in the above the cut line.
Oh yeah, so this is crucial for her. Here it goes. Look at right over the reef, Pete. It literally was dry right there, but a nice little read. Seeing that this wave had wall, she's popping it right up into the lip. See that little back wave too, giving it some energy. A nice little swoop there, so a nice little flow too on that wave as well.
Wow. Okay. Well, judges have seen the replay now, so they're waiting to post the score.
Man.
Yeah, there was some vertical face there. That's that makes for some critical sections, and she capitalized on what that was there.
She grabbed some speed off that thing too.
Still waiting on the number here with 30 seconds to go. There you go on your screen. That's going to come up. Will she turn the heat? And she's not going to wait. She's going to go again. She did have a 3.93 in her score line as well. You can see there the average is going to be enough. She's going to turn the heat here. But is it over? We still have 13 seconds.
Could be somebody out the back.
Well, we have to see Mia Moore. She's back out there again. Turns it. Gets it done. 4.37 and up and riding. Your heat leader. So no change there. Here's the hooter. End of the day. Kira Pinkerton, last second heroics, doesn't give up.
Right on.
And she is going to make it through in second position. Dodged one right there.
What's up, Jim?
Congratulations to Mateo Temple Olin.
Yeah, great job.
Good surfing there from the two sisters. They're both through for the day. As Adam and I will bid you all a farewell because it's the end of the day. Heat number 8 finished up. And congratulations to Kira and Matea in this one. Just before we go, Little highlights of the day. What'd you think?
I think we'll see a couple nice ones. What do you think?
Highlight for today for you.
Oh, the highlight for me today was John Waller's little daughter surfing.
Eden Waller.
Eden Waller was impressive to me.
Impressive performance.
Yeah, impressive performance. I really thought she was surfing above and beyond her years, and I'm sure we'll see that name for the future. But look what happened just in the water, Pete.
Yeah, that's so true. Well, good stuff there from Kira and Matea, and I'd like to see the local girl. Autumn Hayes was a highlight for me to get through that one because it was a bit of a sketchy one. And we will be bringing you action tomorrow. We'll check back in 7:30 a.m. There is South Swell on the blocks. So that means that there is a good chance we'll be running pretty early again tomorrow because, like I said, I saw on the buoys, there's some energy out of the South Swell. So that's just another little reinforcement.
Yep, perfect.
And we bid you farewell. Thank you for watching today. And again, see you in the morning.